instructions.
Right.
So I'll give you a specific width of fabric so that you can lay your template here. And this makes it nice and quick and easy.
Yeah, I'm just going to do some. Too wide for a jelly roll. You
Yes,
can't. Somebody's machine, can they make it with a jelly
no,
roll?
not on this size. Yeah. And so you've got your dog ears kind of cut off here.
Uh-huh.
So you can work along, if you've got a rotary mat.
A rotating mat,
yes.
yeah.
So you can work along nice and easy
to
do it. But
also, and less wastage as well doing it that way, isn't it?
But you can see on here, if your markings, you can actually get it out of a 5-inch charm square.
So you can't make that to a jelly roll or design roll, but you can make that to a 5-inch charm pack or a 10-inch charm pack and get 4 out of it.
Yes, and the triangles. So you can see there's a solid line here.
Yeah.
So you want to put that, you can cut 2 at a time. You put that, can you see that? It's on there.
And without giving the measurement away, is that the same width as that?
It is, yes.
Oh, that's perfect, yeah.
So it shows you...
Oh, yeah, this is why you need your rotating cutting mat,
yes,
really.
Yeah. So make sure you have it... Yeah, that's right, wasn't I? Yeah. Doubting myself.
Yeah.
So then when you go on the next bit, you'll have your solid line.
I suppose if you do it with a pat, it doesn't really matter.
Good morning, welcome to Sizzix. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Visualize live.
Good morning, and welcome to Sewing Street. And have we got an exciting day for you today? It's exciting because we've got a bit of everything. And even more exciting that we're starting off with crochet and knitting. Oh, we never start off with that, but that's because I've got a new launch. Brand new launch to you today. And even more exciting, our early bird is crochet related. It's like one of my, you can never have a favourite, can you? But this is one of my favourite tools for crochet. And it's genius. It's extremely affordable and it will change your crochet life. That's a high claim, isn't it? That is a bold claim. Now, it's a blocking board, and you might look at that and think, why would you need that? Well, you can use it for crochet or knitting. So when you've crocheted or knitted something, particularly if you've done a square, you'll know it's all a bit wibbly around the edges. And you can try and like pin it out and press it, but it's never quite the same. But if you've got a blocking board, I got mine when we first launched Yarn Lane. I absolutely love it. I loved it so much. I gave one to Sam Sabido. She uses it all the time as well. So that's a claim. So anyway, it's a wooden board, millwood. It's a nice and solid wood with lots of holes in it and sticks. All of these sticks. Now, let's talk about price, and then I'll show you how it works. Because this is invaluable for your crochet or your knitting, and you will use it over and over again. I've had mine for 5 years now. It's still good as new, absolutely perfect. Solid wood, millwood. It's absolutely brilliant. Now, it will last forever. So it's normally £30.99 for the time it will save you and the results it will give. Honestly, that's a bargain. But because we're doing this our very special early bird, what are we going to take the price down to? We are going to take £5 off. £5 off. So let me show you now. I have crocheted a couple of squares from the new card set, no less, that we're going to be talking about. This is why we've got crochet the first thing, from the new Granny Stitches card set. Now, I've actually blocked mine already using a blocking board, but I'll show you how it works. So I should have bought a non-blocked one so you could see. Oh, should we get a price comparison before I show you how it works? On Hobbycraft, 32. 32. We were better already. Before that, well done if you've got yours. Now, so what you do is, because there's all these holes, you can choose. So what you do is you put one of the, give it a little spray of water. You don't need to completely wet it, but just a little spray. And then you put your stick through one of the holes that's in the corners, because all these granny squares have holes in the corners, don't they? And, oh, I can't get mine all the way through. You then put that in, and then you decide the size you want, which would probably be already decided by your square, and you can then pull it out to shape. Now, obviously, you're not getting the full effect of this because I've already blocked it, but if I hadn't, it'd be really wibbly. And then you can just pull it out to size like this. Now, you might be thinking, well, why have I got all these sticks? Well, it means that you can do several at a time. Not only that, wow, quarter of the stock's already gone. Not only that, you can stack them. So if I'm doing granny squares, I can get 4 on here using all my sticks, and then you stack them. So I just spray them all with water, and then you put another one on another one, and you can get about 5 up there. Make sure you leave a little bit of a gap because you want the air to flow. And then you can put them all on, and it's absolutely brilliant. And then all the little sticks live in here. It is fabulous. It really makes a difference because it means that when you're doing all these granny squares, before I had one of these, I used to wet them and then pin them to my ironing board or an iron or mat. But now with this, because you can stack them, you can get about 6 on there. So I reckon you could get about 24 all going at once. That means that you can spray them all. I used to put mine, if they're really wet, I'd put it on a chair and then put it near the radiator to just let a bit of warmth. But actually, as long as you've got airflow between them. So what you can do is you can raise them up a little bit like that. And then if I get and this is coming up. These are, I've made 3 from the card deck, just to show you. Let's just put them through. Gosh, I've done mine. You can do them sort of inside. You can store them all on there. It's a nice place to store them. But what I tend to do is if I'm doing a load of squares, is I will get to however many I'm going to get on here and then stack them. So what you do is you put another one on and then make sure the bottom one's not touching because otherwise it won't dry. And then put the other one on with just a little bit of a gap. And then they end up as perfect squares. And it makes such a difference. When you then come to sew them or crochet them all together, they're all nice and square. They're nice and perfect. If yours has gone a bit wibbly, you can stretch it back into shape. You can do big squares, so it doesn't matter what size. Because you can put the pegs wherever you want. Half of the stock's already gone. So look, you can do like really big squares. You can choose what size. If you're doing hexagons, that's fine, because you can put 6 in. So what I tend to do is I can have them like this because then I can share sticks, you see. So you can have like, you can have one set there, another set there, another set there, another set there. If you're doing smaller ones like this, you can get even more in because you can get sticks, because you can share the sticks. So 2 can be sharing, and then you can get even more in. Honestly, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. It's one of those things that is very simple in that it's a wooden board with holes in and the dowels, but it's very carefully engineered so that the dowels are thick enough to hold everything in place, but thin enough to get through the holes in the edges of your squares. So if you want to get the new granny squares stitched up, we'll talk about that in a moment. If you bought the other 2 that have come previous to this, which we'll also talk about, it's ideal for that. The knitting and the crochet book, brand new ones that I'm going to be showing you in a moment, the 2 Bibles, they're all squares, so you can use them for that. Honestly, it's a game changer. Now, well done if you've managed to save a £5 and get yours. If you crochet, or if you knit, if you do squares, I mean, even if you do big squares, you see, what you can do, if you're doing bigger ones, so say you're doing one that's this size, you can then put intermediary sticks in. You see, and then you can then attach it all the way around and it stretches it all out nicely. Absolutely valuable. Get it now while it's only £25.99 when you get your card deck. So what we've done with this hour, because we've got these brand new books and card decks, I've also put in all the most useful crochet tools that you'll need. So if you're a complete beginner, I've got it all here. And I've also put in some granny square kits. So you can learn how to do granny squares, you can do your kits, you can get all your tools. It's like the complete crochet shop this morning. Anyway, do check out on that, because honestly, if you're a crocheter or a knitter, it is absolutely invaluable. Use mine all the time. We'll let you know how the stock is going. Absolutely flying out. Half the stock is gone. Right, let's talk about what's coming up on today's show, then we can get on with crochet. So 8 o'clock, I'm going to be launching the Knitting Stitches book and the Granny Square Bible, and also the brand new Granny Square Stitches card deck, which I just showed you. The two Bibles are brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You're going to love them. You wait till you see what's inside them. Oh, they're fantastic, and a great price as well. 9 o'clock, Susie Duncan's with us, and she has taken the brand new Jason Yenter Winter Solstice panel and the fabric from that collection and made, look at this, the most stunning quilt. Now, she's written a set of instructions. We've got a kit with the panel and all of the fabric to make that. I mean, it's beautiful, because we get these panels because we love them and then thinking, now what are we going to do with them? Well, Susie's going to show you how. But also, the instructions show you how to make this quilt, but not using a panel in the centre, but just using other fabric to create a different design. So it's a really multi-use set of instructions. We've also got the same kit with a different fabric collection as well. But if you love Jason Yenter, if you love the Winter Solstice, I do. Can't beat. I can highly recommend Stonehenge on the Winter Solstice. It's amazing. This is the quilt that you need. It's sort of wintry, it's Christmassy, it's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So that's at 9 o'clock. All sorts going on in that hour. 10 o'clock, we've got sewing room tools. Now, we've got some really cool ones. We've got all of your your little fiddly but incredibly useful tools. Loads and loads of them. All those that you think, I never knew you could do that. Oh, I wonder what that gadget's for. We've got titanium rotary cutting blades. Amazing. You are going to need those. Then, at 11, Susie will be back. Now, we're going to do an hour-and-a-half show, because this is an important one. This is the Sizzix. So now the Sizzix has got a brand new machine, but well, that is important, but even more exciting are the dies. Now, we've had so many requests from you about dies. You can't get hold of the dies anymore. The dies aren't the right ones. You haven't been able to get all the hexes and all the different. So using all your feedback and our feedback from the guests as well, we have been in cahoots with Sizzix. We've talked to them, we've persuaded them, and we have also bought loads of them, special Sewing Street quantity. So we have got all of these amazing dies. I mean, that they have produced because we've asked them to, because we know that you just can't get them anymore. So we've got hexy dies in different sizes. We're thinking EPP. You can cut card, you can cut fabric. We've got different shapes. All of these shapes as well, you can, look at that, square. Because who wants to cut a square quickly? Brilliant. We've got triangles. All of these dies work together because you can create a pattern using them. So what we've done is we've got this special deal that if you buy 2 sets of dies, you get 20% off. Doesn't matter which 2 you buy. You could buy 2 of the same. You could buy 2 different. All you have to do is put 2 in your basket, and the checkout will automatically calculate your 20% off. So if you've got a Sizzix machine, which is basically, if you haven't seen one before, it's a fabric and paper cutting machine, manually operated, so no electricity required. You just whoosh it through, put your fabric through, your paper through, and it cuts your cutting time. I can't even say in half, it's even more than that. Now the hexes are already going. That's all that. Look, we've even got numbers as well. So you can have 2 different dies or 2 of the same dies, but any 2 that you buy, you take 20% off. So if you buy 4, you'll take 20% off both lots. It's an amazing deal. These all work together as well, so that you can put hexes with squares and squares with triangles. So if you get the 1 3/4 hexie, that could be the cardboard, and then the 2-inch hexie can be your fabric. Amazing. that would be good to get with 20% off. We've also got the Sizzix machine as well. So don't worry, if you haven't got a Sizzix machine, we have got that. And you think, what are they on about? Well, luckily, Susie is going to be here at 11 and she's going to explain how the machine works, how you use it, how you cut it, how you cut paper, how you cut fabric. Now, these dies, if you've got a previous Sizzix machine, they do work with all of the machines. So don't worry, except for the mini, because obviously there is a mini they won't fit in. But I think you'd probably guess that anyway. But if you've already got one and you haven't got the dies, there we are. Because I know some people have said, oh, well, I haven't got my Sizzix machine because I can't get the dies. Well, we've been speaking to Sizzix. We've got the dies. We've got the special offer. We're going to dedicate a whole hour and a half to it, where Susie will explain how you put it together. This quilt, all cut using Sizzix. Amazing. Just think of the cutting time that you're going to take out, whether it's machine sewing, whether it's EPP. Fabulous. I mean, half square triangle. Brilliant. Numbers. Put numbers on everything, because look how quick that is. You can cut felt with them, fabric with them. Remember, put 2 in your basket, whether they're the same, whether they're different, doesn't matter. And the checkout will automatically take 20% off. And it's 1 P&P a day. So even if you check out on these now, and then you're going to check out on something later, you will only pay 1 P&P between now and midnight, however many times you check out. So don't leave things in your basket, because they do sell out quite quickly here. Once it's in your basket, check it out, and you will only pay 1 P&P. Right, 12:30, so we're just doing half an hour. We're doing some quilt kits, but we're limited on those. But we've also we have negotiated a special price with the Cutie Breeze machine. And yesterday this was on with Sam, the Cutie Breeze machine, the Grace Cutie Breeze, and we had a special price with it. We took it to $8.99. And we didn't know how long we were going to keep that reduced price on, because normally it's only that day, but we've been allowed to do it today as well for some reason. Oh, until Sunday. So I know that a lot of you yesterday who had it in your basket, and I know many of you who messaged in and say you were thinking about it, we've still got the special price today. So I know it's a big decision, $8.99. It makes a massive difference, because basically it's a long arm quilting machine that you use your own sewing machine for. Well, there's nothing basically about that. We will have a look at it, but it means that you can quilt your quilts without having to send them off, without having to invest in a long arm quilting machine, which costs loads. And you can use your own sewing machine. It's honestly genius, and it just takes all of the hassle and all the difficulty and all the heaving about of quilting, because you put your machine on the frame, and it all rolls beautifully, and it's amazing. It's basically your very own long arm quilting system that can pack away as well, so you don't have to have a big dedicated space. Anyway, that price that we did the special deal on yesterday of $8.99, that is available on pre-order, and it is available on 5-way split pay. So if you don't fancy paying it all out front, then there we go, 5-way split pay. Amazing. Right, how to shop. We've talked about pre-order, we've talked about P&P. There are 2 different ways to shop. You can either do it online or on the phone. So if you want to do it online, then you go to sewingstreet.com. When you do that, you get to this page that says Autumn Makes, and then you click on the green thing up there that says Watch Live. When you click on that, you will then see me, or whoever I'm talking to, and so you can watch live. And then if you scroll down, everything that is coming up on today's show is available on the right. It's called Coming Up on Today's Show. Everything that we've called it pre-order before, but it's not. It's Coming Up on Today's Show. And there are all the products. It really is in no particular order. It tends to be in our order, but sometimes things sort of jump about a bit. Actually, that looks pretty much in order, because that's the first out. Oh, there's the Knitting Stitches Bible. So on here, there's the brand new card deck that we're going to talk about in a minute. These are all the winter solstice kits. Now, if you've checked out and we lower the price during the show, which we sometimes sneakily do, don't worry, we will honour the price. So even if we drop it 2 or 3 times, your basket is closed at midnight, and at that point, the final price is applied. Oh, here's all the fab tools. Lots of tools, but they're all really good ones. It's like a haberdashery of gloriousness of all different sorts. Those are all the tools. Gosh, there are a lot of tools. Yes, we'll just skim through. Oh, we've got the turning tool there. Now, there's the Sizzix machine. Here are all the dies. So remember the deal. If you buy 2, you get 20% off. Click Add to Basket. Once you do that, then click Checkout, because it's not yours till it's checked out. And when you check out, 20% will be taken off your dies. So it just means that if you're popping out later and you think, oh, I really want those dies. I'd like to get that deal on the Cutie Breeze machine. I like those numbers. They're nice. It means that you can do that now rather than having to wait till later. So everything that's coming up in today's show is already available on pre-order. Alternatively, if you prefer to speak to a real person, you can use the call. You can phone. It's a free phone number. It's just upstairs, so it's obviously UK-based. Free phone number. Actually, the number's disappeared, which is normally at the bottom of the screen. Oh, there it is. There's the number. It's always on the bottom of the screen. 0800 001 4433. So if you want to order by phone, or if you've got a problem with your order, or you can't remember what code you've put in, or you go, oh, I like that so-and-so, they'll be able to help you. You can also message me on the website, studio@sewingstreet.com, if you've got a question for me or for Susie, or if you want to share something, or you just want to tell me something really interesting, then please message me. You can also message me on Facebook as well. Right, let's talk about the card decks. So, Search Press have launched previously 2 Granny Square card decks, which have had the most unbelievable sales. So popular, they've brought out a 3rd one, which is called the Granny Squares Stitches card deck. It's only $14.99. It is worth its weight in gold, and it's going lower. Brand new, special price, because we're launching it today. We're going to take 25% off a brand new product. And this is worth way more than $14.99. £11.24. Let me show you how it works. Now, I've made 3 of them, just so you can see. So what happens is, I'll take out my patterns. In the box, this is like absolutely perfect, even if you are a complete beginner. You get this little booklet, and I cannot believe how much they get into the booklet. Let me just pop me. So that works out 22p a square. So in here, it explains how it all works. It tells you the terms, how to use them, what yarn they've used, stitch chart symbols, what all the different stitches are, and how to do them. So even if you're a beginner, how to do single crochet, double crochet, V-stitch, how to read a stitch chart. So if you've never used charts, this is a brilliant way to learn. It explains in loads of detail how to use them, foundation chains, all of that. How to work alternative charts, work in stitch multiples. It then gives you some of the patterns. It explains how to do them in words, if you need words. Not all of them, but just some of them. It tells you how to edge your squares, how to join them, so you can make all 50 and join them all together. Talks about colour, palettes, arrangement. So this is like several of them. This is just a few of them arranged, because it explains how to do a square, but also how to make it bigger. So that one, they've turned a square into a rectangle, and then how to use the patterns as well. So it is brilliant. Now, what I love about it is, yes, you can use it for squares, but it's also a really good way of practicing stitches. Now, if I'll just take one of the cards. So, well done if you already got them. Yeah, if you're loads of you multiplying, but that's because it's a great gift. 25% off. So there's 50 cards just like this. You could use them as coasters, couldn't you? This one, picture, full-size picture on the front. And then on the back, this is called Granny Stripe. there's a chart and it explains exactly how to do it. Make 14 chain and follow the chart. So if we look at that, we think, well, what does that mean? But it's fine because we get the booklet and you go there and you go, oh, okay, so the one where it's like a slightly oval shaped sort of circle, oh, that's a chain, brilliant. So let's count that. Right, that's 14. And then what is that? And then you look, oh, that's 3 trebles. So now you can see that you do your chain, then you work 3 chains above it, 3 trebles, and then another oval, and that's a chain. And it's brilliant. So when I first started crocheting, I really couldn't understand charts. But once you've got this, you put the little card on your lap, you've got this here, then it explains exactly what all the different symbols are. So I took that and I made this. So mine's obviously in different colours. And then I thought, oh, I'm going to have an edging. I'll have an edging on mine. Good morning. Are these UK terms? Yes, they are all in UK terms, but it does also say at the beginning, they're in UK, but it does say the US term and the UK. So if you prefer using US or whatever, this is written in UK, but it does have the 2 terms. But to be honest, because it's charts, it doesn't really matter because you just use the term. So when it gives you a little picture, it says US, UK. But the book is actually written in UK. Let me show you all the cards. So what's great about it is that you can use this as a practice thing as well. So if you want to learn all these different stitches, so there's one that I did here, this one here, linen stitch. Now I crocheted a baby blanket in linen stitch. If you've never done linen stitch, this is a really good way to learn it. You've got your little practice. You can make your square like I've done here. And then you've learnt that. Now you've done a square, so you could just use it to make lots of squares. But also you've learnt a new stitch, which you can then use in other things. And I think that's what the beauty of this. The first 2 card decks were all about granny squares. These are called granny stripes. So they're really nice. If you've bought the other card decks before, this is a brilliant addition to it. 25% off, brand new, £11.24. If you've bought any of the other card decks, these are all the same size, so you can mix and match with those. So then you would have 150. In the book as well, it does talk about colours. So if it says what yarn they've used, so they've used Sheepiest Merino Soft. Oh, that's lovely. I crocheted my temperature blanket in that. So just interestingly, they're really nice yarn as well. So if you wanted to make them exactly like this, they even list the yarn as well. So look, these are all of the different stitches. So this one's brilliant. That ripple stitch, absolutely brilliant for a jumper. Tom Daly made a really nice jumper in that. Just saying. So wouldn't that be nice, you know, that you could use these as squares, but also as a practice? Oh, I like cartwheels. That's lovely. But you just think about the different colours. You could make that into like a bag, couldn't you? That's a nice one. Spring garden, I thought it looked like flowers. Puffs. That's a really good way to practice doing the puffs. That was cool. Triangles. And what's great is that after a while you'll learn what the symbols are, but until you do, you've got your card, you've got your little booklet, that's all you need. So it means it's a really good project to take with you. If you can then practice all your stitches, I would do all of them, join them all together. It even explains in the booklet how to join as you go. You'll have a beautiful blanket, and then you can once you've mastered the stitches, you can use them for other things. I mean, when I say stitches, they're just mixtures of doubles, trebles, increases. You know, there's not anything massively complicated about it. That's lovely, isn't it? Alpine. Oh, I'm doing that one at the moment. I've just realised I'm crocheting a blanket, a really long blanket to go on the end of the bed. And it's all in lines, and one of them is alpine stitch. It looks really different in different colours. So if you want to practice something, so this blanket that I'm doing, it's got sort of 4-inch bands of different stitches. It's all in one colour, but it's in bands of different stitches. So this is a really good way. You could take that stitch, think, okay, well, I'm going to do that longer, and I could use it for something else. And once you've practiced them on here, and you've got your head around them, it makes it so much easier. So that's all of them, all 50. So all you have to do is just pick out your favourites. I'm trying to think. So there's, I've got to find, I think it's probably at the bottom now, the other one that I did. There's so many of them. For £11.24, I have completely, in fact, I've filled the desk and overlapped them all as well because there's so many, and now I can't find that one. Oh, I've got, no, it was under here. There we go. So this is this one. What was that one called? Block stitch. Quite like that one. And that's what I said. I did mine in cotton. I did mine a little bit smaller. So you can also change the size by using a different yarn and different hook size. That's explained in the little booklet. But isn't that pretty? So imagine repeating that for a bag, a blanket, a little cardigan. So if you've got a pattern that says, oh, just use trebles, then, well, no, I'm going to use a different one. You know, instead of buying a blanket pattern, get this box of stitches and choose one that you like and do bands. I mean, and they look beautiful, all done. So this blanket, I'm doing mostly in one colour, but with the odd stripe of another colour. But if you've got odd yarn left over, you could make a whole rainbow blanket using these cards. They also team beautifully with the granny square card deck and the granny square flower deck because they're exactly the same finish size. And it's just really nice that when you've done it, you think, as you're doing it, you look at the chart and think, okay, so that's got chains, that's got 3 trebles, and then it's got a chain, a double, 3 chain, double, 3 chain, double. And then the next row, chain 3, 3 trebles, chain, 3 trebles, chain. It's really easy to do and actually a lot easier to count. But also, as you're going along, because you've got the card, you can follow it. And then I decided with mine, I would add, I decided I would add a border to mine. And on here, it explains edging your squares, and it tells you how to do that. So I edge my squares, and then I blocked them using my blocking board. So that's just 3 that I did. But it's so easy. I did those 3 in an evening. I'm not sure why that one's smaller. I don't think I did enough rows. Or didn't stretch it properly. I think I just didn't do enough rows. The blocking board is the early bird. But they're just really nice ones to do. And if you have a look through, just pick up the yarn that, you know, if you've got some spare yarn at home and you want to have a go. We've also got some yarn bundles here. If you're brand new to crochet, honestly, this does explain everything in absolute detail. And then if you want to make their blanket, you can see like this one here, they've done, and it explains on the backs of all of them how to work the stitch pattern to any size, and it tells you how you do that, because you have to do the starting chain in multiples of different numbers depending on the pattern. So with that one's been done as a rectangle, but it does explain every single stitch explains, because although these are squares, this is more of your stitch library. This is where you can use it and expand it and use it in blankets. And this alpine stitch, I did that in one colour. That looks so nice in different colours though, doesn't it? So easy as well. So easy. And everything you need is all in this little box. It's brilliant. And we are launching it here today. On Amazon, it's on pre-order. Oh, November the 11th. That's ages off. And they've got on $14.99, 11th of November, back to us. £11. You don't get those because I lose them too much. £11.24 on the, what's the day? 2nd of October. And these are ready to go. These are ready to be sent off. You haven't got to wait till November. And you are saving money as well. 25% off. £11.24. If you know anyone who crochets, they will love this. If you know anyone who would like to learn to crochet, they will love it. Let me just tidy up my desk. And what's great, what they say in the book as well, is if you can't decide once you do them what order you want to do them in, then you just place them all out. You can put them all together like this, because then you can see what they're going to look like. And then you can sort your arrangement out using the cards. It's honestly the easiest way to crochet and to learn to crochet, because everything is in one place. And if you're worried about charts at all, don't. Just start at the beginning. Most of them say chain 14 to begin with. So you think, okay, I can do that. Right, what's the next line? Right, I'll just check on the chart what the next line is. And then it's so easy to see. So like on this one here, you've got chain 14, and then you chain 1, and then you do a double crochet. And then you do 2 double crochets into the same chain. It's dead easy. I quite like the baby blocks one. It's like a granny square, but tinier, isn't it? These are good. I love that one. Isn't that lovely? What's that one called? Oh, triangles. And the spring garden. I mean, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? Particularly to use up all the pretty yarns that you've got. I just think it's the most amazing value for money. Well done to all of you who have got yours. Remember, it's elsewhere, it's on pre-order. We have got this because we have that really good relationship with Search Press. It's written in UK terms, but they've also put the US terms equivalent in, so it doesn't matter whether you prefer to do one or the other. And actually, because you're using charts, then they're explained in both, you know, it's the chart that you're using. So whether you're a US term person or a UK term person, it doesn't really matter. The booklet is written biased towards UK terms, but the conversions are put in there. 50 different designs, a whole pack. So that works out as 22 pence a design plus the booklet. And I can't believe how much they get in the booklet. And, you know, if you've got bits of yarn, then I just use bits for my stash. Use your stash to practice with, learn how to do. And then if you want to do a blanket for the end of your bed, like I'm doing, just choose 5 or 6 of your favourite patterns and just repeat them, because it explains how to do that. These are not pre-order. Ours are ready to go, ready to be dispatched. Because we have such a close working relationship with Search Press, they've allowed us to have this as a special launch. If you go to Amazon, you've got to wait till November, and you've got to pay $14.99. I mean, they might lower the price. You never know. They might be watching. But you'd have to wait till November. But we've got that special launch price, 25% off. Treat yourself. I'm ready to go. You haven't got to wait. This is not a pre-order price. This is a today price. And they are ready to be sent off. Love the ripple stitch. Makes a nice jumper, that does. It's a really good place to practice, because sometimes you do a crochet pattern and you think, actually, I really don't like that. But if you've bought a pattern, you've got to keep going because you've committed to it. But if you're only doing a square, you think, oh, no, I don't like that one. I'll try another one. I can recommend linen stitch, actually, because that's a lovely one. It's different when you're doing different colours, doesn't it? Do the cards tell you how to do a treble or other stitches? And yes, they do. They do. Let me show you. Honestly, I don't know how they get all of it in. So there's the there we go, treble crochet. The booklet comes with it. Treble crochet, yarn round hook twice, then insert hook from front to back through the designated chain or stitch. Yarn round hook and draw the yarn through. It explains it all. It's all there. Right, we've also got another new thing. If you want even more detail, even though it's all in there, but if you want more detail, we've got 2 books. The Granny Squares Bible. And it really is the Granny Squares Bible. Now, we are also taking money off this. Look, this is a big book. This is a big book. I'm amazed this is only $12.99. And we're taking it down to $9.99. Well done to anyone who's already bought it. You will have that money taken off. We're taking £3 off. If you have never crocheted, this is a great starting book. If you have crocheted, this is going to give you a wealth of knowledge and advice. So I will go through and show you how it works for a complete beginner. We start with the abbreviations. So we've got, obviously, an introduction about it. Equipment, what you'll need, not much. Hook, scissors, needle, about it. Different sorts of yarn, because different weights, you know, because some people go, I don't understand, what does this mean? Well, we've got 4-ply, double knit. Also, what I love about this is it gives you what the Americans call, because quite often when you buy yarn here, it says you need light, and you think, oh, I have no idea what that is. Light is a double knit. Oh, right. So you know you've got that person who says, I really want to learn to crochet, and that could be you, that person, or that could be a friend. This book is brilliant. So it explains all the different yarns, because I know when I go and buy yarn and you think, oh, I need a 10-ply. So like Aran yarn that we call Aran is also called medium, 10-ply and worsted. But it tells you all of that, which is quite useful, and pictures of them. Then it goes through the different stitches. So all the symbols, I mean, it is really beautifully laid out. Things like how to hold your hook right from the beginning, how to hold the yarn, how to do a slip knot, how to do chain stitch, how to do slip stitch, double crochet. Now, what I love about this is that when I want to learn a new stitch, I always go onto YouTube, but it takes ages. You trawl through to find all these different things, and I try and find a website that's got diagrams first, because I like diagrams. Then if I really don't understand it, I'll go to videos, but I love a diagram, and these diagrams are really clear. Half extended double, half treble, treble, double treble, triple treble, chain ring, and magic ring. You can use either. How to increase and decrease, popcorn stitch, half treble cluster. It's even got front back post, which is what you use for alpine stitch. And front back post is a really important thing to learn, because you can do some amazing things. And it sounds like, well, that sounds really complicated. It's simple as simple. So even the thing is, whether you, because I've crocheted for years, but this blanket I'm doing, I needed to do a front post treble, and I couldn't remember how to do it. If I'd had this book, it shows you exactly. It's basically you're just putting your hook through one of the stitches in the row below. But without seeing the image, I wouldn't have had to trawl through it. And I'm sitting there with my laptop on my lap trying to work it off. So blocking, see, how to block your work using your special blocking board. So I would say, special price on the blocking board, get yourself the book, the card deck, the blocking board. You're laughing. Right, so these are all the basic things. Oh, making up, joining as you go, that's important, isn't it? There's even a project in here to do a scarf using any of the patterns. Then we get onto the granny squares. So if you're a beginner, you will be flicking through this section over and over again. If you already know all of that, then you get onto the granny squares. And the granny squares, look at that, granny square, there's the photo of it, there's the chart, there's the symbols. It's also described in words. I mean, when you think we do a set of instructions to make a quilt or something, $9.99, aren't they? Which is great, because there's a lot of information. But this is a whole book, $9.99. I mean, that's the most amazing price. If you or you know someone who says, I want to learn to crochet, get them this book. So everything, so some of you prefer to do charts, some words. It explains all of them. Dahlia square. Can you see all of these? Oh, I like the moon square. And it tells you what yarn you need, what hook you need, and the chart and the square. It's so clear. So that when you're crocheting, you've got the picture, you've got the chart, you've got the words. You just can't go wrong. I like rhubarb tart. That's nice, isn't it? Anyway, these are all the square. Exciting to see Crochet on Sewing Street. I know. Great teaching aids. Please say hi to my Stitch Together lovelies in North London. Stitching and a cup every Wednesday from Alexandra. Hello, Stitch Together lovelies. I hope you're having a lovely stitch together today. And isn't it? It is exciting. Morning, Rebecca. Is the Granny Square Bible book in UK? Yes, Sue, it is. It is. It is in UK. It is in UK. There is a US conversion, should you be a US person instead. It's in UK. So it's very, very easy to understand. It's in UK. Hi, Rebecca. I love the crochet book and card deck. Look great. All the best, Maria. Thank you. I know. Isn't it exciting that we are starting off with crochet? So nice. And we're reducing the price. I mean, it's just brilliant, isn't it? Because however experienced you are at crochet, there's always more to learn. I mean, look at the size of this book. So when I Luckily, they gave me this book a week ago, so I went through it all in detail. At the back, there's photos of all of the different squares as well. So rather than going through each page, if you just think, oh, I want to choose one, you can just go through here. Oh, I like the red rose square. Also, so these are all the squares, loads and loads and loads and loads of squares. I won't go through all of them because they're done exactly the same. Photo, chart, words, UK terminology. Then we move on to shaped motifs, because we might not want to do squares. We might want to do hexagons. Look. Flower. Yes, very Jane Crowfoot, isn't it? Very Jane Crowfoot. One colour hexie. Oh, I like the daisy. French marigold. Frangipani. Chrysanthemum. Then, that's all those. Then you go into the flower motifs. So you can join all of these together. They make a lovely garland. But look at these. Also, have you seen, everyone is wearing jumpers with little crocheted flowers, aren't they? Or massive crochet flowers. I've seen so many of those. Actually, one of the people, not that I'm watching Big Brother, well, I am watching Big Brother, was wearing one of these. So all you've got to do is crochet yourself some flowers and stitch it to your sweatshirt, and you will look bang on trend immediately. All of these flowers, look at them. Loads and loads of them. Poppies, all of them. There's so many different things. The Christmas rose, see, that would be a nice brooch, wouldn't it? Isn't the silver rose pretty? So they do look lovely. You can hang them together in garlands. You can applique them things. I mean, if you crocheted a few of these stars, wouldn't they look nice appliqued to like a baby blanket? So much in here. Peony, oat flower. Never heard of an oat flower. Gazania, coral. All UK terminology. I'm going to keep saying that if anyone's missed it. Glossary, index. It's all UK terminology. There we go. $9.99. And remember, I know we all get worried about US and UK. It's explained in UK. The US conversions are in there, but it is explained in UK. And in fact, it says it at the front. Right, I'm going to read this out to save confusion. UK crochet terms are used throughout this book. UK crochet terms are used throughout this book. For a UK to US conversion chart, please refer to page 16. So, very clear, UK crochet terms are used throughout this book. Right, let's have a price comparison to our amazing $9.99. Waterstones. I mean, fair enough that they're selling it for $12.99. That is the price. And actually, to be honest, why wouldn't you pay $12.99 for that? I know you've only got to pay $9.99 because you're watching today, but I would pay $12.99 for that. I think that is absolute bargain. I mean, it's lovely, isn't it? It's also a really nice book. Look. Right, let's do the knitting one. Now, I love the knitting one because it's the same. Luckily, with knitting, we don't need to talk about UK and US because there's only one. Should we match the price? $9.99. Now, what I absolutely love, look at the size of that book. In fact, wouldn't they look nice together? They're going to look nice together on my shelf. Well, I might have to give them back. What I love about this book is exactly the same as the crochet book. It explains everything in it. So if you're new to knitting, it's got equipment, pattern instructions, charts, things like very, very, very beginners knitting, slip knots, long tail cast on, cable cast on, knit stitch, purl stitch. So it's, you know, it's a really good, if you've never knitted, it's quite a good refresher if you can't remember what moss stitches and stocking stitches and selvages and making a skein for changing colour, casting off, picking up a drop stitch. So all of this. And then, when I get through all of that, oh, how to look after your knit. Lovely picture, laundry symbols. You then has all of the different squares, same as the granny square book. These are all different squares. So we've got garter stitch ones, reverse stocking stitch. So there's lots and lots of them. Let me show you. You've got Fair Isle, raindrops, double fleck, stocking stitch with cables, multicoloured stripes, intarsia, rib, everything. But you can obviously use these as swatches to learn all your new stitches, but the main impetus of the book is making this throw. So you can use the squares to do whatever you want with and to practice stitches, but all of the squares are used to make this beautiful throw. You get to one point in the book where it says, and I think I've already flicked through it, you can stop at this point and make a smaller blanket. No, I can't find where that page is. I have to keep flicking back. But so it depends how big a blanket you want to make. But there is one point, there we go, that you can stop to make a smaller one, the milestone. Here you are at the end of your first 33 squares. You now have the skills to work garter stitch, stocking stitch, and then you can join them together. However, if you want to do all of them, that's the final plan. Look, all of the squares. It also tells you how to, so now you've made all your squares in whatever colours you want, you can then join together and look how beautiful that is. If you've got lots of leftover yarn, this is the book for you. That is beautiful. So whether you're taking it on the beach, whether you're putting it on your bed, whether you've gone on the sofa, you imagine like you're lying on the sofa, you've got a cup of tea, All Creatures Great and Small on the telly, knitting it. In fact, I haven't started watching All Creatures Great and Small because I'm waiting for it to get a bit colder. It needs to be really cold outside. It needs to be that. And you knit there and you're lying under your knitted throw. Wonderful. So it tells you how to block your squares, which you can do. You can use your blocking board for that if you want to. How to sew them together. How to crochet a border for it. And then you make that most beautiful throw. So you can use, obviously you can use this as a complete beginner to knitting. You can use it to practice stitches. You could decide, actually, really want to make the throw, but I don't want to use all the different squares. You can just choose. I mean, that is a fantastic prize. I will definitely be getting this if they won't let me keep them. To make that knitted blanket, I think that's beautiful. The Granny Squares Bible, absolutely invaluable. And then today's card deck, which is the Granny Square Stitches, brand new today. It's available on pre-order elsewhere. And this one is in UK terminology. I know people don't believe me. I know you don't believe me. I'm just going to check it. I have used it. I think you're going to be fine because all of the US and all of the UK terms, actually, the card deck is in US, but they've got the UK conversions. Sorry. Do you know why? Because I used the cards, and when I looked at the symbols, when I went to the symbols, and I looked at them, I just chose the UK term. So that's a bit of a misnomer, to be honest. I wouldn't say it's in US or UK because it's done as charts. When you get your chart and you look at that one, I just chose the UK one. So I don't think it's in either terminology. The book is definitely in UK. The card deck is in both. But because it's charts, when you read this, you just go US, UK. And because the first thing they say is make 17 chain, US and UK, it's the same term for that. So it is in both. It's available on pre-order elsewhere. $14.99 on Amazon, not available, it's not released until November the 11th. We've got it, it's in stock, it's ready. As soon as you order, it will be sent out to you. £11.24, you save 25% off. So save 25% with this. I've got the cards and both books. Look great, Abigail. Oh, Abigail, brilliant. When you've done the blankets, send us a picture. Honestly, it's great. Now, if you need hooks, stitch markers, scissors, all of those things, I've scheduled them all into the show. So if you go onto sewingstreet.com, watch live, you will see all of them. So whether you need needles to sew up, whether you need hooks, whether you need a packet of stitch markers. If you go, I put all of the right things that you need. Hi team, how are you so enthusiastic and bright this early? I don't know. The coffee. Well, because, do you know why? Because we're starting off with crochet, and as you know, I'm particularly passionate about crochet, so that's why. I can barely find the kettle. Well, tomorrow morning I will barely be finding the kettle. Question, is Granny Square Stitch Card Deck 1 and 2 still available? Well, Beverly, funnily you should say that. So I was lucky enough to launch both of these. So number 2 was flowers. You don't, there's no order. This was just the order they were launched. Makes no difference at all. Exactly the same premise. Also, oh, really? Oh, we're going to take 25% off this. Where's the book? Oh, there's the book. I thought somebody had stolen the book. So, actually, I wonder what, because I actually crocheted some squares for this. I don't know where they've gone. Exactly the same thing. You've got the booklet that it explains it all. And you've got your 50 blocks, all different. But they're all flowers. Oh, look at that one. What is that one? Irish Rose. Oh, I like that one. So again, these are the same size as the, I love the clover. I wish I'd, I wonder what I did with them, because I crocheted quite a few of these. I did the sunflower. I did that one. And I did that one. But now I can't find them. Do you know what? I bet I've put them on a shelf at home. That means I'll never find them. So look at all of these. All 50 flowers. I mean, that is beautiful. How many blankets do you see a pattern where it's just one flower repeated and it costs way more than £11.25? I mean, it's fabulous value for money. Again, it's done in exactly the same way. It even tells you that yarn, same yarn actually has been used for it. It's got both US and UK. It doesn't matter which one you are, okay? The conversions are in here, but because you're using charts, you just follow the UK term. It's really, really easy to understand. You haven't got to convert anything. You just read what the UK equivalent of that chart symbol is. So that was number 2, which was the Granny Squares flowers. But they're not, they don't like follow on from each other. It's just how they've done them. I mustn't get them mixed up. I'll put that one there. And then this was the first one. This is the OG. And we're going to match the price of 25% off. This is the Granny Square card deck. Again, booklet explaining everything you need to know, how to join, what the symbols mean. It's all in there. They're run in the same way, which makes it very simple. And then you get all of these Granny Squares. Look at all these Granny Squares, all 50 of them, loads. So if you thought you'd just done, it starts off, they're done in order. They've got numbers on them. And I would say if you want to learn and progress, if you're a beginner, start with number 1 and work all the way through, because it does get simpler. So like that's number 2, because that's 2 colour. That's a Granny Square, but done in 2 colours. I don't know where number 1 is. But the number 1 is just your standard Granny Square. But it's a really good one to work through, so that once you've learned how to do a Granny Square, that's number 17. It's gorgeous though, isn't it? And again, join them all together, make a blanket, or just use one of them and repeat it. It explains exactly how to do it. There's so much, there's just the value in this. It's amazing. So not only are these exclusive, the books and the card deck, exclusive to us today, because you can't get them anywhere else, they are also at a special price. Now, this is one thing I've got to show you, because I've never seen this before. Oh, can I tell you how excited I was when I saw it this morning? This is a must for any crochet. Firstly, it's a very nice suede box with a bit of rose gold faux leather with a magnet. And then you open it up, and honestly, this is genius. So what you've got inside here, little scissors, stitch markers, proper crochet stitch markers, so they're nice and fine because you don't want the bulky ones. Tape measure, very nice, but those are the accessories. This is the best bit. There's your handle for your crochet hook. Then you choose the size, and they go 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, 5, and I think the biggest 5.5. So say, and they're written on there, so say I want a 4 mil, it's written on there 4 mil, you just screw that into there, and there's your 4 mil hook. It's a really nice weighty one. It's Knit Pro, which is a brilliant make, really one of the best makes. How much is that? So £44.99, and we're going to take £5 off. £1. No, £5, £39.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're getting 7 crochet hooks for £39.99, plus little scissors, stitch markers, and a tape measure. But it's a really nice weighty one. It's nice to hold. I don't like really flimsy ones. I also not that keen on plastic ones. I know some people like plastic ones. I prefer metal hooks. I think you get better stitch definition, and I think it picks at the yarn better. How lovely is that? Also, the really good thing about having different size hooks is A, you need a different size hook for different yarns. So thinner yarn, smaller hook. Thicker yarn, larger hook. But also, if you've got a really tight tension or a really loose tension, you can change the hook size. So say your pattern says use a 4 mil hook, and then you've got a tension square and you crochet it and you think, oh, that's come out way smaller than it should have done. You just go up to the next hook. So you can adjust you don't have to change your tension, you just change your hook size. I mean, isn't this brilliant? Right, we've only got 20 of these left. You need to check out on that. Anyone that you know crochets, get them one of these. Anyone who's beginning, this is everything they need. That's just all they need. They need the card set. Get them the Granny Square Bible. Get them one of the card sets. And this set, honestly, I'd love this. Because that sits in my crochet bag really easily. There we go. Pop in there. Well done if you've got these brand new books. Now, there's all of the other items. I put some Granny Square kits in the schedule, and the yarn, and all of the tools. They're all on sewingstreet.com watch live. So if you want any of the accessories, I've only put in the accessories that you need for the knitting and the crochet. So you can just easily select what you want. Well, 9 o'clock. Well done to all of you checked out on this. We're going to go for a quick break, and I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time with Susie, who is going to be launching this brand new Jason Yenter Winter Solstice fabric collection, and she's designed a beautiful quilt to do it. So I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while. Move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up, and when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline, and if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist, and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry. You can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, we have got the brand new winter solstice quilt designed by the brand new Susie. I was going to say Susie, but I didn't want to get the not brand new because it sounds awful, doesn't it? So you have designed this amazing quilt.
Yes.
I'll come over. Based on the winter solstice collection.
I have, yeah. So they sent me the fabrics and the panel, and they said, can you please incorporate the panel? I was like, okay.
I can.
I can.
So
I
the
can do
panel
this.
is this whole...
It starts here.
Right.
On the sides and finishes here. So this is an extra.
Right, I've got it. It's
Yeah.
beautiful, isn't it?
It's a massive panel.
I mean, so it's like a Christmas tree.
Yes.
But it's got
done
all of
in
these
snowflakes.
Suns and moons.
Yeah, all the celestial stuff.
All of that.
But then what I really love is this hidden forest behind.
Oh, of course, yeah. Well, that's Jason Yenter, isn't it?
Absolutely,
Layer
yeah.
upon layer upon layer.
Yes, yeah.
And then there's all of these other fabrics in his collection.
Yeah. And they're all stunning fabrics in their own right, let alone with the whole collection. But I just thought the colour scheme in this is so traditional.
It is,
and
isn't it?
vintage. And the gold, I'm not a glitter person, as you could probably tell. But the gold for me is stunning because it's that antique, muted gold.
Yeah, it's not glittery,
It's not in your face
sparkly.
glitter.
No.
But if you
But it is
imagine
metallic, isn't it?
candlelight,
Oh, yeah.
you know, and we all
Yeah.
burn extra candles at Christmas, don't we? It's probably a lot this year. But it hits the light hits it and reflects beautifully off it and makes the whole collection come to light even more.
It's,
yeah,
but it's a
wonderful.
very special
Yeah.
quilt, isn't it? Because
And-
it's something that you will bring out. Well, it doesn't
Yeah.
have to be Christmas, doesn't it?
No, exactly. It's a winter thing. You know, it's definitely winter. It doesn't smack Christmas. You don't think, oh, I can only put this out
No, not
Christmas
at all.
week.
It is winter.
And for us, as it happens, these colours are perfect for our living room. So this would be my lap quilt.
Yeah, I think so.
In the
Well, you
winter.
have that as a lap quilt. You have it draped over the sofa,
Yeah.
and it's rich and it's
Absolutely.
beautiful.
But equally, if you didn't want it as a lap quilt, because that's not your thing, or your house is beautifully warm, the panel itself is so big, it would make a stunning table centre.
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah. So
well,
you
I mean,
don't-
this.
even this.
But the quilt as a table centre.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
You don't have to do it as a quilt.
Okay, right, I'm going to go back over and talk about the kit. We've got loads and loads of you who've checked out on this. So let me show you. Look at the price for a start before I even show you what's in it. $59.99, okay? This is what you're going to get. Full instructions, and I'll go through those in a minute because there's also another option with them. So they're like double instructions, so you get that. Then, obviously, you get the panel. Yep, let me show you so you can see. Yep. Now, the only way that you can get the panel is in this kit. That's it, okay? We've put all of the panels that we've got into the kit, so we are not selling the panels separately. Beautiful, beautiful. So that's the panel. Then you get all of these fabrics. So you get the fabrics from the collection that you need, which are fat quarters. Collection, oh, Kate says, that quilt's beautiful, like looking through a gorgeous arch window onto a winter scene. I love Susie's makes. I know it's beautiful.
Thank you, Kate.
But it's lovely.
That's
When you get a
lovely, thank
panel
you.
this stunning,
Yeah.
it needs some love.
It
doesn't
does, yeah, and it is stunning. No other word for it.
So we've got fat quarters and fat eighths. No, we've got a fat quarter. I've got that. A fat quarter, 4 fat eighths, and long quarters.
I like to mix it up.
Yeah, I bet the warehouse loved you.
Yes. I did send several emails of apology.
Well, it just means that that's how we can get so affordable. Because if we had to give you half a metre and you only needed a fat quarter or a fat eighth or a long quarter, you would be paying over £100. You'd have loads to spare, but you might not want to have it all to spare. So when we can, we cut it. So you've got fat eighths, fat quarters, long quarter. Then you've got this beautiful red, half a metre of red.
So
That's used round the...
Yes, now the way the pattern's written, you can mix and match the two red
Oh, okay.
fabrics.
So that's a Jason Yenter red, is it? Or is that the...
No, that's the Moda linen.
Oh, that's the Moda
textures,
linen. So
which
you get-
happened to be the identical
And that's the Jason
colour.
Yenter.
Yeah. So I've used the non-swirl one, the
I see.
linen one.
They're the
as
same colour, but it's
sashing.
nice to have the sort of different
Yeah,
texture, isn't
but
it?
you can switch those around. So
Okay.
it was done deliberately to give you choices.
And then you get this swirl one.
Yeah.
And that's
the
used
background for all of your
all the little triangle trees. All of that for just £59.99. Can you tell me the size of the quilt from Sue?
I can. It's on the.
But I will tell you because it's on the
Yeah.
instructions.
I can't remember. It's quite big.
50 inches wide and 65 inches long.
Which is ample for a lap.
Now, if you want to make it bigger, I'm just saying, because you might do, we do have some of the other fabrics here available by the ½ metre, some that weren't even used. What did you want me to open up? Yes, I mean, like, look at this fat quarter.
The celestial one, isn't that stunning?
Oh, that's your long quarter. Look at that. Look at the gold on it.
Yeah. And it's multi-directional, which is even better, which is why we could get it down to a long quarter, because I've only used it
and it's just
top and bottom.
Because the panel hasn't got it on the top and bottom.
No, it's only got it on the side, so you can finish it off.
Of course. It looks like it's part of the panel, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
Why didn't they put that on?
I suspect because of width of fabric size.
Good point. Yes.
But it's such a lovely fabric. If you want something that is multi-directional to make things for the festive period,
this is
or
great.
for
Well,
winter,
that fabric,
would be
we don't have all of them, but we do have that one by the ½ metre. So if you want to make your quilt bigger, or if you just love that fabric, we do have this one by the ½ metre. So obviously, you don't need it for the quilt. You do not need it for the quilt. But if you wanted to buy ½ metre or more, because it's cut to order, so if you wanted like a metre, put 2 units in your basket, it'll be sent as a whole cut piece. But if you love that one, you don't need it for the kit. Everything you need is in the kit. That is just available as an extra.
But how fab to make this to have in your living room for, you know, when you've got guests over the winter period, and then make table settings.
Oh,
with
I think
fabrics.
Can you imagine that as
amazing.
Christmas napkins?
Yeah.
Christmas shirt.
Yes.
Because it's not Christmassy, it's wintry.
No, it's wintry. Yes,
but it's
definitely
rich. It's gold.
I mean, can you imagine for New Year's Eve party?
Yeah,
you'd really shine out, wouldn't you?
You would.
Like gold.
New Year's party with all the little suns and moon faces.
Absolutely.
Oh, I think that's beautiful. What a fantastic fabric collection. You need to get the quilt kit. You need to get the quilt to hang on your wall, use as a lap cot. Or, what a lovely gift for somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, we've got another fabric that's in this collection but isn't actually in the quilt.
That's it. Yeah, it is that one.
Which is this one, I think. No, it's not that one. Right, I've got to
find. Is it the red? That one.
This one.
Yeah.
This one. Yes! This is another one that's in the collection. It's not in the quilt. But if you love this collection, look at that one.
Now, this is directional because not many reindeers.
Yeah, that one has to be directional. But
fly
again,
upside down.
you know, if you're doing Christmas, New Year's, winter, that's gorgeous, isn't it? This one isn't in the kit. Yes. $8.99 for ½ metre. I mean, lovely for fussy cutting. You can use those Sizzix dies for that.
Good.
Cut your little squares or your hexies. Again, because it says 0.5 metre at the end of the description, that means it's cut to order, so you can buy more than ½ metre of it. That's beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Another one that's not in the kit.
No, that one is. It's the red.
Oh, we'll do the stripe now. I've got it out. This is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of people don't like ribbony stripes, but I think they're really useful.
I do, and I tell you what I would, what I'd get this for is binding.
Yes, yeah, because whichever way you cut it, it's going to have interest.
So if you wanted to bind your quilt, let me get a piece of fabric and I'll show you. I'm into stripy binding.
Yeah, I love stripy binding.
My thing. Don't know why. But look.
Yeah.
Has the kit got binding in it?
From the leftover fabrics, you can piece together a binding.
Oh, so there is enough fabric for a scrappy binding.
Or you can buy extra fabric of choice because there isn't backing in the
No,
kit.
there's never backing.
So you can always do a self-bound if you
that's
wanted
true.
to.
Or you could get yourself half a metre of this.
Yeah, and use that.
And that's enough to bind it because that's what really makes it, doesn't it, when you put the binding on?
Yes.
And I know it's only like 1/4 inch, but half a metre will be enough to bind the whole quilt. Even if you would do a double fold binding, so you cut the strips 2 1/4 inches wide, that's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's stunning. And the other thing that I use those ribbon stripe fabrics for is on cushions or on napkins, just to do a striped border, like a faux ribbon almost. And you don't have to use the whole thing. You can cherry pick the one you like. Just cut it a bit wider so you can press it under.
Beautiful.
And you can always use a bias binding maker to do your folds, so you get a really good
nice
fold.
One.
Yeah, best press your fabric or any of these fabric stabilisers, so flatter, whatever you use. But do that first before you take it through the bias maker, and you'll get a super crisp edge.
Really, that's really worth it. Worth doing, I think, because if you... How about this one?
It's fab, isn't it? I mean, that, you just cut between these sections and you've got instant table mat.
Look at all that.
Just put a backing on, wadding in between, do a bit of quilt work if you want to.
But you can use it like that. So obviously if you want it longer, because if you multiply you'll get more than that, but you could cut them between each one, like Susie says, to use them for separate ones. That's really nice, isn't it?
It is. You could have funny shapes.
Christmas dress.
Yeah, absolutely.
Christmas dress.
Yeah.
Or, well, winter dress.
Apron.
Yeah, nice for an apron, isn't it?
Christmas apron.
So the picture on the website, for some unbeknown reason, only shows one stripe. When you buy half a metre, let me hold it up like that, that is what you will get.
You get 4.
Okay? So it runs, so can you see that there's the selvage, and the stripes run parallel to the selvage. So if obviously you want longer stripes, then buy more than half a metre. Really nice for table settings, runners, all of that.
Gift bags. You could just put a panel of that at the bottom, like drawstring bags.
Beautiful.
And that would be
that would be
just
lovely
a
for a
plain
drawstring bag.
at the top.
I mean, and that, as a drawstring bag, absolutely stunning. So you could just cut like a square like that. And then imagine that all under the tree.
Yeah.
Sumptuous.
You've seen my house.
Oh, I saw this advert on Instagram for all these Christmas bags that you put all your stuff in. They were all plastic and like steel. And I'm like,
what is all
why
that?
would you do that?
Absolutely not. No.
Oh, you are loving this collection. Let's recap the quilt kit, because this, over half of it's gone. And this is the only way you can get that stunning panel. This is the most beautiful use, because we see collections, we see panels, but without the instructions, we're like, oh, I'm not absolutely sure what I'm going to do with that. But this has got everything you need, and it's really economical. We have bullied and cajoled the warehouse to cut these fabrics into long quarters, fat quarters. Tracy says, I've just decorated my front room in burgundy accents. This quilt is the finishing touch. Thank you, Susie. It absolutely is.
I can't take credit for the fabric.
I would go with this. This quilt is like first day of autumn, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's out. You don't need to wait for winter, Christmas. No. This is beautiful. You can have this out all year round.
And our front room feels like winter. It's so cold.
Oh, it's lovely when you get the log burner on.
Yes.
And this beautiful quilt. And if you've got candlelight in there, then all of the metallic gold that's in the fabric will all be glimmering. And
just makes you feel all snuggly and warm.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? And I mean, I love the winter solstice anyway. It's a very magical time of year. It was more important, the winter solstice, to the Druids than the summer solstice. For some reason, it had much more significance to them, because it was all about the winter solstice was really important because it was the rebirth of when everything was going to start growing. So that is the panel that you will get in the kit, as well as the fabric. I mean, $59.99, absolute bargain. Finished size of the quilt is 50 by 65. How can I not remember that? 50 by 65.
Which is a good size.
It's a really, really good size. I mean, it's a lovely gift for somebody as well.
But you can see from just the size of the panel how that in its own right would do for your
Well,
table
it's
centre.
a quick make as well, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Because
Yeah,
really
I
that's
mean,
done all the work.
You can do this quilt top in less than half a day.
Wow.
Because it is not.
It's also
difficult.
not so big that it's easily manageable to quilt on your own
Absolutely.
domestic
Yes.
sewing machine.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how would you quilt it?
Me, so I would definitely do shadow quilting to give the borders their own thing.
Right, so
and round the trees. But then because of the swirl in here, I would do swirls across the centre panel to give that sort of movement of snow.
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Or
so free motion.
Snowflake things, yeah. Just to give it that sort of extra decadence. And when I'm doing the shadow quilt, I would probably use metallic thread if I could colour match the gold.
Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
And
now, we've
that's
only
amazing.
got 12 kits left, and we've got double that in baskets. Just saying. Now, I did say when I talked about the pattern earlier that the pattern is 2 patterns in one. So the pattern on its own obviously explains the panels. Now you might want to use this pattern and you've got another panel you want to use. Or maybe you love the pattern but you don't want to use a panel. Well, Susie's thought of everything. So she's designed it with an alternative design that you can use instead of using a panel.
Yes.
Genius. So the outside bit's all the same, but this centre bit is where you would do this pattern instead of having a panel. So the instructions show you how to make the quilt using a panel, but also with an alternative pieced centre panel instead.
Yes.
So if you buy the instructions, you can make this quilt.
You've got a twofer. 2 quilts in one.
2 quilts in one. So there's the quilt with the panel, but if you don't want to use the panel and you love the idea of this quilt, you've got some of your own fabrics. Maybe you want to use a completely different design. It doesn't have to be wintry fabrics. It could be summery ones. It could be
I was going
plain
to say
ones.
you could do the winter solstice with your kit and then use the non-panelled instructions to make one for spring or summer.
Oh, that's
and
true.
swap them over as the season changes.
So if you've got the kit, obviously you're going to get the instructions, but if you want just the instructions, it doesn't matter about not having a panel. You may have one already you can use, but if you want to do a pieced centre, the instructions are all in there to do it. And it is beginner friendly. Susie's written that on the front as well. So it must be true. There's also a digital download of this. So if you think, I'm at home, I've got a panel, I want to make that, or you think, oh, I'll do the piece centre, brilliant, and I want to start it right now this minute, it will be emailed straight to you, and then you can just print it off or just read it from your laptop or your iPad, whichever. $9.99, that's the digital download. Entirely up to you. Now, we've also got, if you want a different colour, we've got a different bundle. Now, this doesn't have the panel, but this is where you can use the instructions and use the piece panel. This fabric is beautiful. This is Mircharo. So it's still got that beautiful colour, but completely different feel. So let me show you the fabrics that you get. I mean, this is just delightful. $67.99 for this one. I think this must have more. I think this has more fabric in it. It does.
Yeah.
Because you haven't got your panel, so
Yes,
therefore
we've allowed for the
because you haven't got the panel, we've allowed for extra. I mean, look at that with the little reindeers looking out. I love that one.
It would
with
be a
flowers.
great one to make for children, grandchildren, as a gift.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
For them to
really would.
have and grow with.
And to
wouldn't
have
it?
forever.
Yeah. And then with the bits you've got left, you could make a little bag
to put it in,
in
what a
as the
great
gift
idea.
bag.
That's so lovely. Look at it with the little hedgehogs.
Yeah. They're so cute.
You've got so much fabric here. You've got 4 metres of fabric and 2 fat quarters and a fat eighth. So these are all the fabrics that you're going to get. And also they are all from the same collection. So these beautiful colours, you've got like pinks and then this beautiful coral and greens and teals. This all goes together. So the whole, you can imagine what the whole quilt's going to look like. Oh, that one's really, look at that little one.
Yeah, so
With the foxes.
Yeah.
And then you've got this lovely red and is this one linen texture, Macau linen texture as well, and the instructions. So what a beautiful palette. Oh, I've got that last one in. There we go. All of that palette is absolutely stunning. Corals, greens, teals, white, and then you've got the two linen textures in the red and the ivory, and the full instructions. So this is where you use it, but you will make the pieced panel in the centre, obviously without having the panel as well. So that would be a really lovely gift for somebody, because when you cut it out and make it, you're going to see these little animals poking out here and there.
Absolutely.
$67.99 for that. Absolute bargain. Mere Charo Fabrics, designer fabric, 4 metres of fabric, 2 fat quarters and a fat eighth, and the full instructions. There we go. Right, Susie, how do we make it?
Well, obviously I'm not going to make the entire thing.
Oh, maybe you don't have enough time.
I haven't got enough time. But I thought I'd pick out elements. So I'm going to start. The panel itself is super easy, obviously, because it's already done for you.
Yeah,
and
nice.
then what I've done is bordered it with the same fabric so it matches and gives it a good frame. Put the red border around that. And then we've got this pieced border, which comprises squares, sashing, and this triangle little mini tree, which I've done actually as, everyone's going to go, now, foundation paper pieced. And the reason I did it was that, because it makes it super accurate. There's 22 of them to do, don't panic, but they are just 2 seams in each one. So it's not a difficult one to do, and if you've never done foundation paper piecing before, that makes it super easy. You haven't got that stress of little pieces.
I think it's a really nice way of learning FPP and realising that when you do it like this, it's not so much about placing it and getting it just right. It's just 3 pieces.
Absolutely.
And the accuracy that you get is worth the thought that, oh, I don't want to do that, because it's a really good way to learn it, and it will be spot on.
Exactly. And if you haven't got a photocopier that will take paper, foundation paper, paper, that's a lot to say, isn't it?
Foundation
paper. Yeah, you feel like you've got something going on. Then you can, because it's square with a triangle sides, you can trace it. If you've got a light box, you can trace them onto paper. So again, it's a shape that I kept as simple as I could, because I wanted everyone to do it.
Paper anyway,
yes, you can. Yes, I've printed mine onto foundation paper.
Yeah, I mean, I would say
I love foundation paper.
I do. If you want to get the real thing, if you love foundation paper, if you've not tried it, honestly, I would recommend you get some of the Cowdox foundation
and you'll
paper.
Get 2 per sheet.
Because I use this all the time now. I buy it in many sets.
Yes.
Because I get through it.
Yes.
But it is brilliant. You don't have to have it. You could just use cheapy photocopy paper. But to make a bit of a difference, use this. Hannah, can we put that on screen? Right. Yeah. But do get some of that.
So the other thing that I would always recommend for foundation paper piecing, well, I mean, you know I drink the stuff anyway. I don't literally drink it, but I do use a lot. I would always best press my fabrics first.
Why is that then?
Because with foundation paper piecing, you want really super crisp edges on your pressing. You want that complete straight press.
Right.
Rather than slightly wibbly.
It's a bit of a game changer. We often get messages from viewers who say, I've bought the best press and I hadn't realised what a difference it makes.
Oh, it's a phenomenal difference.
Get yourself a little one. It's only a little one. We do big ones and little ones. Get yourself a little one to give it a go.
And the other thing...
that's cherry blossom in the graphics. Yeah. But get yourself one of these and you'll see. You kind of need to do it.
Yes. So the other thing that I use it for is if you ever have to unpick a seam, do we ever have to do that? If you spritz the fabric that you've unpicked and then press it, it will go back much better than if you just press it, even if you've best pressed originally.
Right, okay, so if you have to unpick, I've never done that.
Yeah.
I always best press all my fabric, but so if you unpick a seam...
Yeah, I always best press it afterwards.
Brilliant.
And the other thing I use it for, if I do any form of EPP, I use it to, as I'm turning the fabric, which you'll see in the next show.
Okay.
So I've already best pressed these. This is my square that I've got printed off. And with foundation paper piecing, you've got a printed side, but you're actually working from the non-printed side. So you're working upside down in effect. Don't panic. So if you think that the printed side is the back, then you'll be okay. You're going to lay your piece on your square. Now, if it's directional like this one is, make sure that it lines up so that your triangle will have the deers the right way up. I cut the square the right size anyway, so I haven't got to worry about that. The next thing I'm going to do, if you want to hold it in place, then you can use the Soline fabric glue pens. They're really handy to use. And the great thing with these, because we're going to tear the paper away later, these will hold, but you can remove the papers without damaging anything. So literally one little stripe will just hold that in place for me while I do everything else. You don't have to faff about now.
Okay, and if you haven't got glue?
You can pin.
Okay.
I'm not a great fan of pinning with FPP because I end up having holes in fingers that I really didn't ask for. The next thing that I'm going to do is fold my fabric, and I'm going to fold it on that line. Now, it doesn't matter which side you start with, but start with the same side for each one.
Okay.
Because then you'll get uniformity throughout your quilt. So that line that's there, I'm just literally folding my papers back. Now, the reason I'm folding that and the fabric underneath is because then I can see where I've got to place my next piece of fabric.
Ah, okay.
So I'm going to take the first side piece. Now, when this gets back into position, you need to make sure it's covered the outer seam allowance edges, but you also want to make sure that you've got a seam allowance in there. So it's no good me putting it like that because it won't work, will it?
Yeah.
So you have to think, okay, so it needs to go like that eventually. So if I flip it, then that will work. And you can double check because you can just flip it over. Everything's covered I need it to, so I'm good to go. So again, you could put a pin in at this point to hold it so you're not trying to juggle. It's up to you, or you can just put a dab of glue, but at this point I would normally hold them. Now this time we're going to sew from what will be the back, but the printed side.
So you haven't got worried about sewing straight because you just sew on the line?
You're literally sewing on the line.
Okay.
Now when you come to sew, first of all I would recommend that you change your needle before you start foundation paper piecing, so you've got a new needle in there and clean out your machine. So you've got the sharpest needle that you could possibly have.
Okay.
I mean, I change my needle for every project I do anyway. Then you want to reduce your stitch length, and I tend to use 1.6. I wouldn't go any higher than 1.9. And the reason for that is eventually we're going to tear these papers away. So all we're creating with the paper is a perforated line.
Right.
So the smaller your stitches, A, the better your piecing because it's more accurate and it keeps a bias edge on the bias better. But secondly, it means that ripping the papers away is a doddle because it's better than a stamp.
Yeah.
Do you remember when stamps used to be perforated?
When stamps were perforated, yes, and they weren't, and you had to lick them.
So I'm going to...
Do you remember when there were stamps?
Yeah. Yeah, when you can
that we
actually
could
find
afford.
that we could afford, yeah. Yeah, I had that conversation in the post office the other day, actually. So I'm sewing on this line. I've got the two fabrics right sides together. Doesn't matter if you go over the edge because we're trimming back anyway. So I'm then going to take the pin out. I'm going to flip and make sure that it has done what it should do before I do anything else. Then you flip the piece over and fold back just the paper. And then they have this amazing gadget. Ruler. It's called the
Now we've got the multi-pack.
Yes, which is what I have here. Have you found?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's underneath.
Oh, there we are. So we've got the big one and the small one. And the reason we've put both in is because it's the most cost-effective way. Because for something like this, you can use the little one, but you might need the big one.
Yeah.
And it's got to be big enough to fit it.
To be honest, I mean, I tend to use both, whatever size I have. I have them both
if you do FPP, this is brilliant. So what's so great about it?
So if I hold it like this over a piece of white, you can see that the edge has got a bevel down to where the markings are, so you've got super accuracy if you're measuring anything. And then the other side has got this little step, this extra lip. Now that is exactly 1/4 of an inch wide. So when you butt that up against your folded piece of paper, what the fabric underneath that's left is exactly 1/4 inch. So that means I can trim away this excess fabric, she says. Bring that away, and I've got my 1/4 inch seam allowance. So that when I turn it back and press, I haven't got loads of bulk underneath. Oh, thank you very much.
I mean, you can use just a normal rotary cutter for that, but that just saves time, doesn't it? It's just easier.
You can also use, if you used your rulers, the thing I love with this is there's no chance of it slipping because it's butted up.
Yeah,
it's not going to wibble and I'm not going to have any issues. So that's number 1 done. Number 2, we're just going to repeat that process. So again, I always fold everything so that I've got a placement line rather than try and guess it. And I'll put it where it's got to go and then flip it over. There you go. Just double check that when I flip, that should work. So we'll pop a pin in. And we're going to turn it over and just stitch the other line.
Okay.
Now, if you're going to do, I would do one of these. If you've never done this before, do one, and then you can do all the others at the same time, one after another, each line, and press as you go, because that way you will get used to placement. You'll have that
kind of the repetition.
Yeah,
I find
it's that muscle memory.
If I'm doing FPP and I do like 15 of them, the first 2 are a bit like I have to really think about it and check the placement, and after that you go boom, 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 boom.
If it's unusual, I often take a photograph.
Oh, that's a really good idea. Cause I think
then
I
I've
can't
got a
remember where I put
reference.
it.
Yeah, the number of times I have done something, placed it, sewn it, and thought, well, that's stupid. It's upside down. And it's,
But I mean, with any of these things, it's all about practice and repetition.
Absolutely.
So if you do them all like a production line,
and in a methodical way, I have fold back, place, flip,
all of them,
cut. And if you get yourself a little rhyme going, you're okay. So check before you cut is my biggest tip. So that works. So again, we're going to turn it over, fold back along that line, place in our ruler, and then I'm going to cut away that excess. Now you can leave the extra fabric if you want to, but you will end up with a really bulky block if you don't press back. So thank you very much.
So that's it, just 2 seams.
That is it.
So if
it's not onerous, is it?
Scared of FPP, or you've wanted to do it but not really sure, this is a great place.
It is
to start.
Really good place to start.
So now it looks a bit funny, doesn't it? Look like a square.
Doesn't look like a square. So the dotted lines on the template are actually your cut lines, because that allows for your seam allowance to make when we're turning into a block. So we're now going to cut that down along those lines. Again, you could use your add a quarter if you wanted, because it is a Perspex ruler, and it's another way of making sure you've got measurements. I will say, when you're printing any FPP pattern or any template, come to that, if it's a specific size, make sure your printer is set to actual size on the printer settings.
A number of times I've done it. Why is its kind of default like 97%? I mean, that's just to annoy people, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I have put a 1-inch test square on there. So just make sure everything is printing as it should do. So it's not... And these little bits, I know I've given you excess, but these you can use for cutting other bits and pieces out of. I use them for covering buttons and things like that as well. And so that is my piece.
That's it, and that's done. And you would never, I think you would struggle to get anything that accurate.
Yeah. No, I've tried doing it as half rectangle, and it's just getting it the same. And because you want it to look like a forest of trees going round.
There are only 4 kits left and 20 in baskets.
So just to show you how easy it is to tear, I, at this stage, would then take
And have you got, what paper have you got there?
So this is the foundation paper.
Okay.
Yeah, Carol Dirk's foundation paper. And mine was this is the last of a very old paper. I found the odd sheet. And it was slightly whiter when she first...
Yeah, I was thinking, because now it's...
Yeah, I mean, when I say old, colour. We're talking pre-COVID.
Okay, so this is... And I get through packs of this. Yeah. It really is...
Well, I do.
You can run it through the photocopier, you can trace through it, you can draw on it. And there's so many reasons. It's thin, it absorbs the ink so it doesn't rub off on anything. There's all sorts of things, but it's absolutely brilliant.
It is really good. And that gives me my block ready to...
And that's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah,
and it is worth it. Like
it is.
Susie's saying, if you keep practicing, if you do one stage 20 times, you'll be brilliant at it.
Exactly, and it's not tricky.
It could be the beginning of your new FPP journey.
Exactly. So that is you're going to be doing that whichever
whether you're doing,
whether you do the pieced or the panel.
So if you're doing the kit with the panel, you will have these triangly tree borders
all the way round.
All the way round.
Now,
if you've got the pattern on its own and you want to do the pieced centre, you will still have those going all the way round.
Now the other thing that I have done in the instructions, which took me quite a while to work out, is not everybody sews completely accurately at 1/4 inch. We all try, but it's sometimes, you have off days. So I have allowed for slight discrepancies, shall we say, on the measurements.
Okay.
So once you have got to the stage here with this red border and you're about to add this bit, the outer pieced border, I get you to re-measure everything.
Okay.
Because these blocks are a fixed size, but the sashing pieces can change in size to suit. And I have given you a mathematical formula.
Fabulous.
That isn't a hideous, degree level one, but just explained how I went about working out the size of my sashing.
Right,
and how to piece the border to fit. So if you do add extra borders, it will still work.
Oh, I see. So if you want to make it bigger, get yourself some more of the Jason Yenta fabric that we've got available by the 1/2 metre. And then Susie's explained in the instructions how to sort that out.
Yes.
Fabulous. Because it would look nice, wouldn't it, to keep putting more of these?
Absolutely. You could just add in and in and in. And if you've got a favourite one of the fabrics, it would be stunning to have that, the big border piece.
Yes.
If you bought extra yardage of that, you could have that running down, even top and bottom.
Yeah, that would look
be
beautiful,
amazing.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just add more borders. That's what I always think. If your quilt isn't exactly the right size, just keep adding borders. So, right, you've only got about 5 minutes.
Well, that's okay. So the other one, I can quickly show you how the other one comes together. So the other one is made up of flying geese.
So this is if you're making the quilt without the panel.
Yeah.
So maybe you've got the instructions, or if you've bought the other kit, the one with the Mia Charo fabric. If you've bought that one, then you won't have a panel, but you've got enough fabric to do this pieced centre.
Yep. Which comprises flying geese. I'm just going to quickly place them.
So this is what, if you are doing the non-border one, this is what the pieced section.
There's a picture of
the non-panel one. This is what the pieced centre will look like.
Yeah.
So if you've bought the Mia Charo kit, this is what it will look like. Or if you're just using the instructions, that's what it will look like.
It is
gorgeous.
It is. I really like it.
I think that's really
nice. And
it's
a block that I would use, on other quilts as well. So you're going to make 3 flying geese. I've made them using 2 different fabrics and alternated them, but it's your choice which you use. and they will
these
go
these aren't
as
FPP,
compass
these
points.
are just...
These are flying geese, and I've explained how to make 4 at once.
Okay.
Which is super easy to do, very economical with your fabric. And then the bit in the middle is a 9 patch. So I get you to do it by strip piecing, which again is a really quick and easy way of doing it without lots of seam matching.
Okay.
Because you're going to make 2 different strips like these, and then subcut them down and then join them together, and that will form your centre piece. And if you don't want to do that, just cut a centre the right size. It doesn't matter.
Right,
so you've got options.
But that is
but
lovely,
I quite
isn't it?
like the idea of a strip piece with a different
So that's
centre.
what it looks like
Yeah.
that.
I think there's a bigger diagram.
Oh, is
further
there?
on. There you go. That's
That's what the block will look like.
Yeah, and you're just
then
going to make...
that's the centre. So actually that's really lovely. So whether you've got the panel or not doesn't really matter.
No.
But you've got a beautiful piece
Yeah,
centre.
and now you make 6 of those to create the centre.
To do the
and
yes.
then you're going to add borders to it.
Brilliant.
To come up to the size of the original panel.
It's a really
And then you
lovely
can
quilt.
start. But I've given you cutting instructions for both with panel and without. So you don't have to keep flicking between the 2.
Oh, okay.
Which is why it's become a booklet rather than a few sheets
No, I
of
mean,
paper.
it's all, there's so much in there. You've got the template in there. You've got all of the cutting instructions, everything that you need. It's all in there in detail. So you're not going to get lost or confused at all, with diagrams.
And
Really
if you ever want to do it again, I have written it for with and without, so you know how much of each you need.
And what fabric. So if you've bought
Yeah.
just the instructions, whether you've bought the printed version or the digital download, you have got the list in there of all of the requirements,
Yes.
all the materials you need.
Yes. So that's what you're going to make up.
Oh, okay.
So you'll have this piece centre. Let me just fold these. I was going to subcut these to be the right size. They'll not be quite the right size, but you can get the idea.
Okay, well, you can do that. I'm sure
Yeah,
we've got time. Let's do that.
Let's move those
Because it'd be
out
nice
the
to
way.
see what that looks like.
Yeah. Right, so subcutting these. I'm going to, sorry, Hannah, I'm going to use my smaller ruler because otherwise I'll be decapitating Bex. So when you have a strip piece and you're subcutting, don't use the outer edges, use a seam as your straight.
Oh, okay.
Because if you use an outer edge, it may not be as straight as it was to start with.
But that seam will be.
But the seam should be, yes. And always use the same seam. So I'm neatening the edge, and then we're going to start subcutting. So if I take 2 of this one. And the other thing, if you're doing lots of subcutting from one piece, keep rechecking that outer edge, because don't think that, you know, if I do 20, by the time I get to number 18, it's going to be perfectly straight still. Just keep rechecking.
I don't know why that happens. It just
It's
does.
the bananaing that happens when you strip piece,
Oh,
isn't it?
okay.
Even if you start at opposite ends with alternate strips, you still get a bananaing. It's the natural fibres of fabric, isn't it? I mean, to be fair, at the end of the day, I
that's
probably
true.
look
I mean,
a
yeah,
bit
we're not
banana,
working with
don't
paper
you?
or cardboard. This is fabric,
This
which
is
has a mind of
fabric.
its own.
Oh, doesn't it just? Yeah. Usually when you're in a hurry, it has its completely 3-year-old tantrum day, doesn't it? Right, so we've got the pieces we need. Let's rejig so you can see how it comes together. Now I've moved everything out the way, and right, let's start with the centre. So that block, I'll bring
really
it in
pleasing.
to cover the...
I don't know why.
I really love it.
I like it's just really pleasing, isn't it?
I love a checked centre. So that one's there, that will go there, these will go here. So you'll make, once you've made your flying geese, you'll sew these together to make this run, and then they can go again, be sewn to the big blocks.
And it's great. So have we got any of the kits left, Hannah?
There you go.
Because we only had 4 last time I looked.
You'll make 6 of those.
Right, there's 1 kit left. 1. However, if you buy the instructions, or if you buy the other kit that we've got, the Mia Charo one, obviously you'll do this pieced centre, which I think is beautiful.
And it comes up big enough. What is it? I'm just quickly working it out. I think it'll be about 12 and a half, I think. So that would be plenty big enough if you just did that for a table mat.
It would. Or if you've made the quilt, that's quite a nice cushion, isn't it?
It is a beautiful cushion, yes.
Because you will be needing that.
Yeah, because then you can put a board around it to bring it up to, so you don't destroy the illusion of the block shape.
Well, it's quite nice to do
well.
that. Or
It's
like
framed.
you say, you could create that block
Yeah.
and then you could use that to put the quilt in a bag.
Yeah.
Particularly if you bought the other one as well.
Yeah.
I think it'd be brilliant.
So it'd be really pretty. Really
Well, I'm just going to run through our kits
Yes.
again, but that was a fab demo. I hope that's encouraged all of you to give FPP a go. So I think if you've never done FPP, start with this, because this is simple. Don't start with one of those really complicated like nativity scenes. Before I'd ever done FPP, I remember seeing Victoria Carrington and she'd done the nativity scene. It's so fiddly. And I thought, oh, that's what I want to do. And then I thought, oh, I don't like FPP, that's too difficult. I could do that now, but that's because I started with a block like that. So this, the one that's on the wall, the Jason Yenter one, I think we've only got one left of, so we'll leave that. So the pattern on its own, there we go. I'm confusing things because I've got that there. If you've already got a panel, or if you want to create that lovely piece centre with the flying geese and the 9-patch, the instructions will show you how to do it. We all do things like buy panels and then wonder what on earth we're going to do with them. Or you just might love the design and you want to use your own fabric. You've got all of the cutting instructions. You've got all the FPP templates. It's a brilliant set, multi-purpose. You can also make it bigger if you want by just repeating the FPP border, or just choose a fabric that you love. I mean, fabric doesn't need to be pieced to still be lovely. Just choose a fabric that you love and just cut really wide borders with it. If you do a wide one and a narrow one, you know, you can really increase the size of it. So those are the instructions. Those are the printed versions. $9.99 for those. They will be sent to you in an envelope in the post. However, if you're impatient, like I am, I've got the panel, I've got the fabric, I want to do it now, or you just don't want the paper. And the good thing about getting the digital download is you can then print out the FPP template. So you don't need to print, you can print the rest out if you want, but you can just have it on your laptop or your tablet. And then the FPP template, you can print out. So if you've got yourself some of the Carol Dirk foundation paper, then you can use that to print out. There we go. Now, the beautiful Mia Charo bundle, which is gorgeous. So there's lots of fabric in here. There's enough fabric to do the whole quilt, including that pieced border, because obviously it doesn't have a panel. The colours on this are glorious. You've got rich corals and teals. You've got little reindeer poking out, hedgehogs. I mean, what I love is when you've got fabrics like this, because it's all from the same collection, things like this foliage one is picking up all of the colours in all of the fabrics. Isn't that reindeer one gorgeous? $67.99, which is a great price when you think how much fabric you're getting, and and also the depth of the instructions. So much detail. Look at that one. That one's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous fabrics. And then the plain fabrics aren't just plain. They are Macawa linen texture. Be absolutely beautiful. This is the fabric that's used on the FPP blocks with these prints in between. Absolutely gorgeous. And obviously you get instructions with it. So, and with this one, you will be creating the pieced centre that Susie was just showing you with the flying geese and the 9-pack. Only $67.99 for that, which is brilliant. So we have still got a few of those in stock. The other one is sold out now, I would have thought. Yes, the other one has gone. Right, Susie will be back with us in an hour, and she's going to be with us for a whole hour and a half because we've got a special Sizzix hour-and-a-half show. We've got a brand new cutting machine, which we are also reducing to an introductory price. So this is a machine that will cut fabric and paper using special dies. You don't need any electricity. You just turn the handle around. Easy peasy. Less to go wrong. Just easy. Now, I know a lot of you have already got a Sizzix machine. like Susie has. And a lot of you have, we know that a lot of you have said as well, I haven't got the dies, or I can't find them anymore, or be really handy if we had these dies. Well, loads of you have got in touch with us. We've been working really closely with Sizzix to create the dies that we know that you need, and also to bring back some of them that they haven't had. Don't know why. So we've now got, I mean, it's not our collection, but it's a collection that we have developed with Sizzix by really your messages. Lots of you have said, you know, we wouldn't know otherwise. Have said, can't get the dies, where are the dies, want these dies. So it's taken quite a long time, to be honest, a lot of to-ing and fro-ing, but we are bringing you a selection today, and to celebrate that fact, special offer. So any 2 die sets you buy on today's show, you save 20%. And it doesn't matter whether you buy 2 of the same or 2 different ones, just pop them in your basket. The 20% will be taken off as you check out. If you haven't got to do anything special, no any special codes, our system knows that you're doing that. So I like that. Biggs Dies multi-buy offer. Yeah, it's a very difficult to read font there, isn't it? I thought it said mufti buy.
Yeah.
But no, Biggs Dies multi-deal offer. Loads and loads of you already taken advantage. I know that a lot of you have got the machine, but you're going to be demonstrating that for
I
us.
am, yes.
Very exciting.
Very exciting, yeah.
So if people don't know what it does or why we need one, you're going to explain it to
I
them.
am, yes, because I do use mine a lot.
Do you?
Yes, yeah. Not just for paper craft, because I do that as well, but I do use it for fabric, especially EPP.
Just because it's quick.
Absolutely.
And accurate.
That's the thing. And you can do up to 8 layers at once. And I can't cut 8 layers with a pair of scissors.
Amazing. So if you want to know, if you've seen cutting machines and thought, oh, I don't really know what they do and what I need one, because I haven't got a cutting machine. I'm always a little bit confused. Susie will be with me in an hour for a whole hour and a half. We're going to talk about it. Anyway, we're going to go for a quick break, and then it's all about tools. We've got some brilliant tools. Titanium. Titanium is the thing. I'll explain to you after the break.
A lot of people get terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important that you follow that line on every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern, you must choose the size that you're making, and whatever you do, you stick to that size. So all the different sizes have a different marking, either a long dot, a small dot, a dash, a dot and a dash, or something like that. Always stick to the same size on all the pattern pieces. And the notches, all of the notches are there for a reason. All the little triangles and all the circles are there to be copied, and they must be transferred onto your main bit of fabric. Whenever you see this symbol here, I know it's written down here, but sometimes it's not written. Those 2 arrows on a square, they are always cut on the fold. And what you do is you fold your fabric in half, you lay this line along the fold mark, and you're cutting the whole piece out in one. And then what's very important, if you want to lengthen or shorten a pattern, don't just add it to the bottom. What you do is you take this line here, and to make it longer, you cut the pattern through there, You open it up by how much you want to extend it by, put a piece of pattern paper behind it, and then redraw this line in here so that it's an even line. Because as you see, the bottom of the pattern isn't a straight line. And if you were just to add to that, it would throw the waist seam. What you need to do is extend it or shorten it from that line, then you keep the waistline. Obviously, I've just shown you the blouse, but the same principles apply for the sleeve. Remember, the back of the sleeve always has 2 notches, the front always has 1 notch, and also the skirt, because the notches will match up to the seams that are in the bodice. So make sure you always follow all the lines on the pattern.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So I've had a few messages in on my Facebook, which I've only just found because it wasn't logged in or something, about metallic thread. And do you know what? Susie will be back in the next hour, so I will get her to answer the thread. But yes, I do think that you use a normal thread in the bobbin and a metallic in the top. But I'm going to she's an expert. I'll get her to answer your questions. But we will ask her in the next hour. I should have seen her before. Right, now, this is a bit like a haberdashery, to be honest. We have all sorts of different tools. But if you weren't with me at 8, why not? Where were you? Where were you? I was here. But if you weren't, you might have missed the launch of the Granny Square Stitches card deck. Not only exclusive to us, can't get it anywhere else, 25% off, £11.24. Absolute bargain. Look at this. You won't get the crocheted squares. I did those. I've just stored them in the box. It's on pre-order on Amazon. Not only is it $14.99, you can't get it till the 11th of November. All of these 50 crochet patterns. Oh, I thought I was stuck in the bottom. It's just a picture. Yeah, that really confused me. I really thought that was one. Hundreds and hundreds of you already get involved. You have got 50 different patterns for 50 different squares, and they are all Granny Square stitches. Aren't they cool? Now, what's great about these is you can just do the square, you can join them all together, you can make blankets, cushions, bags, whatever you want. You can use them as practices to choose your favourite stitch. Maybe you've never done linen stitch or ripple stitch before, or alpine stitch. You can then use these. Every card explains, has a chart, so you don't need crochet terms, it has a chart, but this amazing booklet, which I have no idea how they get everything in, has got a key. Now, let's talk about terms. UK, US, doesn't matter, because when you look at the stitch, you find where it is, and it tells you what that stitch is in UK and US. So it doesn't matter whether you like UK terms, whether you like US terms. It explains which it is. So you just look at the stitch. You look at this one. Where's that? That one. So that symbol, look at the booklet there, says UK 3 treble increase, US 3 double crochet interest. So it explains both of them. There is also a conversion chart in there as well. So you can create all of these. Now, if you love the stitch, you think, oh, I like that, you can make yourself a blanket just using that stitch. Select a few stitches and do stripes. Make all 50 of them and join them all together to make a blanket. The book is written for beginners. It explains how to use the cards, what yarn to use, what hook to use, what the chart symbols mean, what the stitches are and how to do them, how to do. So this is US single crochet. If you're ever confused about what's US and what's UK and you've got a pattern, always remember that in the UK we don't have single crochet. It's not a thing, okay? And that's how you know the difference. If you ever see single crochet in a pattern, it's a US pattern, because their single crochet is our double. Basically, we're one step beyond. That's how I think about it. Their single is our double. Their half double is our half treble. So we're just one step beyond. And if you think about it that way. So that's the way to know. But the conversions are in there. Anyway, it explains how to do all the stitches, how to read a stitch chart. Well done to everyone who's got them. 25% saving, exclusive to us. It's on pre-order elsewhere. There it is, Amazon, $14.99. Won't be released till the 11th of November. And you won't be able to get it. Ours is ready to go. As soon as you've ordered it, as soon as you've checked out, it will be sent to you, whereas you won't get it anywhere else. And that's because we have such a special relationship. I love that term. Makes me think of the US and the UK. We have a special relationship with such a great term. I want to have a special relationship. We have a special relationship with Search Press where we get these exclusive deals. Taken years, that has. We don't get to go to Buckingham Palace, sadly, but we do have a special relationship. There we go. Right, I'll put them all back in. And they all come in this little box. And then also, when you've done your squares, like mine, look, they fit in the box. Because the cards are, well, they won't if you do all 50, obviously. But because the cards are the same size as the actual finished squares, if you use double knit and a 4mm hook, if you can change the sizes by changing the hook and the yarn. But look, this one I must remember to give back to the office, or it's going to get sent back to the warehouse and somebody will receive 3 of my crocheted squares. And that will be quite funny. No, it won't happen. Must give that back to Barry, because Barry lent it to me. Sadly, I've got to give it back. Now, let's talk books. Books. The Granny Square Bible. Amazing. This is just a quick look, so we haven't got time to go through it. Look at the size of it. Massive. I mean, to be honest, $12.99 for this is an absolute steal, but we're taking £3 off. $9.99. And you can't get it anywhere else at the moment, I don't think. Or is that just the card deck? This one is, but we've got the special price. So this is fantastic if you are a complete beginner, or if you know somebody who wants to learn to crochet. This assumes nothing. It includes everything, all the equipment, all the yarn. It tells you how to hold your hook, how to hold the yarn, how to do all the stitches. If you are more experienced, but you can't remember how to do a front post and back post treble crochet, which is a really nice stitch, it's there. And then you've got all of these flowers, granny squares, and many, many granny squares. And the great thing about this book is full colour, really close-up photo of the square, chart if you want to use it, instructions if you want to use those. This book is written in UK terminology. All of it is UK terms. There is a conversion chart, but it is written in UK terms. And you know that because there's no single crochet. So some people also, if you want to learn to crochet from a chart, this is a really good way because you've got the instructions there written, you've got the chart there, so you can constantly go between the two. But it is a beautifully laid out book for £9.99. Honestly, whether you're a complete beginner or you're a crochet already. If you are a beginner, if you know somebody you want to buy this for them, buy them the book for Christmas and they can learn. And I would also suggest, if they haven't got any equipment, you buy them some crochet hooks. And we've got a brilliant set. You could just buy them one, buy them a 4mm crochet hook. That's the ideal thing for most granny squares. Or we've got a brilliant set, which, sorry, I have to get all the way around. My arms just are not long enough. I'll bring my needles with me. Absolutely love this set. And we took £5 off this. I mean, I'd want to have this because I want to have it in my little crochet. Look, it's a beautiful suede effect case with rose gold. I mean, it's just a lovely thing. And then when you open it up with a magnet, this is what it's got everything you need. So you've got your little scissors for cutting your yarn, you've got your tape measure, you've got proper stitch markers. And if you're a crocheter, you will know what I mean. You don't want chunky ones, you want little ones. Then, instead of buying lots of crochet hooks, here's the handle, and then you choose. So say they're all engraved on there, 4.5mm. Right, I want a 4.5mm hook. And there it is, 4.5mm hook. It's a metal hook, which makes it easier to crochet with. It's got a nice, decent size handle. It's not heavy, so you'd be fine holding it, but it's nice, decent size to get hold of. And then, if you want to use a different size hook, you simply unscrew it and you think, well, actually, I'm crocheting with some 4-ply or some lace weight. That's a 2mm. So it goes 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, and 5, I presume. And that's for 5 is if you're using Aran weight, 4 double knit, 3.5 double knit amigurumi, 2, 2.5 4-ply. So look at that. So isn't that brilliant? Only $39.99. So if I was you, if you want to give somebody a really nice gift, get the book and get these. Or if you just want to treat yourself, I have many crochet hooks, as you can imagine. But how lovely is that? The fact it's there. Also, if your tension is a little bit skewed, if you crochet loose or you crochet tight, you can check without having to relearn and change your tension. You just change your hook size. The bigger the hook, the looser your crochet will be. I mean, what a lovely gift. $39.99. So for under £50, you can get both. Because that's all the tools that you're going to need. Obviously, you will need some yarn, clearly. But, you know, you might have some that you can get some. If you go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live and scroll down, we've put 2 bundles of yarn in there, which is a really nice starter pack because there are a variety of colours, particularly the cotton one. You could use that one for doing any of the granny squares, but that, I think, is absolutely gorgeous. Very excited. Needles. Right, knitting book. Now the knitting book, again, amazing price, $9.99. Now I think this is a fantastic book because in the same way as the Granny Squares book, it explains everything if you are a complete beginner. It talks about holding the needles, how to do all the stitches, cable casts on, it's got pearls, casting off. It's got all of your basic how to knit and all the stitches, as well as some that you might not have thought about. Then it has all of these squares. Now, all of these squares are exactly the same size, so it's a really good way of learning different stitches. It includes intarsia, it includes fair isles, bobbles, all of these different ones. So you can use it as a practice piece, but the idea behind it, because it's nice to have a project, isn't it? me find the photo because there's a beautiful photo in here somewhere, is you can make this beautiful knitted throw. So I'm thinking, what a scrap buster. There's loads of us. If you're a knitter or crochet, you'll know what I mean. You've got lots of spare yarn. You can see it can be any old colour, can't it? Knit every one of the squares using a different colour, and then when it comes to making up the throw, there's instructions how to block them, how to join it all together, how to crochet a border on, and then it's even got, so there's all the different squares there. So like here you go, that's square 45, so that next to 35, next to 18. And there's an index of all the squares, but I think $9.99 for you to be able to make this quilt. So whether you're by the beach in the summer, whether you're sitting by the fire, you just got to, I'd have that folded up and over the arm of the sofa. And then when you're lying on the sofa and you just want to be a bit cozy, isn't that lovely? What a lovely gift for someone. And you can see from here, I mean, they've used some of the same colours, but there's not really a palette going on there, I don't think. It's just any colours, and that's the point of it. So if you are a knitter, you know how to do all of these. What's great is that you might know how to do most of these. Might be the odd one that you haven't done, or maybe you've never tried Fair Isle and you want to have a go with Fair Isle. I mean, that's lovely, isn't it? If you don't like one of them, doesn't matter, just do two of the same. If you think, well, I actually don't really want to do that, that's fine. Just don't do that one. But look, what you also, it's really going to increase your repertoire. Fancy rib stitch. I mean, that's nice. That's got a blanket stitch. I quite like that because you can see on here, there's quite a few little hearts, big hearts, knitted hearts, stitched hearts. Anyway, $9.99, absolute bargain. Brand new to us today, £3 off. Again, if you know a knitter, you're thinking about what to buy them for Christmas, get them this book because they'll have loads of yarn. They'll probably have all the needles and say to them, right, next Christmas, can you give me the blanket? I think that's called self-gifting, isn't it? Now, this is a brilliant set. It's a set of circular needles. Let me lay it flat. Now, if you're thinking, well, aren't circular needles just for when you're knitting like a hat in a circle? I use circular needles for nearly all of my knitting. For the reason someone explained to me right at the beginning of Yarn Lane, is that particularly when you're knitting something big, it's a lot of weight to have all those stitches and all the knitting that you've done onto needles. If you knit on circulars, the knitting sits on the cable rather than on the needle, so it sits on your lap. If you want to knit in a round, you just keep going and going, but you can do all of your straight patterns on circular needles. You just work to the end of one needle, and then you work down to the end of the other needle. So it's a really, really simple thing to do. Now, the way that it works is in here. Oh, you've got stitch markers, by the way. You've also got cables. Now, you've got two 40-centimetre cables and two 50-centimetre cables. So you know that it depends on the length. So when you buy knitting needles, you buy them in lengths and in millimetres. So we've also got all of the needles. So it starts at 3.5 mil and goes all the way up to, let's see what size is, 12 mil. Oh, it's got a pen as well. I thought that's a big needle. So if you wanted to do, say I think, right, well, I'm going to do the little one. I want to knit with a 3.5 mil. You choose your cable. So if you're doing short knitting, choose that one. If you're doing longer, choose that one. Obviously, all the stitches can bunch up. It also means, because you've got 4 cables, then rather than keeping, when you have to keep knitting onto a spare needle or something, you can put them on here. And all you do is screw them on. So it's a bit like those crochet hooks. So that's your 3.5, and then you screw that one on the other end. So you can see that one. But say I wanted to use these really big ones, and they're really nice wood as well, really lovely, and the case is really nice, is you screw this one on. Got to get this screw in right. There we go. So you screw one on one end and one on the other end, and then suddenly that cable becomes really big needles or really small needles. So it's extremely cost-effective way. It also comes with these end caps, which is brilliant, because this means that you can push these onto the end of the needles, and then that stops it coming off. But if you've got some knitting on there, but you want to use the cable for something else, then the end caps, which are in here, and you've got 4 sets of. So say you want to use the needle ends for something else, you just take these end caps, and then they sit on there, you see. And then that will hold, you just screw those on, and that will hold your knitting in place. It's a considered purchase, I know, but all the things you get, so you've got the stitch markers, you get a pen, which you're going to need. Also, you can use it for reading patterns. So what you do is, you see these little loops, you loop those around the toggles. You loop those around, I'm going to put that like that. You loop those around the toggles, can you see here? And then there's this magnetic marker, and you can put the magnets wherever you want on the board, depending on where you're going to do it. You put your pattern there, and then you can just put that across, and then you've got your pattern underneath. And then it will look like that. Amazing, isn't it? $89.99, and you are getting all of those needles. And this is a beautiful, it's not just like, it looks really expensive, doesn't it? The wood is beautiful. It's their ginger set, which is their sort of Knit Pros like premium set. The wood is absolutely gorgeous. Need to put those around the right way. And you get a pen as well. But you won't need other knitting needles because it's all in there. So again, I think this is a really good thing for gifting as well. And it does explain how to put them on, should you need to know. How to screw the needle. Because also, if you want, when you tighten them, each of those stitch holders comes with a little metal loop, this little metal thing, and that's how you then tighten them up. If you ever need to buy, it comes with 2 40cm and 2 50cm cables. They do actually, Knit Pro do sell these cables longer as well. So this is something, a set you can add to. So if you're knitting something and you need maybe a 100cm cable, you can buy extra cables. So there isn't just like, once you've got this, you can't buy anything else. You can't beat, I can't read that one, I have different glasses. No, it's all right. You can't beat a set of circular needles, less weight on your pins. They don't bend either. I was converted by the lovely Stuart Hillard. Best decision ever. Carolyn, you're so right. Honestly, I always used to just use long needles, but I use circular for everything now. I mean, obviously for socks, but from socks to blankets, and you just go backwards and forwards. I thought you had to keep going round and round, but only having that small bit of the needle in your hand rather than these long needles, it's so much easier. Also, I have a set similar to this, so that means I've got all the right needles anyway. Right, let me just put all that back together, and we'll talk titanium, because I think titanium is, it's the new fabulous thing, isn't it? So let me get the rotary cutters. Yes, there we go. That's the 45, isn't it? Yes. So we've got these now. Brilliant rotary cutter, obviously, because we need these all for cutting our fabric. But what's special about these? They are titanium coated. Now, titanium, it is claimed, will last the blades 3 times longer than your normal steel blades. In fact, titanium has got the highest strength to density ratio of any metal. I read that yesterday. So in this pack, you will get your cutter, you will get 145mm titanium blade. So because it's stronger, it will stay sharper and last longer. And it is claimed that it will be 3 times longer. So I don't know how they work that out. But I don't know, who knows how they work that one out. But everything you read and everything it says that they will last longer. So I think I'm going to try them out. I need to get myself some From everything I've read, it sounds like they last a lot longer, they're sharper, and they will stay sharp. And that's a win-win because I don't have to replace it as often. So this is the cutter, $7.99, but we also have replacement blades. So if you want the blade, there's 5. The code is MPQ062. Oh, we sold out. Oh, you lot have already been buying it. We had loads of these. This is the problem, you see. This is the problem. That if you put it in your basket and you don't check out, it's gone because people buy them. Anyway, but if you want to get the blade, we have got them just as the cutter on its own. The cutter on its own has got the blade in it, obviously, but that's the only way you can get hold of the blades because they've sold out. Right, but that's the 45mm. We've also got them in 60mm. So we've got the cutters as 60mm. This is the 60mm. So the reason you'd use it, 45mm is the one you use mostly. If you're cutting long lengths of fabric or lots of layers, 60mm is better because obviously, you know, the circumference is bigger, so you will go further with it. It's better for cutting longer lengths. Depends what you're doing. If you're cutting lots of long lengths, use a 60mm. 45mm is your kind of average one. This one has the one titanium blade. And we have got a replacement blade. So if you've already got a 60mm cutter, but you'd like to have a go at these titanium blades, £6.49. That is for a 60mm. Now that will fit any 60mm rotary cutter. Doesn't need to be this make. That's the joy of rotary cutting blades. They will fit any handles. £6.49. We've also got the little ones. So we have got the 28mm, and that comes as a pack of 5. Again, this is all titanium. Oh, I've shown you the wrong one there. Really confusing. It's a pack of 2. I need to put those to one side because they've sold out. I'm getting so confused. Pack of 2. Actually, I've got one open here. Should we have a look? This is the 60mm, just because I want to see it. That's what it looks like. Woo! So you can see the titanium coating on it, can't you? And then we've got an even smaller one. Depends on what rotary cutter. This is the 18mm. That's a pack of 2. So some people, depends what you do. I know people who do like dressmaking pattern cut and tend to use a smaller one, like a 28 or an 18, because again the circumference is smaller, so you can get around all those sort of like nifty little corners and curves with them. It just depends on what you're doing with them. Right, that's your rotary cutting blades, but titanium is the future, according to many websites. Right, how about clips? We love a pack of clips. So this is what your pack will be, come in that lovely box. 50, £6.99, and they come in, that's what it'll look like when you open it. They come in a little box, nice to store. Look at that, £6.99, all of those, multicoloured. I mean, we use clips, I use clips for everything. Clips are brilliant for clipping together many layers that pins won't go through. They're really good for things that you can't pin that will mark, like PU, or really lightweight fabrics where the marks will show. They're also really good for clipping bits together, remembering if you've got to clip labels on them. They're really good for the tops of crisp packets, or things that you keep in the fridge. They're quite good for many, I use all sorts. If you're working with children and you want to be careful with the pins, use clips. If you're doing things like, if you're using like Bosal or a foam interfacing and you're putting like a circular bottom, trying to get the pins to that is a nightmare. Use clips. Clips, amazing how strong they are. the fabric doesn't move. It is just like pinning. They're also really good for marking things. I often put them on the edge of a turning gap before I reach it to remind myself to stop. But they are really, really useful. You can never have enough. And they all come in that little box. But they look like that when you get them. But you get that little box. The turning tool. One of my favourite tools in the whole world. And we've got, this is a new design actually. Pack of 3. The large one, the medium one and the small one. Only $6.99. Now if you want to know why a turning tool is so wonderful, you get 3 sizes, and that's for your 3 different tube sizes. These are a different one here, but I just haven't got those open. So say you've got a tube of fabric you're making. Okay. If you've got, maybe you've got a tube of fabric, you're making a belt, you're making a handle for a bag, you're making the leg of a panda, whatever. Choose a tube, plastic tube, put it in. This is obviously turned right sides out, so I'm just pretending. I'm going to turn it wrong sides out. Put it in your tube of fabric. You must sew across the end, but that's just tacked. So if you had to turn this right sides out, you'd be like turning it like this, wouldn't you? And if it's really narrow, takes ages, particularly if you're doing a strap for a bag, which is really long. You just pop it through, get your stick. Seconds. And also the pointy end is really useful for when you need to push out corners, because it's not too pointy, it's just pointy enough. And you get the 3 sizes because obviously you've got different ones. So if you're doing something like rouleau loops, you'll need this really small one. The medium one I use a lot, but this is brilliant. Just, you think if you're doing a bag handle, which could be like, say, 30 inches long, trying to turn that right sides out, $6.99 is going to save you hours and hours. I used to do it for a long time. I'd make something and think, well, while I'm watching the telly this evening, I'll turn that strap right sides out because I know how long it's going to take. Now, seconds. There we go. Do check out for them. Loads and loads if you've got them in your basket. Now, this is a great price because normally they are more expensive than that. So that is the most amazing price. So I would get them. I mean, it's a genius, it's an absolute genius invention. Right, which is, no, that's the seam wand. The seam wand. Yeah, okay. Right, the wooden seam roller. I love wooden things. I just like when the children were younger, I always wanted to find them wooden toys. I know, because it just looks lovely, doesn't it? But this is lovely, isn't it? So it's a seam roller. So this is when this will press the seam open and flat or to one side when you don't want to use an iron or you can't be bothered. Or so you either can't use it because you're using like a PU or you're using a fabric that will melt, like a PVC, or you just don't want to because maybe you're doing something like FPP and you just want to iron it. So this, you can just press over the fabric and it's heavy enough to be able to press those seams either open or to one side, and you don't need to use an iron. So maybe you're working with PU, which you just can't iron. Or like things like velvet, which you can iron, but you have to use a very gentle iron, and you just want to press it. Or maybe it's just a small seam. You just want to press it over to one side. You're sitting at the sewing machine. You just want to press it like that. Done. It's only $6.99. I'm pretty sure it's beechwood. Yeah, they were made from beechwood. And honestly, absolutely brilliant. Also, if you're doing something like with paper or card and you want to fold it in half, use that to mark the fold. It's just a really nice little thing, isn't it? If you've already put some in your basket, your P&P's done anyway for the day, isn't it? So I think they are really useful for when you can't or don't want to use an iron. Brilliant. Thread cutter. There's a good question. Oh, yes, there it is. This is so cute. So it's a necklace. Well, it's not really a necklace because you imagine wearing that as a necklace. It's more like, but you can, it's got something, it's not really a fashion necklace, although quite nice. It looks more like a lanyard. You can hang it around your neck. But the good thing about it is that these, can you see it's got little blades in it? These are for cutting thread. So it's not going to cut your fingers because obviously inside the petals. But if you want to cut thread, so maybe like you'd be able to use this on a plane, wouldn't you? If you were doing stitching, you wouldn't have to take your scissors. You could just cut the thread. You can take it out of here. So if you don't want it on the little thing, you can take it off. But can you see also in there is a needle threader? Oh, if I put my finger underneath, actually, can you see it there? Needle threader, and that just sits inside. You can loop this off if you don't want it on there. And so if you wanted to just keep it in your work basket, you don't have to have the lanyard on it. But it's quite useful. But you can also take it off the lanyard. You can undo that bit if you want to, or you can take that bit. But isn't that a lovely thing? £4.99. Again, do you know, I'm thinking stocking filler, Secret Santa. Absolute bargain. Thimbles. So these are this is a really useful thing, because if you struggle getting a thimble to fit you, or you find your fingers go a bit sweaty, I'd find that, then this is a metal one. Now we do also sell the stick-on leather ones, but sometimes you need the stainless steel ones because you're pushing it through something really hard, or and because it's got the little dimples, the end of the needle will sit in those. And it has little stickers, so you must keep that, and then the little stickers are to sticking it on. But it does make sewing quite easy, because you haven't got to think, you know how sometimes when you've got a thimble, it feels a bit clumsy, like you can't use that finger. But if you've got that stuck on your finger, then, you know, I find when I've done a lot of hand sewing, my middle finger must be what I use to push it through. My middle finger's in shreds, and at that point I put a thimble on. But do that at the beginning. £10.99. Brilliant. Thread Magic. This is conditioner. So now we used to use beeswax for this, but that can cling to the fabric a bit. So this is a synthetic version. It's brilliant. You use it for hand sewing, so it stops the thread from knotting, which is annoying, particularly when you're doing like cross stitching or something. It stops it from fraying. If you're using metallic thread, it stops it moving. It stops it being so bouncy. It's really, really useful. It means the thread doesn't drag through the fabric so much. So whether you're doing embroidery, maybe you're doing hand sewing or cross stitch, it's really useful for that because it just slides through. Makes it so much easier to use. You can also use it on your bobbins, you can use it. So when you're can you see the picture? So when you're winding your bobbin up on the machine, you can put your Thread Magic on the top, and then you just press it down so it runs through there, because it's got little grooves. Can you see? So what you do is you stick it across the grooves, and that means that your bobbin thread will go more smoothly. It eliminates static, and it doesn't melt or freeze. Interesting. I wonder what it's made for. This one. This is cool. Cool gadget. Magical thread easy. So you can use a magnifying glass so you can see through it. And it has got a little, it's got a little light. I mean, that is really, really useful, just to have that little magnifying light. And it also comes with a needle threader. So what you do, this is clever, isn't it, is you put your needle into that there's a little rubbery hole there. Can you see that little rubbery hole? You put your needle into that rubbery hole, and then the eye of the needle sticks out, and you can use the magnifier to thread your needle. So if you have any problems with threading needles, absolutely brilliant. You can also put it on the tabletop, so if you don't want to hold it, you can just stick it there, put your needle in quickly, just put the point of it in so the eye's sticking out, thread your needle, away you go. So for £14.99, if you do have trouble see how magnifying it is? Woo. As the end's getting darker, it's really annoying when you can't thread a needle, or you think, well, I'm going to have to use a needle with a bigger eye because I just can't see this one. You just need this little gadget. Push the needle in, thread it because you've got the magnifier, you've got the light, done. And that is quite a game changer, isn't it? If you really struggle with threading needles, which I do. Sometimes I have to go and find my stronger glasses just so I can thread the needles. So I need one of these because I don't think anyone's glasses are this strong. Absolutely perfect. Right. The precision stiletto. Now, this is a great thing. This is really useful. It's heat resistant, so you can use it with an iron. So, you know when you've got to thread when you've got to ease fabric through under your machine, but you don't want to put your fingers through, because maybe you've got to keep a seam allowance laying flat or open, because sometimes they start flipping over. You could use the end for that. If you want to hold something flat while you're pressing it, then it is heat resistant. Really, really useful. So you use it to hold fabric while you're sewing or pressing, where you don't want your fingers to either get in the way of the sewing machine or in the way of your iron. It's a great little gadget, isn't it? And it's got an angled tip there on the end. Really, really useful. So it's just one of those little gadgets that you've got sitting by your sewing machine or in a little jar with all your other gadgets. You think, oh, I'm just going to use that. Now, seam tape. This is brilliant because this is what you use to use up your wadding. So it's used to join wadding. So when you join wadding, don't overlap it, because you will see in your quilt then that you'll have like this lump where you've overlapped it. So what you do is you get your two bits of wadding, batting as they call it, butt them up so they're right next to each other, but not overlapping, next to each other. And then you press this seam tape across the join. So if you're quilting and your wadding isn't wide enough, you need to join a piece, that's great. If you've got lots of little pieces of wadding, there's a picture of it being used. It works really, really well. So if you've got lots of little pieces that you want to use up, cut them so they've all got a nice straight edge, because you need to butt them up with straight edges. And just join them all together to make one piece. Because once you then quilt over, you won't see the joins because of this tape. It's basically like an iron-on interfacing that's designed more, it's slightly more woven than that, but it's an iron-on interfacing that's designed to hold wadding together. And it means that you can use up all those scraps, because it's such a shame, isn't it, when you've got like, you need a 12-inch square and you've got a 10-inch by 5-inch piece and you've got this. Just join them all together. Once you quilt over it, you've got fabric on the top and underneath. You won't see it at all. But it's also, when I used to do curtain making, and I would join, like, when you use the heavy way, like the bump or the interlining, I would herringbone stitch it together to hold it. If I'd known about batting seam tape then, hours I'd have saved, because you, again, when you're using interlining or bump, you can't overlap them. You have to herringbone stitch. If only I'd known about this. Iron cleaning stick. I want one of these. It looks like a Pritt stick, I know. This is why I want this one, because this is a lot bigger than other ones I've seen. It's like the size of a Pritt stick. I am constantly cleaning my iron. However careful I am, and I am careful about ironing the wrong things or using an acrylic mat, all seem to get something on it. They work brilliantly. So what you do is you get a piece of scrap fabric that you're not fussed about and put that underneath your iron, and then you make, the iron's got to be hot, you rub it over with this stick. It makes the most terrible smell, so do open the windows. And then all of this dirt flows down, and then you get that, all this stuff that you've melted onto your iron. Then you get that bit of fabric, your scrap bit of fabric, and wipe the iron over, clean as a whistle. I used to try and like scrub it off with, I used to try and scrub it off with using like a Brillo pad. Doesn't work, scratches the iron. I've also not bothered, and then I've marked my fabric. So get yourself an iron cleaning stick, because I'm sure, you know, even if when I'm not ironing, it's always the interfacing and the bonder web that gets me, or sometimes if I'm using, you know, polyester fabrics. But is so nice having a really clean iron. $4.99. These baby cutting mats. I haven't seen these baby ones. Green. These are so cute, aren't they? So we do rotating cutting mats in all sizes, but sometimes you only want a little one, or you haven't got the space on your desk, or you want to take one out to a workshop with you. Maybe you're just squaring up small blocks. So they're 7 inches in total, but the labels go up to 6. So that goes up to 6. They will... Oh, right. Okay, it goes up to 7, but you can't see the number 7, which probably means... Yeah, so they're 8 inches in total. The measurements go up to 7 inches. Now, you can use it as a normal one. It's locked. If you want it to rotate, push the little thingies in. And look. So if maybe you're trimming half square triangles, and you're trimming, well, up to an 8 inch, you wouldn't want to do 8 inch. So maybe a 7 inch max half square triangle, particularly doing the little 4 inch ones, which is the most popular size. You can then trim it, turn it round, trim it. For doing smaller pieces, honestly, it's a game changer. If you haven't got a big one, but sometimes, because I've got a really big circular one, and it's a bit unwieldy if I'm just doing one square, because you've got to turn it all the way around. Depends on the space. Also, if you're going to workshops or you're going sewing in the caravan, you know you just want a little mat. With FPP, if you're just doing smaller pieces, you know, most FPP is about this size, because that's the point of it, really. It's not usually big pieces. This is a brilliant purchase. Only $11.99. And then, if you want to use it as a normal cutting mat, and you don't want it to rotate, you just push the little thingies back out, and there we go. Isn't that brilliant? That's the green one. And we've also got it. We have it in pink, but it's very limited. In fact, we've only got 3 of those left. I love the pink one. It's nice, isn't it? Although the green one might match everything, all the other cutting mats you own. It's also got all the angles on there, because that 45-degree angle is very useful, particularly when you're trimming your triangles. Those are the 2 cutting mats. The spool storage box, I've said. Oh, yes. That's out the front. Brilliant for sorting your storage out. Doesn't come with any spools, obviously, but it comes with all these little spool sticks to put your spools on top. It has a lid as well, and they are stackable. So if you want to sort out all your sewing threads, you can buy lots of them, put them all in. You can get 27 spools in there, and then they will stack. Or if you're, like I say, going on workshops, that sort of thing, you can put all your threads that you need in for that. But if you've got a whole tangled mess of threads, get yourself a load of these, 27 spools in there. Put all of your spools in there. Oh, I really must get myself some of these I've got. I have a big spool holder, but then I've just got boxes of tangled messes. I could keep all of my threads in there, couldn't I? But you could keep projects, you could keep different weights, you could colour coordinate them. So your blues in one. I constantly have to tip out my box, go through them. They're all tangled up, but ideal. And they're only $5.99 as well. Now, friction pens. Now, we've got the OGs back. Da, da, da. We see these being used all the time, which is why they are constantly going out of stock. $10.99 for these, and you get one of each. These are medium. The tips on all of them are different. These are medium. These are the best ones for when you're sewing. I use them all the time because they're heat erasable. You can mark fabric and then press it. I use them for marking seam allowances, seam lines, drawing anything on that I'm going to be, when I'm putting a zip in and I need to mark where it finishes and ends, I use these. I use them for drawing seam lines if they've got to be accurate. I use them for drawing quilting lines. I've just marked a whole double bed quilt using one. So my whole quilt it had red lines all over it, and then I pressed it. Now you should always test on a scrap of fabric, but I have just used these for marking. I use them for marking quilting weight cotton all the time. I just use them for marking velvet. Came off easy. In fact, came off quicker on velvet than cotton. Strange. But also embroidery. Maybe you're doing an embroidery design. You can trace all of the embroidery using one of these pens, and then you can press it off. It's more affordable to buy them in a pack of 4. It does mean some colours show up better on some fabrics, but also it's quite nice to have a variety. So if particularly like with dressmaking, you can mark notches in one colour, seam marks in another. Sometimes I draw lines on and I don't like them, so I'll scribble over them and then pick another colour rather than ironing it all off. But honestly, for sewing and marking, it saves time, and for quilting, absolutely brilliant. We've also got another, which one do you want to do? This one. Alternative colour pack. Again, the reason for having alternative colours is just really for showing up on different fabrics, unless you particularly care about the colour you use, but you're going to be ironing them off anyway. But I like to have a variety of colours because some show up on some colour fabrics better than others. You will find once you start using these pens, you get through loads of them. So it's definitely worth having a pack of 4. These are the clicker ones as well, which means that you don't have to remember. Oh no, those aren't the clicker ones. These are. You don't have to remember to take the lid off. These have got lids. Oh, they're not. Oh, they're lids as well. Well, didn't look at that properly. Thought they were clickers. Oh yeah, they do. Good point. But they do come in. They aren't. These have got lids on. They do come in the little packs where you can keep them open, like a stand. Now, the other pack, so there's a mixture of colours in here. Now, these are the medium nibs, which is important because we do sell the fine ones, which are great for embroidery transfers. I find the medium ones are best for if you're drawing on fabric. There's 6 in here. Right, so that's what it looks like. As far as I can see, these are exactly the same as the others that I use. They work in the same way. It's just that they're just different look. They're called stick pens. So I honestly think that's just because of the handle. Let's have a look at, so we're selling these for $11.99. Elsewhere, $12.99. $11.99. Actually, should we take some money off? $9.99, and you get 6 of them. So if we're talking $10.99, these are the ones I always use. $10.99 for 4, $9.99 for 6, $1.66 a pen. They've got the medium, which is 0.7 mil. If you're just marking fabric, particularly quilting, this is the best width. Also, you've got these 2 colours. So the pinks and that's great for dark fabric. At this price point, if you've never used friction pens, give it a go. At this price point, if you always use friction pens, save yourself money. Because if you use them a lot like I do, I get through quite a lot of them. That is amazing. Do check out £1.66 a pen. The design of the handle, or the, whatever it's called, the shaft, the stick, whatever. What's that bit of a body? The body of a pen? The holdy bit? I don't know. Is different. Other than that, they are 0.7 mils. They're the same make. They're Pilot. They're proper friction pens. But you're getting 6 for $9.99. And these are the colours that you'll get. Oh, I would definitely get those. Very, very cost effective. We've only got 15 of those left, and there's loads of you in baskets. So if you want one, check out. Don't wait. If it's in your basket, check out. You won't be charged extra postage. We only charge 1. Now, in the next hour, it's Sizzix hour and a half, not next hour. The Sizzix 90 minutes, brand new machine, and more excitingly, dies, brand new dies, which they have produced in association with us. It is buy two, save 20%. Brand new to us, and they've made them based on your feedback. So get ahead in the break. Any two that you buy, you will save 20%, guaranteed. The money will be taken off at the checkout, so you don't have to think about anything. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time with Susie. Oh, we'll ask about the metallic thread, and it's all about the Sizzix 90 minutes.
A lot of people get terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important that you follow that line on every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern, you must choose the size that you're making. And whatever you do, you stick to that size. So all the different sizes have a different marking, either a long dot, a small dot, a dash, a dot and a dash, or something like that. Always stick to the same size on all the pattern pieces. And the notches, all of the notches are there for a reason. All the little triangles and all the circles are there to be copied, and they must be transferred onto your main bit of fabric. Whenever you see this symbol here, I know it's written down here, but sometimes it's not written. Those two arrows on a square, they are always cut on the fold. And what you do is you fold your fabric in half, you lay this line along the fold mark, and you're cutting the whole piece out in one. And then what's very important, if you want to lengthen or shorten a pattern, don't just add it to the bottom. What you do is you take this line here, and to make it longer, you cut the pattern through there. You open it up by how much you want to extend it by, put a piece of pattern paper behind it, and then redraw this line in here so that it's an even line. Because as you see, the bottom of the pattern isn't a straight line, and if you were just to add to that, it would throw the waist seam. What you need to do is extend it or shorten it from that line, then you keep the waistline. Obviously, I've just shown you the blouse, but the same principles apply for the sleeve. Remember, the back of the sleeve always has two notches, the front always has one notch, and also the skirt, because the notches will match up to the seams that are in the bodice. So make sure you always follow all the lines on the pattern.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to announce that tickets are now available for our next Craftopia weekend retreat, taking place at the Abbey Hotel in Redditch from Friday the 24th of October to Sunday the 26th of October. We are bringing back everything you've enjoyed from previous weekends, with some of the best tutors representing the very best of Gemporia craft.
From Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw with an introduction to jewellery making. From Sewing Street, we have Sam Sabido with a focus on crochet. And from Hobby Maker, we have Prudence Rogers with a workshop focusing on her ever-popular bouquet in a book. And Julie Peplow, who will be focusing on paper crafting, but will also be leading the Friday night crafting workshop with a focus on candle painting.
As always, your ticket includes all the workshops, all the food, all the goodies, and all the fun. You can find out all the details and all the options at sewingstreet.com. We'll see you there.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street. When you hear the term half square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Welcome back. This is the Sizzix 90 minutes.
It is.
Isn't it? It's not the Sizzix hour, it's the Sizzix 90 minutes. So this is the brand new Sizzix machine.
It is the new big shot.
I'll give you a...
Streamlined.
Now, it has been launched on Hobby Maker, but we've never had it here before. So we're going to show you what it does, and we're also going to give you a launch price. Because why not? Why not? Brand new to Sewing Street today. Oh, go on then, let's match Hobby Maker. Sings there, our sister. Whoa, $118.99 launch price, and it's available on 4-way split pay. It's going to go back up at midnight. It'll go back up to $139.99. It's $118.99. Now, I know some of you know what they do and think, oh yeah, or you've already got one and you want new dies, or you know what they do and you want one of these. We will explain how they work. Well, when I say we, Susie.
It's the royal we.
Yes, the royal we. Susie will explain how they work and why you need one. But before we do anything else, we wanted to give you the special deal. Launch price, that will go back up at midnight. $118.99, so you are saving over £20. Now, if you want to spread the cost, 4-way split pay, 4 equal payments of £29.74. So 0% interest, no admin fee, no credit checks. You can pay £29.74 today and we will get it sent straight to you. Amazing. And this is the redesigned Big Shot.
It is. With quick release handle.
With a quick release handle, which is what we've been waiting for.
Well, I have.
Yeah. You'll see why. Susie's going to show it all. We just need to get the price in for you so you can see. Now, we do have a decent stock of these, but they are flying out. So what I would suggest, if it's in your basket, don't delay, get it checked out, because, and whether that's the split pay or not, when you come to checkout, whether that's on the phone or the website, it's really entirely up to you whether you do the split pay or not. Some people just prefer to. But we have got a decent stock because it is the launch, but they are going, I have to say. $118.99 4-way split pay. Anyway, that is the machine. Now, the other amazing deal we've got is the dies. So let me move Mr. Machine.
Phenomenal deal.
Right, the deal on the dies, when you buy two, any two of the same, two different ones, any two, you obviously need the machine for the dies and the dies from the machine, etc., etc. Any two, you save 20%. You don't have to do anything special. Once you put them in your basket, and when you check out, it'll take that 20% off. If you've got any issues or questions or you're not sure, give the call centre ring, 0800 001 4433. If you're not sure, or you think, what did she say? What did she say? I can't remember now. Just give them a ring. Any two, you will get 20% off. Any two, doesn't matter which ones you buy. So that is the special deal with them. Now, these are not easy to get hold of, to be honest. So we've been negotiating with Sizzix for a while, and that was based on your feedback. A lot of you have messaged and said, I've got the machine, can't get the dies, or I need new dies, or where are the dies? So we've been working with them to be able to bring these to you. So we need to start off with the what are we starting with? Actually, they're on these.
Yeah, they're all marked.
It says it all on the
die
side
as well. Yeah.
So let's start with this one, the 4-inch square. So the 4-inch square actually cuts a 4.5-inch square.
It does, because it cuts for your seam allowance.
Oh,
Which is
so
phenomenal.
when it says 4-inch, that means finished.
That's finished 4-inch, yep.
Brilliant. So brilliant for using your charm packs.
Perfect for charm packs and for your 10-inch as well, because if you fold it into 4, you can cut 4 at once.
Wow, so you get yourself a charm pack, fold it into 4. You get, so when it says 4-inch, that means finished size, because your seam allowance is on there.
Yes, which is perfect for a lot of the projects that we do. You know, you can combine them, and if you're... 4 inches is a really nice size. 4.5 inch, if you imagine a long quarter.
Oh yeah, that's true actually.
Back quarters, you can get a lot of squares out of it rapidly, and that's the whole thing about the whole die cutting, where not everybody is confident with a rotary cutter or a pair of scissors. This enables you to cut multiple pieces very rapidly, but with complete accuracy.
Which is what we need.
Critical for quilting.
Now, there's loads and loads of you are putting these in baskets, because remember the deal is buy 2, save 20%. So you're thinking now, which is the second one? Don't know. So we're all right for stock of these at the moment, but the stock is going down pretty rapidly, because they are not, well, they are available in other places, but not very widely. It's not, we can't say they're exclusive to us, but I have to say they are difficult to get hold of. We've had a lot of people saying that they can't find them anywhere else. Absolutely. So that's the 4-inch, which is actually 4.5 inches, but 4-inch finished.
Yeah.
Should we do the hexagon next?
Which hexie? We've got lots of hexes.
We've got lots of hexes. Oh, well, do you know what? Let's just start with the smallest. That's the smallest one, isn't it?
Smallest is 1.
So this is the 1 inch. Now, when it says 1 inch, remember that is the size of the side. It's not that measurement or that measurement.
Yes.
It's the side of the...
Hexagons are always measured in their side
on
length.
their side length. It's not that way or that way. It's that way. So that's 1 inch. Again, charm pack friendly.
And what's great about this die in particular is that you can cut 4 at once. Because that is the configuration on the actual die itself.
Right, and you can cut card or paper.
Well, any of the big dies. I've got mine open.
Oh, yeah. Oh, brilliant.
Bear with me. It just takes me a few seconds to get down here now.
So what you can do if you do an EPP is you can have several dies, and then you can cut the paper from one, and then you buy the next size, so you get the 1.5 inch. So this is the 1 inch.
So this is what they look like. All the dies are steel base, plastic coating with this foam on the top.
Okay.
Now the actual die, what dies are a rigid metal edge that isn't sharp to touch, but under pressure you'll cut through multiple
Your mic
different
has
mediums.
got a... So
I've got a problem, have I?
Yeah, if you go over to Millie, I'll just finish this off. So I'll get Susie to explain that. But that's the 1 inch, and you will cut 4 at a time. So the great thing is because they cut card and paper, you can buy the 1.5 inch. So that can be the card template. This can be the fabric. Or if you get the 1.5 inch, you can then get the next size up. So you can use, so when you're thinking about you saving 20%, if you're an EPPer, that could be your card. That could be the fabric, couldn't it? Here's a picture of this is a picture of some of the projects that Susie's made using the dies that you've asked for. Absolutely brilliant, aren't they? Are you working now?
I'm back in the room.
Back in the room. So this is what it looks like. So what's,
so if you press, can you feel something hard?
I can feel the metal.
But you're not cut your hands.
Yeah.
So under what the die cutting machines do is they're, if you imagine a mangle.
Yes, can imagine.
With the two steel rollers. As you push the dies and your material and the supporting cutting plates through, there is a set pressure that pushes everything together like a sandwich, as if you're pressing down a sandwich ready to cut.
Toaster.
And then you will find that the foam bit gets exposed, and the die will actually cut the shape.
See, we've got a message. I've had a Sizzix for years. They are a game changer from Glennis. Brilliant. Right, well, let's finish. We'll just go through all of these, and then Susie's going to demo the whole thing for you. So if we just we'll go through all of these so you can see what there is. Remember, because I know that there's a lot of you waiting, because if you buy 2, you save 20%, thinking which one. So that's the 1 inch hexie.
Yes.
This is the 1.5. So this could be the fabric, that could be the card.
Yeah, I mean, it depends if you like, but so that would give you less than a 1/4 inch.
Oh, okay.
So if you don't want a big turn, so if you're doing a plique, I would do it that way round.
Okay, but if you're doing
If you're doing EPP, I prefer a good turn on mine, but it's personal preference.
Right.
I've tried both, but the other thing that I also cut, sometimes for EPP, particularly if I'm doing a plique on the side of something, I like to have a bit of fusible fleece underneath.
Okay,
so I actually cut my fusible fleece as well. So this machine won't just cut paper.
Do the dies work with the old style Big Shot?
Yes,
they
work
do.
With the
That's
Big
important.
Shot and the Big Shot Plus and the Vagabond.
Right, so if you've got any of the Sizzix machines, except for the mini one.
Yes, not the Sidekick.
These dies will work. And this is really why we've been working with Sizzix to do it. Obviously, we wanted to launch the Big Shot machine with them, with you. But we know that there are loads of you who've got the machine and want the dies. So we didn't want them to create dies that don't work with the old machine, because that would be mad. So this is the special deal for people who've bought the machine today or who have already got a machine. Because, you know, we've got an introductory price on the machine, but we know there's loads of you who've already got a machine and are struggling to get the dies. So that's the 1.5.
Yep.
Right, then the next one is 1 3/4. Again, remember, that's the measurement of the side.
So if you were wanting EPP at 1 inch, I would probably cut my fabric at 1 3/4 personally. So because I just like that extra wiggle room.
This is a good duo to save you 20% on. Get the 1 inch for your card and the 1 3/4 inch for your fabric. I mean, it is personal preference.
But you can always cut. If you know, you can use them for whatever, and you can marry them however you want to. With this one, you're going to cut 4 at once. With this one, you're going to cut 1 shape because it's a bigger shape.
Yeah.
But it means that you don't forget you can layer your actual resource.
Oh, so that one you could just, if you wanted 4, you could just put 1 piece of card in. With that one, you could layer 4 pieces of fabric.
And it will cut through card, paper, cork, fabrics, stabilised or unstabilised. And you'll still get the same accuracy.
Absolutely 100% accuracy. So any 2 that you buy, 20% off. So if you bought these 2,
that's your EPP.
You will pay £42.38, and you will be saving £10.60. Saving £10.60, and then you're ready. And you only have to buy them once.
Yes. They will last forever. They are going to go on and on and on. So you'll have them for whatever projects you want. And hexagons are such a useful shape.
Oh, yeah,
for
definitely.
so
and it
many
doesn't
different
just have to be
things. No.
EPP. It can be lots of things.
Absolutely.
So the next, you're saving over £10 if you buy those two. The next hexie is 2 inches.
Yep.
So you might want to use that one with the 1.5 inch.
Yep. And it gives you a really nice finish. It gives you a big project size. You can use those. I've used the 2-inch one for the little bowl. So there were 7 of each of the fabrics that I did as EPP.
Right,
and I used the 1.5 as my inside, so I got a good turn because it was hand sewn. I have used, when I did the bag, I used the 1 3/4 with the 1.5.
Oh, okay.
So you get, I didn't need as big a turn because
Right.
I was hand applique.
I mean, that's why it's
so
quite
just
useful.
it's good to mix and
So
match.
I'm thinking, actually, if you do love your hexies, I would get yourself that 4.
I would.
I'd get yourself those. Remember, and you're saving, every 2 you buy, you're saving 20%. So when you buy those 2, so you know, and then you'll save another 20% when you buy those 2.
Yep. I mean, 3 hexagons together in a offset makes a fabulous little cup coaster, you know, or mug rug.
So whether you're using the EPP, you're using them for machine applique, all different things.
Because you can cut felt.
So that set, 1, 1.5, 1 3/4, and 2.
Yeah, love that.
Absolute bargain. Just put them all in your basket, check out, and your 20% will be taken off then.
I got very excited when I unpacked those. Cause
I bet you did. I bet they're lovely.
I haven't got to cut all my papers.
Right, half square triangles.
Yes.
Amazing. Charm pack friendly
how
again.
many
quilts
have these?
They're 4.5 inch cut size, but 4 inch finished.
That's right.
Once you've sewn them together, because look, you can see they've put the seam allowance on there.
And you'll notice as we go through, there's only a couple more to go through, but all of them will marry together because they end up as a 4-inch finished.
So
you can use them
pairing
for an entire quilt or project or sewing machine cover, rug, whatever you want to do. Because their finish size is the same, you haven't got to do any maths.
Right, and then they will all tessellate together. I mean, they put a picture here on the back of how you can join them all together.
Absolutely. But, I mean, nearly every project I design, I know, has a half square triangle in it somewhere.
I love a half square triangle.
I do, but they are tricky to do when you first start accurately, and you can end up wasting quite a bit of fabric.
Absolutely,
and what I love about this is they are no waste.
Yeah, because they are
very tiny edge, which you'd have anyway.
Yeah.
But you can use them with charm packs, you can use them with your layer cakes and your 10-inch squares.
And I presume they cut out with the little edges.
That's the thing, there's no dog ears.
Right,
so the minute you've sewn it, it's ready to use and put
if you
together.
buy these 2 together, that's over £10 saving.
Yeah, and you can do an amazing chevron patterns, you can do pinwheels, all sorts. With
So
these.
you're saving £10.60 when you buy these 2. There is a massive queue on the phone lines, and I'm not surprised. There's loads of you who've already got the Sizzix machines who want these dies. Half square triangles. Question on the bottom, just change my glasses. Sorry, just joined. So many have already answered. Can this be used on other cutting machines?
Yes, so if you have a cutting machine that will take Sizzix Bigs dies, so they are the bigger depth, not the thin ones.
Right.
Then yes, you can.
So do you think, does she mean other brands?
Yes, other brands.
Right.
If you've got one of the old Cuttlebugs, for example, that will work on those.
Right.
Because I used to use mine. Just look at the manufacturer's instruction leaflet or go on their website to double check whether they will take them. It's all to do with the cutting bed size, which needs to be at least 6 inches.
So you can use them with other Sizzix machines?
Yes,
but
not the Sidekick, because it won't fit in a Sidekick.
Oh, the little one.
So
but for other brands of cutting machines?
Yes, you can.
It might, but you need to check.
I know Cuttlebug definitely.
Right,
because
okay.
I used to use them in there. So definitely the Cuttlebug.
They won't work with the Gemini machines, though, because they work in a different way. with plates and things, don't
I
we?
would double check because I don't know whether the new one was adapted
okay.
to take
Have a
them.
look. Check on the manufacturer's website.
yeah.
I can't say definitely. It will work with all the Sizzix machines, previous ones, apart from the little one,
Yes.
because they just won't fit.
No. I mean, that's the thing. It's got to have a 6-inch cutting
Yeah.
gap.
So remember, when you're checking out on these, you don't need to do anything. As soon as you put 2 in, the 20% will be taken off. So if you're buying the half square triangles, which I think is fantastic, get the squares as well.
Yeah.
It's worth it.
Pitch them together. Yeah.
For the half square triangle, we've got over 30 people in baskets already who are just waiting.
And who doesn't love doing a pinwheel
I know.
design? It's
I mean,
just so easy. And then you can do a simple 4 patch alongside because you'll get your 4s.
Yeah,
2 by
it's
2,
just-
2 by 2,
it's just fab,
and you get an
isn't it?
amazing.
And we bought these
quick
because so many of you have asked. It's quite difficult, isn't it? Why has it been so difficult to get these?
I think because the die cutting world was concentrating on the papercraft industry,
Right, okay.
understandably, because then you can get more intricate with your cutting. But the fabric side, quilting in particular, because it on essence looks like straight line cutting, people just went down with the rotary cutter and ruler line and forgot that actually in their kit they've probably got stuff to help them be
Yeah,
more
that's
accurate.
true. And
So
things like
Sizzix
this, I mean-
developed them to help them, really.
But obviously a lot of people have the machines and they haven't been able
Yeah.
to get these
Yeah.
dies.
And
So
not everybody can handle a rotary cutter and
Yeah.
rulers
but
successfully.
the accuracy of it is just
Exactly.
brilliant, isn't it?
And yes, you can argue you waste a little bit more fabric because you have to allow, it
Yeah.
has to be. But if you look at someone who isn't competent at cutting, trying to cut with a ruler and rotary cutter, they probably waste way more fabric than they would.
But you're
if they
saving
use these.
time as well, aren't
It's
you?
the time factor for me. I mean, I can cut a full quilt, half square, triangle and squares in seconds.
Wow.
And I don't have to pay to go to a gym because I'm using my arm. No electricity involved.
And it's really
just so quick
accessible.
and
They've
easy.
designed it so
Yeah.
it's easy enough to do.
Yeah, it is, and it's simple to use. You don't have to remember things because it's all written on it anyway.
Right, I've got 2 more dies
Yes.
left. So
I love this
this
die.
one.
And don't you think that this is a shape that a lot of quilters, when they first get into quilting, think, oh, I'd love to do a tumbler block, and then look at it and think, yeah, I'm not cutting that.
Yeah, because it's a funny shape, isn't it?
It's a hot. You've got to get the angle completely
Yeah,
correct.
if you don't get that angle spot on, and again,
It won't.
this will fit with the square
It
and the
will.
half square triangle because
It will.
these three,
Are all
they're
finish
all
at
the
4
same.
inches.
They all finish at 4 inches. So
Yeah.
what do you use this for? Oh,
So there's lots of ideas. So you can use it as a flower pot.
of course.
I made a quick cushion, just
Oh.
putting 3 rows of 4 together and squaring it off and putting a border. Makes a really quick and easy
Yeah, look how clever that is,
design.
and that's the cushion
We've
that's
got-
usually made using this.
We've got a big
Oh, look at
table
this
runner
one.
here if you want to go full hog.
Look.
You can do
It's such a cool block, isn't it?
and it just looks really fun because as a everybody likes it, and then as a quilter, people look at it and go, "Ooh,
Ooh, that looks
okay."
difficult.
And from a shape tessellating point of view, it's often one that people shy away from because they think there's going to be some unusual positioning.
Yeah, but I guess if you're
but it
using
isn't.
the machine
It's
to cut
super
it,
easy.
and I guess you can then straighten off a bit and join in a square.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
you
that's
can.
so cool.
Yeah,
Or it's a
love it.
flower pot. It's a beautiful
It is a
flower pot.
flower pot.
Right, the last
Or
one
a hat.
is brilliant. So remember, any 2, save 20, and it could be any 2. I mean, it could be 2 of the same, although I don't know. You'd only buy 2 the same if you were buying
One
one
for a friend.
But
Yeah.
if you're buying one for a friend, then get 2 the same. The numbers. But that discount won't come on until you check out. If it's in your basket, you won't see the discount. You have to check out. If you've got any questions or you want some help with that, or if there's anything confusing, just call the call centre. There's the number down there, 0800 001 4433. They can access your account and they will be able to see it. And it's free phone and it's just upstairs. Now, the last one is number,
We love a number.
which is fab.
It is, because how many times do you want to personalise something? But even just put the date on the back of a quilt.
Oh, yeah, date on the back of a quilt.
So
exactly.
now you can, because you can cut the numbers. I mean, I use it to make a quick little baby.
Look, how cute that is.
Die. Just a quick tool.
I know, but that's really sweet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are they in felt?
They're in felt. I cut the 4-inch squares using the square die.
So if you get both of those and save 20%, you can make that.
You can. If you make another 4, you can play Yahtzee.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other games are available.
Okay, it's really cute,
But
isn't
it's a really fun project, but it's incredibly... You don't realise how often having a number die would help.
Well, do you know what? You should applique these on your jumper. It's really cool. I saw these, a really expensive jumper the other day, and the only thing different about it was it said 1974.
Yeah.
Not sure what the relevance of that year is.
Who knows?
But,
yeah,
cool.
Exactly. But you could, if you do a baby quilt, isn't it nice to put the date of the birth on there and the weight? So you could do that with the numbers. If you have a big birthday or a Ruby wedding anniversary and you've made someone a quilt, how nice to put the number on the top.
So if you buy these two dies together, and obviously you'll save, it would be £70.98. And then you get your 20% off, which makes them £56.78. So you'll be saving £14.20. £14.20.
Phenomenal.
That's only today. How long does that go on for, Hannah? Yo, midnight. I mean, whether they'll do it for future shows, I don't know. That 20% off if you buy 2 comes off today. Also, the special offer on the machine, that comes off as well. So those are all the dies we've got. More than enough. It is make your mind up time. Any 2, you save 20%. You don't have to just buy 2. If you buy 4, you will then save another 20%. Obviously, if you buy 3, you won't. So don't buy 3, buy 4. And don't buy 5, buy 6. It's not off your whole basket. It only counts. I wish it was, but sadly not. It is only off the dies, not off your whole basket. Can you imagine that? Any 2 items, save 20%.
I think upstairs might have something to
No,
say.
we're not doing that. I don't think we've ever done that. Just for the dies. Now, the dies will work with any Sizzix machine except for the small one, because they won't fit through.
They won't fit.
But they will fit with any. So if you've got an old one gathering dust because you haven't got the right dies, get it out and cut up your fabric.
Yeah, absolutely. And
If
it's a
you'd
great
like-
way of using scraps.
Right, so if you want one, this is what, it's not very big, is it? So it doesn't really use up much space.
So the new
This
new streamlined version isn't as high as the previous one. So before you used to have a handle extra bit on here as well.
So the deal on this, £118.99, that's a special offer that's only for today. £118.99. You are saving over £20. That's only for today. That deal. So if you're umming and ahhing in a bit, remember, if you want to save your over £20, you need to get checked out today. It launched on Hobby Maker, and they did that special introductory offer. So we are doing that. But on Hobby Maker, back up to full price, just saying. Whereas we're allowed to have it today for just one show only, and we'll go back up. So that's at midnight. So I know, obviously, you're thinking about it. Do I want to have that? If you want to get one, you need to do it today, and not just put it in your basket. You need to check out. We did get some decent stock with it, but obviously it is flying out. This is some of the card making you can do with it.
Yeah, because once you get one, you aren't going to just cut fabric. You are going to want to experiment.
You're going to be trying all
resources.
sorts.
Yeah, you are definitely. Do you want me to just talk through the machine?
Yes, could you? Now we've done all the price.
So when you get your machine, it will look like this without a handle. And what the new design includes is a detachable handle. Now, previously, the handle used to be in the box, but you used to have to put it on yourself with an Allen key that was in the box.
Right.
And then it stayed on.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't sound a big thing, but for me, where I store mine, having a detachable handle now means it all fits neatly in that little nook.
Yeah, that's true.
And it means it's not going to get knocked when I transport it.
Right.
So I haven't got to find an extra place for this because very cleverly they've
Oh.
incorporated on the back, underneath,
Amazing.
a handle
What a sensible
slot.
idea.
So while I've got it this way round, you can see that the feet are different on this one from previous. So it is each of the foot base has been widened so that when you've got it on your surface, it's not going anywhere. It's fully supported.
Okay.
Even when you're winding at breakneck speed, which I tend to be.
Yeah,
then
I guess because
it
you need
won't
that,
wobble.
don't you? You need
Yeah.
it.
Its footprint is not huge, so if you've only got a small area to work in, if you haven't got the luxury of a big table like we have here, you can still use it somewhere to go, somewhere smaller.
Got
Yeah.
a message. A few years ago, I had to cover over 1,000 HSDs for a quilt border. I don't think I'd have finished it without my Sizzix die. I'm not
Absolutely
surprised.
not, no.
Over 1,000? No, you wouldn't have done.
No, and I bet you save quite a bit of fabric doing it that way as
Yeah,
well,
I'm sure
because
you
you
do.
don't cut any excess off when
No,
you stitch
no,
them
it's just
together.
done, isn't it?
Yeah. So well done. Hats off
It
to
is
you, though.
extremely busy on the phone lines, whether you're coming in for the machine or the dies. So, and on the website as well. So if you're on the phone, they know that your call is important, and they know you are waiting. They also say, your call is important, we know you are waiting. They're getting through them, but just in case you wonder why you're having to wait, it's such an amazing offer that so many of you are taking advantage of it. So be a little bit patient, but they're getting through, but just to let you know. So whether you're getting the machine deal or the 20% off when you buy 2 dies, 20% off any 2, it is quite busy, so just be a little bit patient.
Okay.
Right.
So you also get what we call cutting plates.
Okay, and this all comes with the machine.
This all comes with the machine. So you have
What is that?
This is the base platform.
Okay.
So on each of the plates, I'll hold it under here, you've got a description of what you need, and then you're going to layer these up as what we call sandwiches. Now, I don't mean your bread, butter and everything else, but if you think about your sandwiches, a bit like when we're quilting, we think of quilt layers.
Yeah, yeah.
If you think of these as a sandwich and your bread is your cutting plates,
okay,
they are your support agent.
Right.
The thing that you're interested in is the
ham.
filling, isn't it? Yeah.
It's the egg mayo.
It's the egg mayo in my case, yeah. And so as long as your bread is supportive enough, whatever you put in the middle is going to cut.
Yeah, that's true,
if
actually.
If you put this die through, I mean, you can see, because they're big dies, there is no way I'm going to get that underneath with that platform in.
No.
So I don't even have to follow the instructions. I know that I put a thin one at the bottom, the clear one.
What's the thick one used for?
So if you were paper crafting, you would use these for your embossing folders, you'd use the extra shim as well, and then you can start cutting your very thin,
and all of this
intricate
comes
dies.
with it?
All comes with it.
Right, so whether you're fabric or paper, you still get everything you need?
You still get everything you need. You don't have to go out and buy anything else. But if you are a crafter, in general, it means this tool will allow you to carry on your craft.
Well, also,
develop your
even
crafts,
if it's not just
whatever
you,
do.
it might be you're using it for fabric, and
So-
then someone in your house
uses it,
for other
So
things.
my grandson has been using my big shop for making little cards for friends, his friends, since he was 2 years old. It's totally safe.
So you could use your old Christmas cards,
Absolutely.
cut them into squares,
yeah.
and use them for gift tags instead of using your pinky
But
shears
instead
like
of
we used to.
squares, why not cut them into the tumbler box shape? Because it looks so much nicer.
And how much fun is
different.
it to see what you can get through the machine?
Yeah, yeah. You can get, put that through. They can't hurt themselves. You're exercising at the same time. They think it's great fun.
Okay.
And you can sit
So-
this on the floor and they can sit and do that.
So when you've bought
safe.
the machine, you will get all of the papercraft
You will.
plates and
Yes.
thingies, as
Yeah.
well as the fabric ones. So
Yeah.
don't worry, you haven't got to choose.
Yeah. So that is all you need to know about the machine.
Okay,
It's
it's
that
got
from then on,
feet.
it's play away.
A detachable handle,
Yeah.
and then
All the cutting plates.
cutting plates of various types.
Yes, now the cutting plates, the clear ones, are consumables. So you will need to get new ones with time.
How often?
And I'll show you, well, that depends on how much you use it. In my instance, fairly frequently. So as you use them, where the pressure pushes down and creates that cut, you'll see the plates mark.
Right.
Now, I always recommend you use one underneath, always goes underneath, and the other one sits on top, and that's the one that the die cuts up into.
Right, okay.
And when this one gets beyond like a joke in how many cuts there are, and remember you can flip them so you can use both sides.
Yeah.
Then what I do is go and sit it in a bowl of warm tepid water and get an old toothbrush, not your partner's current one, and then give it a bit of a scrub, and you can get lots of the bits out that have gone inside.
Oh, okay. So if you
and
get
it will
fabric
reuse
stuck in,
again,
then you can use it again.
But eventually you will need to replace it.
Eventually, then.
Yes.
Don't worry about that for now. That's an eventually
No,
issue.
I have had one lady in the past who used to come in and buy a new plate every week. And I said, crikey, how much do you do? She said, oh, not very much, but it keeps marking the plate. I said, yes, it's supposed to. Don't replace them when
do
this
not replace
happens.
them every week. That's ridiculous.
The time to replace them, what I'll do is post on social some of the ones that I are nearing replacement. You'll find they slightly banana.
But that's
going
going to take. That's going to
again. That's supposed to happen. They are designed to do that.
So don't worry. Plates
you've done nothing wrong. It's totally right.
But they will last you a while. It's just that you're just pointing out that eventually you will have to replace them. But you don't need to worry about that for now. And please don't replace them every time they mark. That would be a waste.
What did you say? I missed that bit. No, don't ever throw anything away.
Shoes every time you get a scuff, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, won't be doing that. Right, let's find a piece of fabric and just cut this, and then you can see what we're talking about.
We need to see it in action.
So this is a 10-inch piece, and I'm folding it in half and half again.
So is that so it fits?
So it fits in the gap. It doesn't have to. I can just put bits on. And if I want to fussy cut, I can still see the markings.
Oh, of course.
So I can fussy cut over. But I'm doing this
so we got
to
my
show
layer cake.
You that I can do 4 at once.
Okay. So
in
you've got
fact,
your
I'm
folded,
doing 16.
You've got your fabric. You've got
fabric's folded. I've placed the clear.
One clear
at the bottom. Plate. My die is solid side down, squidgy side up, because that's my butter.
Yes.
Then I've got my filling, which is this gorgeous fabric, and then I've got the rubbish plate or the other slice of bread, depending on how you want to call it. Now, as you push it through the machine, always have just plates to start with so that you can get it through.
Right, yeah, because otherwise that's, yes, okay.
From now on, once it's sort of grabbed and you feel a slight resistance and your handle will move. Can you see? I'm not moving that handle, it's moving itself because I'm pushing. You're not pushing it from now on in. All you're doing is turning the handle. Now, the other thing I love is you sometimes hear, depending on the fabric you've done, you sometimes hear a squidge or a squeak. With fabric, you tend to hear this sort of slow noise, and I love that. I think it's brilliant because it's so satisfying when you bring it out. Now, these will be static as well because they're new plates. But look at this.
Oh, wow. Look at that. That's like...
How cool is that?
That's like a pre-cut, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. I'll just caught that one with my fingernail, sorry.
That's amazing.
But I've got all of these.
I mean, that is, look.
16, look, straight off.
16 in one go. So you can now see the thousands of half-square triangles. I mean, that is amazing.
It's brilliant. Now you can do the jigsaw and put it back together.
Well, you could actually. In fact, you could just...
you see, although I've folded, I've still got this that I can carry on cutting.
Obviously.
Which I do. I just place it like that. It doesn't have to fit.
Yeah, because you can see the...
You can see where it is, so I know I can get 2 more out of that piece. I can get another, at least 1 out of that one. So my fabric wastage is minimal.
So you could, like, cut these out and then... and can you do it with Bonder web on?
Well, the other thing I was going to say is if you're just going to applique, put your bonder web on the back of your fabric first and then cut, which is
because I'm thinking you could do like if you cut these out from velvet, you could then do like a machine decorative stitch at the top, like proper sort of Victorian crazy patchwork.
Yeah, yeah, it'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
Amazing.
Yeah. But it's a really lovely way of using dies. The other thing with this size...
If you've got H640 already pressed on the back, can you cut? I'm just thinking.
Yes, you can.
Just asking for a friend.
You can. You can, because I did.
Have you, like, gone, what can I get through this machine?
Yes. So I have been using the Sizzix Big Shot since it was launched, pretty much.
Right.
And I literally have put most things through it.
Will it cut like leather?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, the big dies will go through leather. I'm not talking saddlery leather.
No, but normal
crafting leather.
Normal
yeah,
crafting
absolutely.
leather. You haven't tried that.
Yeah, even everything as thin as a piece of tissue paper you can cut, right up to thick.
And is there anything it
cork.
won't like that it distorts if it cuts?
That depends on the material itself. So you can cut aluminium cans, drinks cans.
Okay.
So if you open one of those, there was a big thing, about 15, 16 years ago, of cutting, opening a can and then die cutting different shapes from it and using it. Because when the dies cut, they cut with a flat edge or a slight bevel, so they're not sharp edges. So you can cut metal and it's not razor sharp.
Could you cut like cotton lawn or sort of really fine fabric?
Yes. Now, I tend to stabilise lawn or silk because it is very frayable, and if you're doing fine shapes like this, you want it to hold it.
Yeah, that's true.
And normally when I sew anything like that, unless I'm dressmaking with it, then I need it to have a bit more body anyway.
Right, okay.
So
but it will cut it?
It will cut it, yes, definitely.
And how many, like, quilting fabric, how many layers of fabric can you get through?
Well, we've just done 4. I've gone up to 8.
Right. That's a lot, isn't it?
It is. And you think when you're cutting something, very rarely can you cut more than 4 accurately at once.
Yeah, then you've got to move, then you've got to move the fabric. And I guess because you can put a charm square on there.
Yes.
Then you could get a stack. So you get a stack of like 40 charm squares.
Yeah.
That's 5 goes, isn't it?
Yeah, 5 lots of turning
Can we have a look at this
one?
one?
Yes, I love that one.
I want to do that. Sorry, this one, half square
Oh.
triangle.
Oh, well, let me find it. Bear with. I've just got to try and
repeat the dies. So, sorry, I've just got a message there. Jeanette says, hi, I used a set of plates on my Sizzix till they snapped, and I now have a pair I use and always keep a spare set.
Yeah,
good idea.
that's a good idea.
That is an eventually thing. We just want to point out they don't last forever, but use them until they snap. Brilliant.
Yeah,
which
it's
is ages.
important that
remember the
dies. You're not
dies.
doing anything wrong. That's the
2, buy 2, save 20%.
So the other thing that I wanted to show you, when you open your die, don't just throw this bit of paper away, because when you open it, there are some really fab free patterns.
Oh, I see.
Which,
put those
there's a different one in every die as well. So if you have multi-bought, you're going to get lots of different inspirations and ideas to put them together.
Yes, a rick-rack quilt, of course.
Yeah,
cool.
Absolutely perfect. And if you didn't want a quilt, do it as a cushion.
I love the fact that this isn't just like an idea of a picture. It says how much fabric you need, how to piece it, what the seam allowances are, how to sew it, and how to finish it as well.
Yeah. And
that's like a whole quilt.
How many to cut at the same time as well. That's it's done all that thinking for you, which is perfect, isn't it?
I wonder why it's called the Taffy Rick-Rack quilt. This is one of our most popular dies today, and it also gives you here other layout options as well. Amazing.
I would normally cut.
See, because once you've got that, that's quite nice, isn't it? You could make it even bigger.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's a 40 by 48 inch quilt. Free instructions. A free lap quilt instruction.
And who doesn't like a freebie? So
see, a bit of cave, solid background. Lovely.
Absolutely perfect. I'm just going to cut this. I thought I'd cut a piece, but obviously not. Normally I'd cut this properly, but as you can see, we're a little bit crowded on the table.
Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff on this
There's a
table.
lot going on. So I'm just going to, you know what, I'm going to find the piece I cut in a minute, aren't I? So this is the die for the half square triangle. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this on if we zoom in. If I trace around my fingers.
Oh, where's my glasses?
Let's see if you can zoom in.
Oh, I can, yeah.
We can, but I'm not sure as you'll see.
No, you can press it,
if
but it doesn't
I trace
cut you.
round, you've got the two triangles and they meet exactly in the middle, so there's no waste in cutting that middle bit either.
No, but that's great that they've got the dog ears
and they've
cut
removed
off
the
them.
dog ears. So let's cut some.
Genius.
So I'm going to cut a set in cream. So I've cut my fabric about the size of the die, and then we're just going to wind it through. Now you can go forwards or backwards.
Oh, can you?
Yeah. Doesn't matter. So that was 4 layers. So that will give me 8.
And what I think is amazing is I'm expecting it to be a bit like rotary cutting where you've got a little thread. It just isn't there, is it?
No, there you go.
Let me show you these then. So, say we've done them in different fabrics.
Well, I'm just about to do that.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not just
One
going to do,
moment.
not just doing another 4. I'm going to take another one of our 10-inch squares.
Look at these, and can you see that they've got
and
the
we're
ends
going to
cut
cut
off?
8 layers. Let me just check that I've got that over that first, because that's the smaller element.
Oh, again, and that obviously works with your layer cake.
Yeah. Or your charm pack, whatever you've got. And that's 1 pass. I haven't gone forwards and backwards.
And that's 8.
Yep.
Wow. That's just amazing.
And look, that is my waist.
So from your 10-inch layer cake, that's the wastage.
And that's the waist on a width of fabric. So
amazing.
Nothing.
So.
But we can put these together.
Okay, I want to put it
Yeah.
together.
Because it is so
It's
cool.
so exciting.
Look at this.
Look.
So they'll now marry together.
So when you put them
that's it.
right sides facing,
you just line up
the
that long diagonal edge and the
and
squares.
also with the cutting, you're not messing it. The bias is being cut through.
This is exactly 1/4 of an inch. So you're just going to stitch straight down there, point to point, and you've got a perfect half square triangle.
That is fabulous.
It is pretty good, isn't it? So
8 layers of fabric.
Here we go. I've got some. I knew I had some.
That's a very nice bit of Sanderson you've got there.
It is, isn't it? So when you stitch them together, this is what you'll get. And you can see there are no dog ears. It's really easy to put together. And then you can start creating all the shapes that you want to create, be it a zigzag, or you can do your pinwheels.
So some of you are asking, have we got other dies? These are all the ones we've got today, but I am sure in time they will bring more, won't they?
Yes, there are a few more shapes that they do, such as the drunkard's path, some circles, different size squares, so that you can mix and match.
But they will, I think,
at the
once
moment, this is what we've concentrated on.
Which we will be getting here in the future. But I think that once they see the popularity of these...
Well, also, if you guys at home want them, message in and tell us.
a few people have asked about tumbling blocks.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got this one, the tumbler.
Yeah, that's... I wonder whether they meant baby blocks.
Yes, I wonder...
I mean, this is great. I just think to create these half square triangles, when you put 2 of them together, I mean, I think this is just genius.
Well, it's the no waste, it's the ease of sewing, because, I mean, to do those 1,000 half square triangles, I could chain piece these.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
you can cut them all.
So I guess if you've got a 10-inch layer cake, you can fold 1 in quarters, fold another, put it through, boom, that's 2 done, isn't it? And you look how quick it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I have a go?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah. Which shape would you like to cut?
I would like to do the numbers, please.
The numbers. Let's get the numbers.
Because I just fancy doing them.
Now, I've got... if you're going to applique the numbers, I would bonder web on the back first.
And Lo says, from OMP Silver, thank you very much for signing up my necklace, by the way.
I love you.
Isn't it lovely?
I love
that. The girls bought me this in the office for my birthday, and
So
it had got really
beautiful.
grubby, and I sent it back to Lo, and she really kindly cleaned
it all.
and posted it back, and it looks brand new, doesn't it?
Absolutely stunning.
So thank you very much, Lo, and also for your message. She says she loves Big's dies. They are fab.
They are good.
I love my necklace. How shiny is it?
Did you want to do it
Message on the bottom. I've had mine for years, says Janet. I just ordered a hex to complete the set and the numbers. Brilliant. And Janet saved you 20% off.
Yeah.
Right, I want to have a go at the numbers because I think this
Do you
is
want
fabulous.
to do some in felt?
Oh yes. Let's. How many layers can I do?
Of felt? Oh, I don't know actually, because I tend to bonder web it because I tend to do that.
Oh, because you're going to
with
be
it.
appliqué.
But you can do. What colour would you like?
Please may I have red?
Would you like cherry red?
Yeah, I'll have that first one.
Go for it. Try
Right,
it.
we'll fold it in half.
And see what we get.
Do you know, I'd be trying all sorts.
Yeah, you would.
Ham.
You do. Well, cereal, you know, cereal packets, you want to turn it so that...
Oh,
and
yes.
the dye can go in either way,
Okay.
but don't have anything
Sticking
overhanging
out,
the
okay.
sides, because what happens when you do that is as you push it through, it curls it and it catches.
You could do like
and it
cheese slices,
distorts
couldn't
it.
you?
Absolutely.
You know, pizza.
Yeah.
I wonder if it would
If
work.
you use it for food, and I have had one dedicated for fondant icing,
Yeah.
do not use it for anything else.
Right.
Okay, because of health and safety. But
No,
technically,
and they are not food safe.
a food
But once
safe
you've
product.
got it at home, no one's watching, you could do whatever you like.
Yeah.
Because I would. But we don't recommend you
No,
cut cheese
I
slices
wouldn't
with it.
recommend.
But if
cutting
I
cheese
had one-
slices. Wouldn't you just eat the cheese slices?
No, I just want to have a go.
okay.
Honestly, I'd want to see what you can get through this.
So, I mean, I've used shrink plastic, flexible magnets.
Oh. So my handle is now
felt
moving slightly.
stitches, yeah. Push it forwards just to get it
And
going.
then do you
can
let go?
You can let go. You don't have to take it. That's it.
You've got to get it far enough through.
Yeah.
And then you hold on.
And it doesn't matter what speed you go at.
I wanted to see how fast I could go.
Oh, I have the.
Such a child.
You ask my husband. I'm like this on the dining room table.
You're a fast winder.
I'm just ridiculous. Yeah. But look, 2 layers of.
Look at
felt.
that.
Perfect numbers.
Oh, it's brilliant.
How cool's that?
It's cool.
So good. So if you're doing an advent calendar.
Yes, advent calendar.
Yep.
What have I got all my numbers
you can
out
do all
now?
your numbers so you can mix and match. You can.
Oh, look, and look at this.
And if you
See, look at number
if you're
8.
doing an advent calendar, yeah, even cut
Look,
some
it's just-
circles,
look.
which you can use as embellishments on cards.
As
and
full
things.
stops, should one want to.
Yeah.
They need to do an alphabet as well.
They do.
Oh, do they?
Yes, they do. We had the alphabet last time I did Sizzix here, actually. But yeah, it's brilliant. So if you are doing a
I'll put Hannah's
advent,
mobile number down here just in case you've got any complaints. Hannah, what's your mobile number?
if you want to do an advent calendar, obviously you're going to need a lot more ones and a lot more twos, and all you do is load up that bit of your die.
Yeah, so if you
with the
don't want, because
extras.
you can really, I don't know whether
Yeah.
you can see them on screen. I can really easily see them. Yeah, so if you wanted lots of twos.
Yeah, you just load up that area only, and then you can just die cut all the ones and twos.
And
for your
if
teens
you are
and
going to
20s.
applique them, put your bonder web
Bonder
on the
web
back
on
first.
So I've got on the black here. I can show you. So when
Actually,
I did
so
the
you
numbers,
can sew these to the front of your sweatshirt and put some random numbers
Yeah.
up and go, oh, what does that mean? You go, no idea.
yeah, it's the serial number. It's my
Yeah.
barcode.
It's my barcode.
Yeah. So if you are bonder webbing, so that's what I did. I just bonder webbed.
So if I wanted to have a go with like a little bit, so
Yeah.
say I would just want to
Go
do
on
a
then.
3.
Yeah. Let's bring that forward
Oh, yeah.
because you'll not be able to reach.
So
and
I've
you
just-
can use it that way round if that's
Yeah.
easier.
Oh, if you're left-handed or right-handed?
Yeah. Oh
Good
yeah, it's
point.
ambidextrous. Yeah.
So I've just put that over the number 3 because I've got a little bit. So now I'll just hold it until it starts going.
I'll catch the numbers as they fall off.
Yeah, all the numbers are now falling off with my sleeves.
Tell me you don't wear this to cook in.
Never.
Or sew.
I don't wear it when I'm out, actually, to be honest, because I've got... No, I do wear it.
I've got a blouse like that, and I love it.
because it's white.
It's beautiful, but
yeah, I have got...
a number of times I
went out for dinner.
turning the sleeves.
I went out for dinner in it, and I had gravy and all sorts.
Oh, no.
So it's only to be worn for special occasions.
You can only eat salad in that one.
Yes. So look, I've got... I didn't realise I'd got it on.
Yeah,
Got the 8. Look, there we are. So if I just want a bit, if I just want one number, there's the 3 with the Bonder web on it.
Now,
I did it the wrong way up, didn't I?
You did. And
Do you
I
remember?
didn't question you.
Put
because I wanted
put
you
it
to
Bonder
find out.
website down, because I've now got...
So the dies cut mirror imaged.
Yes.
So for alphabets and for numbers, make sure the side you want to see is on top of the die.
Right.
Because that is the way.
Yes,
it's
so
going
what
to
I
cut.
did is I had the Bonder web on top.
Yes.
That's where I went wrong.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'd know for next time.
Yeah, you will. Yeah. But it's fine, because for some numbers it doesn't matter. But
No,
for like
I
2s
love
and
the
3s
numbers.
it does.
So there's an introductory deal on the machine. Honestly, you need one of these.
You do.
If you haven't got one already. If you haven't got one already, what is the deal? Yes, it's $118.99. And it's on 4-way split pay, which is really important. Did you know that split pay was invented for teenagers buying young, fast fashion? But of late, I was listening to this the other day, it's all our generation that are using it because we're all cool. But no, interestingly, and do you know why? Because it said that the older generation are using it because they just think, well, why should I pay the interest when someone else can? I'm loving that. That makes us brighter than the younger generation.
It's so true, though, isn't
So
it?
they're not, and also because there's no interest, and it's not like about not having the money. It's about thinking, why should I? I love that.
Absolutely. That's my kind of philosophy.
That's
to be
a
honest.
brilliant philosophy. So
Yeah.
you can get this home for £29.74 today and have as much fun. Honestly, this Bonder web, all these numbers over a T-shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
If
brilliant.
you've already got a machine, an older machine, it will work as long as it's not one of the little ones, because this has got to get through it.
Yeah.
So any of the others, all of the dies will work. Got to be Sizzix there. I'm not sure they'll work with all the others. And if you've just tuned in, we've got a deal on the dies. That's not a deal on the die. It's like an Australian.
Yeah.
A deal on the die is buy 2, save 20%. What is the most popular die, Hannah? Is the 4-inch square. Should we have a go?
Yeah, I've got the tumbler. I can do the 4-inch square.
Oh, I'll just show it in the packet. Don't worry.
Here we are. It's here. I can do 4-inch.
The 4-inch. Now, it's 4.5 inches cut.
Yes, because
the 4 inches applies to sewn together.
And again, there's a pattern inside.
Ooh.
Which I think is a really nice pattern.
Oh, that's nice.
It's like a
Trip around the world, isn't
yeah,
it?
It's really pretty pattern to use. It tells you how many to cut of everything.
No, it's not.
No, it isn't that one.
And it tells you. So look, this is brilliant.
This will give you squares.
So you need 55 blue squares, 56. So it tells you exactly what you need, and batting, backing, and binding fabric.
So if you do 8 by 8, which is what this is,
yeah,
perfect little play mat that folds up, or changing mat. So if you've got someone with a new baby,
so quick.
How small does that fold up to go into a changing bag?
Yeah, that's quite nice actually.
But it's also quite useful. When you're away, if you do a couple like this size, 4x4, they're useful to just put in your rucksack. So when you stop to have a rest, you've got something to sit on.
Because those little changing mats you get in a changing bag are like this big, aren't they?
Do you know any baby that is that?
No, it's
tiny?
you just have to sort of position them
and
on
babies
them.
are really good at lying very still,
very
aren't they?
still.
So right, should we cut some squares then?
These work in conjunction with each other, don't they?
They do. They do. So we've
if you're
cut
getting
our
2
half
for
square.
the deal, to be honest,
that's a good deal.
Unless you're an EPP
So
with the
does-
Hexies, they're a good pairing. This is a good pairing.
So, or add in the tumbler as well, because that comes up at 4.
Oh, and the tumbler as well.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
Right.
So we've got our squares. Again, we've used a layer cake.
So if you buy the 4-inch square and the 4-inch
Yes.
HST,
Yes.
you are saving £10.60. Not bad. Not bad for a Thursday morning, £10.60.
It's very good.
Get your machine on the split pay. Loads and loads of you are ready to
Go
cut.
for it. You can
I love
do-
this.
Yeah.
It's not hard. I thought it would be quite
Difficult to use?
no.
No, absolutely
not. Well, as in hard work to get it to go round.
No, it isn't, is it?
But it's not
Okay.
at all. So you just put, see, I did, even though I was going fast.
You
it's
don't
not,
have to.
actually.
No.
It's that starting point.
It's where you hit all the layers that there is a slight resistance. But if you just keep going, it's so
it's
easy.
not. Whoop.
Yeah, you have to watch the kickback. As
Yeah,
it comes
but it
out the other
doesn't, it's
side.
not, no, I don't think
No.
that's difficult.
No, it
And
isn't.
I bet this is the best bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you just...
The reveal.
So that was your,
That's your
layer
waist.
cake.
It's your waist. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
that's going in my stuffing box.
I know, I can't believe you keep everything, honestly. You ought to see my bin, you'd cry. You would cry.
Bring it with you when we go together.
Yeah, I'll bring it with me. I do, and then you'd have loads of rubbish as well.
There you go.
Look at that. And so, if we've got the half square triangle, so this is one, is that the same as that one?
Exactly the same.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're all coming up at 4.5 inches.
Look
so
at
I
that.
Can marry those
So
in.
you sew your two, you sew your, where's there, right, these were the two that we cut.
You sew those together.
Sew those two together.
Yeah.
You get that. And then you sew that to that. So
Exactly.
just think of the
Or
prints.
if you want your pinwheel, you do these in odd. So these two would be, if I turn them over, that will make more sense, like that. And then you can bring that in this alongside, and you can do alternates that way as well. So that's what makes this combination a really good way of getting into quilting, to make things really quickly. I mean, that is an extra large mug rack. That's for your cup of tea and a massive slice of cake.
Obviously.
If you did another, I mean, that would be almost the size you could have as a dinner plate. Or if you did two there, two up here, and one more there, you could have that. You could do a double run and do it as a pocket here.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can
So this is
use
a great
these
combination.
to
If I was
do-
you, I'd get
Yeah.
the two together, saving £10.16.
And use those layer cakes and charm packs that we have sat lying around doing nothing. And also your scraps, that bin of yours
That
I
bin of
need
mine,
to come and look
yeah,
in.
I know,
I bet you
honestly.
what you like. Not only can I cut a load of 1-inch hexes, which are good for covering buttons as well.
Oh yeah, that's true.
These are a really nice
size, aren't they, for that?
and it saves cutting circles.
And you
because
can
I
then,
hate
so you just
cutting
cut, so if
circles.
you've got leftovers from a quilt or something you make, cut it all out and
Yeah.
then just put it in a stack.
Absolutely, and then you can use them for whatever you want to then. Because
True.
you can always just put a bit of Bonder web on the back if you wanted to. You can use them for covering things. You can just start stitching them together. I'll tell you what I'm working on with that size. So I got a bit of the
Oh, that's nice.
Visaline.
So which size were these?
So these are this size, the 1-inch.
Okay.
1-inch side hexagons. And I cut shed loads, as you can see, out of the layer cakes and arranged them on here, ironed them on, and now I'm hand stitching them together to create the block.
Oh, cool.
Now you don't have to hand stitch, but I wanted to, and the easiest way to do it is, rather than do it how I would for EPP, you know, support them and whip stitch them together, I thought I'm just going to put them on a piece of interfacing.
And then how do you sew them together?
And then you just stitch them together like this.
Amazing.
And then you press it once you've stitched, which is why this side looks flatter, because
Yes.
I've pressed this side. And yeah, then that is going to be the side of a zipped wallet.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
And then I'm going to use the tumbler, the other side, to make the other side, so it looks different. So it'll end up with the tumbler shape like we have in the
Yeah.
cushion. So I've got two different things going on, or I could use a bigger hexagon the other side.
So
and
this
EPP it.
This actually, no, it's that one. If you want that one's good
Yeah.
for the card, but then you need the 1 and...
Yeah, shall I show you how I would do the EPPs? I can cut
Yes.
them. Yeah?
Yes.
Because I have some papers.
So when you get the EPPs, you need to get the hexagon that's 3/4, is it 3/4 of an inch?
Well,
bigger?
it's personal choice. I like to go big. I like a good turn on my EPP.
Okay.
But if you're quite minimalist with your turnings,
Yeah, so you can go one, it depends how much bigger. So some people go for a 1/4 of an inch turning, which means the 1 1/2 will be fine.
Yeah.
But if you want a slightly bigger turning, get the 1 3/4. What I would say is if you are loving the EPP, I would get all 4. Because I think that just improves, looks like my workroom now, that does improve your options, doesn't it?
yes, absolutely. It makes it mix and match. You've got lots of scope for doing different things. So let's cut a 2-inch hexie, and then we'll cut various things to go inside it, and then you'll see what we mean. Right, here we go.
Right, so we're
them
going to
out
cut a
here.
2-inch hexie.
So again, I've got a 10-inch square. I'm going to cut 4 at once, because why wouldn't you if you can? I'm missing a plate. There we go.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Pinching it now. So layered them all on. If you're trying to fussy cut, because I know a lot of EPers like to fussy cut, when you fold your fabrics, obviously I can't do it with this print, but what I do is put a pin through the bit I'm interested in,
Yeah.
and then line that up down the 4
Oh,
layers.
okay. So you can fussy cut because you can see the shape.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not going to on this occasion.
I mean, most of the time you might not want to, but sometimes with EPP in particular, you do want to fussy cut.
So this is the 2-inch hexagon. So that I
Nice.
now want to cut my papers.
Yeah.
Now you can use anything for your papers that you're comfortable using. I mean, there's copier paper. I prefer something slightly stronger, so I've got what used to be called cartridge paper. I don't know what they call it now. But again, I don't need to do
We
just
actually
one
sell
layer.
EPP card.
Do you?
That Snow White Premium EPP A4 card 20 sheets.
Why haven't I got
Well,
any
I
of
don't know.
this?
We obviously haven't told you.
No.
I didn't know we did that either.
I don't like these.
How long have we been doing that for?
Right, I'm going to go down
didn't know
to,
that.
let's go 1 1/2.
I didn't know either.
And again, there's lots of ideas on the packaging.
So what size is this one?
This is 1 1/2.
Okay.
So this is what I would normally go down to. But I have got the other sides already cut, so, and I've left enough paper so I can cut the other one. So,
So
can
if you
see
get the
choices.
EPP card, you just need to cut it down to that width to go through.
So that's those, but if I want to do the other one, that's 1 3/4. Let's do that. So then I can show you the difference between them.
Oh, yeah, see, look.
Yeah, it gives you a nice turn.
So this is
do
1
this
1/2
one.
and 2.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I would get that for your 20% off because you could cut
That's
out
1
all your
3/4.
you could cut out all your scrap fabric then, and then just you can then make your little hexies.
Yeah.
And you've got them to join
Perfect,
together.
yeah.
I mean, this is a really good way of doing a scrappy quilt. So 2 and 1 3/4. Oh, yeah,
You
that's
see, it's just a bit turned, but for a plique,
yeah.
that
But if
works.
I was doing EPP,
That's
go
exactly
1
what I did.
1/2
yeah.
and 2.
Where have I put?
Yeah, I would do 2 because actually once you've done it, it will
Yeah.
end up as the 1 1/2. But that's a really nice way. You can then just make up a few, sew them together randomly.
Yeah.
I mean that, and then you will just keep building on it. It's not supposed to be a project you finish tomorrow. It's a
absolutely not.
lifetime scrap project. Or if you are doing, you might be having a specific project that you want to do. I mean, that's just easy, isn't it?
It
Just
is, yeah.
easy.
No, and if you are an EPPer, it's a great way of cutting if nothing else, your papers. And I cut fusible fleece with it.
So you can cut fleece on its own. You don't have to back it.
So you don't have to back it. You don't have to have it on there. I'm just trying to find.
And I suppose that's the good thing about buying. If you're a definite EPP, get yourself a 1.5 and a 2-inch. But if you might be using it for a plique, you might want different sizes. Getting all 4 is a good idea. But if you're an EPPer, then you need that one and that one. And luckily, they're sort of a similar colour.
So you can sit there with your papers and set yourself up going. Yeah.
That helps, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And on the back.
Oh, here we are.
Look.
This is what I want to show you.
Patterns.
Yeah. So you haven't got.
Oh, Grandmother's Flower Garden, one of my favourites. That's that one. Oh, that one.
Yeah,
there.
that one there.
That one there.
Yeah.
Grandmother's Flower Garden.
So,
that's
these
what it looks like.
What I did. These are some I did earlier. So
1.5 and 2.
So 1.5 and 2, and I cut fusible fleece in the 1.5 and papers.
Right.
So that I had options. I fused the fusible fleece one straight onto here.
Can you cut paper and fusible fleece at the same time?
Yes.
Fabulous. Check in.
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you?
I've actually cut fabric and paper at the same time as well. So I can cut.
Yeah.
I know you'd want them different sizes, but if you're doing a multitude of sizing,
I know what you mean.
You can do that.
While you're going through your me as well.
Exactly. And then I just used, I always spray mine with Best Press as I turn, and usually I use a Surline glue pen, but by using the Best Press and fusible fleece, I haven't even got to hold it down. I can then carry on and stitch these.
Amazing.
As I would normally.
So when you did this, where was the card?
The card I used, well, I wasn't sure if I was fleecing or not, so I just cut loads of everything, because I always like a stash of hexagons just in case. You just never know when you need a cheeky hexagon, do you? EPP and hand sewing are my car projects.
Okay.
Not when I'm driving, I hasten to add, but when I'm the passenger.
Oh, I can't do anything. That makes, if I'm in a car, train or coach, that makes me feel sick.
No, I literally, I hand sewed all of that on the way down to.
No, see, that would make me feel sick.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
So did you do it like that, and then you turned it over?
And then I turned them over, yeah.
To line up with the fleece, obviously yours was smaller. And then just pressed it?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So
now,
that's...
if you want to, you could put the paper on the top, not that one, it's this one. Paper on the top, so that when you turn...
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yes.
You've got a rigidity, and then just pull it away as you press. But
so that's when you could have a
that's
slightly thicker card in, then, couldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, you could use, I'll tell you a really good one for pressing. You know when you finish your box of cereal?
Indeed.
Don't throw the box away.
Do not throw your Cocoa Pops away.
Yeah, the recycling bin doesn't need it. What you do is you die cut yourself hexagons from each of the sizes that you use, and use that as your pressing guide as well. I mean, I've got a straight edge that I've cut straight, and I use that as and I've marked on it in permanent marker, not heat erasable, a 1/2 inch and a 1/4 inch. So when I'm turning, I've got those lines I can turn onto a piece of cardboard. Okay. There are seam guides available.
But I know what you mean.
I've made my own.
See, because I think if I was doing that, I'd want like a thick piece. You could just put it over. So
absolutely.
You know when you
so
do
a pack of cereal, a cereal packet is perfect, and you can easily die cut that through here. Yeah, you know mount board.
Indeed. Can you cut through mount? No.
Grey board goes through there.
Because mount board is so thick.
Yeah, yeah. It will take a couple of goes, but you can do it.
Because when I cut mount board because I cut it with a rotary cutter sometimes when I'm cutting little shapes, it's really hard.
It's not easy
to get your rotary cutter through.
Yeah, I mean you do have to go through a couple of times, but depending on your die. But for simple shapes, which is what they call these, then you should be able to do it.
Okay, but even if you have to go
grey board, which is that slightly denser board, that's the back of notebook board.
Yes.
Yeah. So that will
cut. But if we go through mount board, that's really cool because it's.
I'm not saying you'll get an intricate die through mount board.
No, but
a simple shape you will.
Yes, if you wanted to do something like that.
But it means that you're buying these dies to assist your sewing projects,
but they take you beyond that as well. So you can start doing other things that perhaps you hadn't thought of. For example, if you are making a bowl like this or a doorstop, you might want the base to have a weighted panel. Well, if you cut it out of grey board, the size, the same shape, the same size, on with your Sizzix machine and insert it as you're stitching it together, it will give you that weighted support.
Or you could use a milk cart, because you said you can cut Coke cans.
Yeah, you
can. Luz just said she's done that.
Yeah. 2 litre, the 2
Oh, we've got a
milk
message
things.
here.
Yeah.
Hang on, you need to move the thing, Scott. There we go. Now I can't see it at all. Oh, I have 3 Sizzix machines and the square dies, and this is what I use to cut the squares to make clothes.
Yes.
Makes cutting easy because of arthritis. I find it a bit tricky to use a rotary cutter for any length of time. The Biggs dies are very tough, so I highly recommend them from Rita. Well, Rita, I love that skirt.
Absolutely.
That's amazing.
But what a great way to salvage clothing that you may not wear
absolutely.
as it is, or if you're going to, you want a memory skirt or a memory
top,
you can use them to die cut bits out of
well, and it is just like, you know, just the squares like that. I mean, it's great. I would get the half square triangles as well, but I think that is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, great idea.
And like you say, if you cut milk cartons, that's a nice plastic base, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You can put that inside, so you can do yourself.
I bet it's like when you get one for the first time, you think, all right, what can I cut?
Absolutely.
And then you realise, actually, I'll just go back to cutting fabric now.
Yeah.
But in the beginning...
But that's the thing to do, because then you'll get used to the process and the sandwiches.
Yes,
and the fact that the machine isn't going to bite your hand off every time you use it. It is such a go-to machine. It doesn't need electricity, so mine comes camping. Don't tell Mr. Duncan. So you can take it, you know, if you go away. You're not going to put it on a flight. Well, I do, but you're not.
Yes.
It is heavy. But once it's on the table or on the floor, if you can get to the floor and use it, it's sturdy. It's not going to rock.
Yeah,
it's not going to destabilise. So you've got plenty of...
So the deal on the machine, let's just go through it one more time for those of you just tuned in, because I know there's a few who are going, what? So this is the new to us, new machine. It's the Big Shot.
It is.
It's called the redesigned, exclusive, redesigned Big Shot machine. $118.99. It was $139.99, and in fact, it will go back up to that at midnight. It's the redesigned. It's got a detachable handle. It's got bigger feet, so it's more stable. It comes with all of these plates that you need for fabric cutting, and
doesn't come with the numbers.
It doesn't come with number 8, but it comes with because you need the thicker sheets.
Platform. It's called the cutting platform.
It comes with all the platforms that you need for cutting fabric and paper and embossing and full instructions.
Leather and vellum and all
and basically, it doesn't require electricity. It's an out-the-box thing. All you've got to do is put the handle on. There is even... It's not that heavy, actually.
No.
It's even got a special handle slot on the bottom. There are more people who've got this in their basket than we have. Now, if you want to take advantage of our extremely generous split pay, it's on 4-way. So you can pay one payment now, £29.74. Don't forget to check out. Tick the I want the split pay box. We'll send it straight to you, and then you pay the other 3 instalments. If you want to pay the $118, then that's fine. Remember, even if you pay on split pay, you will still get that deal, but only till midnight. There's the thing. So don't think, oh, well, split pay doesn't then last afterwards. It will. We honour that. But this deal, if you are thinking about it, this money-saving offer is only until midnight. And we have got over 30 people are going to miss out if everyone who's got it in their basket checks out. And their numbers are dropping, because I can see what stock we've got left. And we've got loads and loads of people who've got it in their basket. If you want to have a go, if you want to use your scraps up and make lots of shapes, brilliant. If you've got a project and you just need to get it done, brilliant.
If you're you work with young children, so in a nursery or something, this is a great way of doing cutting them projects that they can then go on to do something with. Or if you run an after-school craft club, you can die cut the shapes.
Oh,
for
yeah,
them.
that's
They
true.
can die cut the shapes because
I need
it's
to give you
safe.
your dies
Thank
back.
you. And then they can create, quick projects. I mean, how great would it be for an after-school club to create?
Oh, I
they
think
all
that's
did
fabulous.
themselves a die. Then they can, you can sit and do. It's maths as well. You're teaching them, you've got the maths because they've got to be able to add up to 7. So it's a tool that is beyond your
It is
sewing
beyond
room.
what you will work out. Now, the dies have got a special deal with them. I know we've been talking about this last hour and a half. I know lots of you just tuned in. Anyone who buys 2 dies will save 20%. Every time you buy 2, you save 20%. So if you buy 4, you'll save another lot of 20%. Don't buy 3. Well, you can, but you won't save the 20%. No. So number 1 die, most popular, the 4. It's a 4.5. It's called 4-inch square. It's 4.5 inches cut, which means when you sew it together, it's 4 inches. Massively, massively popular. $24.99 for that one. The next one, half square triangle, works really well in conjunction with the square one. Again, 4.5 inches, but it's got all the dog ears cut off the edges, so it goes together really good. If you buy the 2 together, you will save over £10. You can buy any 2 together. They could be the same ones if you want to. They can be different. The next one is the tumbler block. Again, works brilliantly with the half square triangle and the square because they're the same size.
That's what it comes out.
And that's what it looks like. Oh, look, that's what it looks like. Cool. The next one, numbers. These are brilliant. Personalise everything you know.
Absolutely.
You own.
Yeah.
Put all the numbers on. Label everything. Advent calendars. Felt, fabric. Bonder web it first.
Yeah.
Put wadding on it.
You could even label your scrap bins in your workroom.
Yeah, with numbers, should you have any, which I don't. We'll start with the smallest one. Really? 1 inch. Really? And that's the size of the, I can't remember what it's called, the plane, I think.
Plate. What?
The name of that side. It's got a name. I can't think what it is. It's the side. It's the name. The number of the side. No, it's called something else. The side is 1 inch, not the face or across.
Yeah.
1 inch. The next one, I'm being quick now. 1.5. Again, it's really good to pair these with the one that's half an inch bigger because then one's for card, one's for fabric.
Absolutely.
If you get all 4, you're laughing. Next one is the 1 3/4. So it depends whether you might be appliquing, you might be hand sewing. If you're doing handy, people get them half an inch apart. And the final one, Tudge. So buy 2, save 20%. You don't have to do anything other than check out. Put the 2 that you want, or 4, or 6, or 8 in your basket. Check out, the 20% will be taken off. Finally, don't forget the machine. You can't use the dies without a machine.
No.
You can use a machine without the dies, or they'll have nothing to cut. So you kind of need both.
True.
That deal.
Don't use it for flattening pastry.
Do not use them for any. Do not use them for food. That's
No,
a
don't
silly
use them
idea.
for food.
That deal will only be till midnight tonight, and then it'll go up to £139.99. To be honest, still a good price. But why not save yourself some money? It's also available on 4-way split pay. You do need to check out. We're going to go to break. Thank you so much.
Thank
Susie.
you very
It's been
much.
lovely. You really explained it to us, and thank you for letting me have a go. Lovely.
No, it's easy, isn't it?
Brilliant. I'll see you after the break for half an hour of, coming up, the special deal on the Grace Cutie Breeze machine, which is your own personal long arm quilter. See you back in a couple of minutes.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Hello everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to announce that tickets are now available for our next Craftopia weekend retreat, taking place at the Abbey Hotel in Redditch from Friday the 24th of October to Sunday the 26th of October. We are bringing back everything you've enjoyed from previous weekends, with some of the best tutors representing the very best of Gemporia craft.
From Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw with an introduction to jewellery making. From Sewing Street, we have Sam Sabido with a focus on crochet. And from Hobby Maker, we have Prudence Rogers with a workshop focusing on her ever-popular bouquet in a book. And Julie Peplow, who will be focusing on paper crafting, but will also be leading the Friday night crafting workshop with a focus on candle painting.
As always, your ticket includes all the workshops, all the food, all the goodies, and all the fun. You can find out all the details and all the options at sewingstreet.com. We'll see you there.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
The seam allowance for dressmaking can be 1 centimetre or 1.5 centimetres. It's important that you check what it is before you start, and your pattern should tell you. Your seam allowance will have been included on your pattern pieces. Before you start to sew, check in your instructions as to what your seam allowance is. You're going to use that throughout your garment making process.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Congratulations to all of you who got your Sizzix machine. I am standing here with this beautiful Cutie Breeze machine. Couldn't not mention this because this was on yesterday with the lovely Sam and John. But there was a special offer, £100 off, and we are allowed to continue that offer until Sunday, which is amazing. So we thought we didn't want to not show it to you, so we put it all out here. Now, for all of you who were watching yesterday and have been thinking about it, because I know it's a considered purchase, $8.99, but you are saving $100. See, normally when we do our special price ones, like we did with the Sizzix, the price goes back up at midnight. But they've allowed us to keep this price till Sunday, because I know what it's like. You might want to split the cost and share it with a friend. Maybe you're in a quilting sewing group, you want to buy it together. Or maybe you've just got to persuade someone it's now going to live in your house. but I just didn't want you to miss out on it. So normally it'd be £9.99, but this is our special till Sunday offer of £8.99. Now, if you don't know what it is, oh, it's amazing. Last time they were on, I got to have a little go. So the point of it is it's for long arm quilting, but you don't have to buy a long arm quilter because we know how expensive those are. You put your own sewing machine on here. It will fit all machines. You just put it on, and then you put the fabric. So you've got your backing fabric, your wadding, your top fabric. That goes across these bars. It comes with all of these clips so that you can clip the fabric so you can tighten it. It's got the bicycle clips that you roll up to put the quilt in. So this is your quilting area, all of this, which you obviously, but it's not the maximum because obviously you move it. If you've ever seen a proper long arm quilting machine, it's, you know, they might be longer, but they're not much wider because you don't put the whole, you roll it round. So a traditional one, this is the clever one. So you layer up your backing fabric, your quilt, your wadding and your top quilt, and you put it in this section. When you've quilted that, you then move it. So there is no limit on the maximum size of quilt that you can quilt with this. With long arm, traditional long arm quilting machines, it is actually, because they can be moved that way, but they can't be moved that way for some reason. Anyway, you then put your sewing machine on here. So your normal sewing machine, nothing special, nothing fancy, just your sewing machine. You put it on here and then you drive it. And this is why it's such a fantastic piece of engineering, because it glides. You don't drive it, it glides. You can drive it with one finger. So it goes one way, but it also goes this way. So you set it, your quilting, and then once your machine is on here, if you want to watch a demo of it, you can go back and see it. Yesterday at, what time was it? Was it 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock yesterday it was demoed, and you can watch it. But basically, your machine's on here, your fabric, and then you just move it to where you want. And it's because even if you've got a really basic machine, it's absolutely fine. Because it's done so cleverly, because I think the thing is with having to move it is that you don't want anything that's slightly juddery or stiff. You want that really gentle glide so that you can go, and once you've finished quilting that area, you unclip the clips, and what's great about these is that you put the tension on. So you put your 3 layers on here, and then you turn these round, and that tensions it, that pulls it tight enough so that you can then quilt it. If you've never seen one before, go back and watch on YouTube, watch the demo. It makes perfect sense, because when they were on the last time, but before that, let me have a go, so I totally got it and really want one. The great thing is that they can be disassembled. So if you are moving house, or if you don't want to use it all the time, maybe you could tip it up and hang it on the wall next to your bike rack. In fact, it looks about the same size. You know, those roof racks. You could hang them on bike clips. Well, I have several bikes hanging in my house, so I know these things. I could do a swap for a bike. If maybe you only quilt a quilt once every 4 months, maybe you do, then you could then hang it up. You could disassemble the whole thing if you want to and put it somewhere else. I mean, I would try not to disassemble the whole thing because I couldn't be bothered to put it all back together. You could put it under the bed, couldn't you? Or if you're moving it, it can be completely disassembled and packed down if you want to do that. You can keep it up, because I know a lot of people, who've bought long arm machines and have had to buy a shed to keep them in. So the benefit over a traditional one is space, really, is that it's temporary. You can put it onto your table, you can use it. There's also no maximum size for quilting on at all. There is, you move the quilt along. So you can do a smaller one. I mean, if you did a really tiny one, you could then sew it to a bigger piece of fabric to put it across. But I think for a lot of people, I think this is what holds us back from buying quilts and doing quilts, is I don't want to quilt it. But maybe you're in a quilting group, you buy it together. I mean, if you if you've got a big, like, king-size bed quilt, it's going to cost you about £200 to have that long arm quilted. And I know, because I'm not a I don't mind quilting, I just don't like layering, not a massive fan. So I send a lot of mine off to the lovely Amanda to have them long-armed. So I know how much they cost. And, you know, worth every penny, I will add, because I don't like doing it. But if I had one of these, you know, you're not that many quilts and you've paid it off. Maybe you could buy it with a friend. And you could share it then, couldn't you? Pop it in the boot of a car, off she goes, you know. There's the measurements. If you want to see the size once it's assembled. So you can get away with a slightly shorter table in terms of length, just because of what it will sit on. But you need that for that 27 inches for the depth, but you can get away with slightly shorter for the length. Now, in terms of sewing machine, you don't need your fancy all singing, all dancing sewing machine. Right, the larger the throat space on the machine, the easier it will be. But then that's the same with any quilt. That's the same with any quilting, isn't it? So that's the same with any quilting, isn't it? So the larger throat space, then it will make it, because then you've got a larger workspace, so you don't have to move it so often. But you don't need a fancy machine. That's all. You use your foot pedal as per normal. So now this desk is high. This is kitchen work surface. You won't be quilting on a kitchen work surface, but I mean you could, because you know even I could do it here. I'm sure. The cable for your machine mostly will be absolutely fine because you'll be doing it on a normal table, but. If you do have any questions or issues about that and you are concerned that your machine isn't going to work with it, please contact, how do they get in touch with them? Right, so if you email us at studio@sewingstreet.com, we can forward it on to Samantha and Rob. If there's anything specific where you're thinking, oh, I really want that, but I just need to be sure that it will fit with that. But I would say, if you haven't seen it before, if you love the idea of it, go back on YouTube, watch yesterday's show. It was on at 9 o'clock with John. That will explain nearly everything, because I haven't got time now to go in all the detail, and we're not a demo. What the main thing was, is I wanted to let you know, for people who didn't watch yesterday's show, there's £100 off till Sunday. And if you've been thinking about it, or you didn't know about it, because normally those deals are on and gone. But this one we are keeping till Sunday. So if it's something you have thought about yesterday or haven't heard of, watch yesterday's show. Any specific questions, if you're concerned, do email us. We'll be able to pass it on to them. And they're brilliant at getting back to you. But enjoy. So I'm so excited for you. For all those who've checked out today, I am so excited for you. You are going to love this. It's an absolute joy. I mean, it's like one finger quilted, isn't it? You know, it's brilliant. Loads and loads of you bought one yesterday. We don't have an infinite number available, and I know it's a considered purchase. Obviously, have a think about it. Think about your quilting. Have you been put off quilting because you think I can't get it into my machine, I can't do it, it's too unwieldy? This is the answer. But go back and watch tomorrow's show and then you'll see. Right, I'm just going to pop over to the other table. Right. Oh, the quilt that was on the wall behind me. Should I go back? No. Okay, the one that was on the wall behind me, that lovely purple one. Super, is that this? I'm looking at it backwards, yes. Oh. There we go. This is the quilt. £249.99 is the full price. But we're taking money off today. Why not? Because we've only got a handful left. We've got this in two colourways. This is the one with the lilac background. It's 180 by 211 centimetres. £149.99. Why not? Yeah, why not? £149.99. Why not? Bargain. It's also available on 5-way split pay. Even better. $29.99 to get yourself a full quilt kit. It's lovely, isn't it? For me, I think this is a joy. Oh, it makes a horrible noise. It's a cat in the box. It's a joyful quilt, isn't it? Do you want to brighten up your room? Put a bit of splash of colour. Are you making a quilt for babies or toddlers, or a nice big picnic blanket? Or you just want a bit of a rainbow quilt? Maybe your room is dull or neutral. And in fact, there's nothing nicer, isn't it, like a really neutral room with a big splash of colour on the bed. Look at all these lovely fabrics. So you've got all those beautiful colours there. Love the green spot. And look at this wild one. Wild circles. And then you've got all of these lilac fabric. That's the background. So in both of the kits, the colours are the same. It's just the backgrounds that are different. $149.99. You are getting a lot of fabric. It's a big quilt as well. A lot of fabric, big quilt, $149.99. That's £100 saving. Amazing. Oh, and it comes with full instructions, quite handily. And you've got all the fabric for the binding. Obviously, you don't have the wadding or the backing, but you have got all the fabric for the binding. So that's the lilac one. Now, we've got the same quilt in a different colourway, which is this one. This is cream. So the fabrics are exactly the same. No, they're not. Are they the same? Let me have a look. I can't remember now. I can't remember. I thought they were, but looking at that picture now, I'm not sure. Let's have a look. This one is more limited. Oh, I hate it when they're sellotaped up. Just be really careful. Oh, this one's a brand new one. Yes, they are. Almost. No, well, you've got that circly one, you've got the green one. Yeah, it's just that the background is cream. If you look at the picture, just a very different look. There's something about having the cream, it makes the colours look different, doesn't it? Again, we'll match that price, $149.99, so you're saving £100. If you want to make yourself a bright and joyful quilt, quite simple as well, it is pretty much, it's half square triangles and squares. Say $29.99, we can send it straight to you, get it checked out. I mean, that's a really good price for a quilt that size, because that's like 6 foot by like 6.5 foot. Yeah, 6, I think so. It's massive anyway. It's massive. Yeah, I mean, that's a king size. I'm just looking at that. That's a king size bed. Lovely one to make. And isn't it nice to have a complete kit where you've got everything in that? And then when you've got your cutie breeze, you can quilt it. Right. William Morris, I think, is round here. Yeah. Yes. Oh, that's nice. I don't think I've seen that one. That's only ever been on once, and that'll be why I haven't seen it. So, $219.99, but we are going to drop the price today to $189.99. Don't you love it when we do these quilt kits? I love that, because you look at these quilts, think, oh, and then you suddenly do this quilt special hour, and we drop all the prices. $189.99. 177 by 223 centimetres. Let's have a look at the fabric. And don't forget, if you're getting quilt kits, the perfect partner is the quilting machine. Oh, there's a nice picture of it. That's a bit posh, isn't it? Right, we've only got, oh yes, a handful of these quilts remaining. So, full instructions, Bear Hug Quilt Works. Oh, it's 70 by 88 inches. Like to see it in Imperial. And then the fabric, I'll do that really carefully. I see why they wrap them in tissue paper, but they're really difficult to undo nicely, aren't they? Right, let me show you the fabrics in this. So these are all fabrics from the original Morris & Co., the Oxford Holiday collection. Look at the fabrics in this. So look at these beautiful fabrics. Hare and the Peacock. Ooh. Look at these. These are beautiful, aren't they? I love this fabric. It's all like sort of, it makes me think of like Victorian hothouse with all of these beautiful fruits. But the fabric is gorgeous. I like the holiday collection because it's not Christmas, but it's got that sort of like wintry Christmas vibe. But using the pattern of these, they look like Tudor roses, don't they? I don't know whether they are or not. That's what they look like. They look like Tudor roses. And even the background fabric that's used in obviously all this area, it's not a plain, no, it's a William Morris. That's a lovely collection, isn't it? $189.99 for that. And the finished size in Imperial is 70 by 88 inches. That is kind of family heirloom sort of quilt, isn't it? But very traditional. It would really set off whether, you know, look at that over the corner, over an armchair or on a bed. I mean, that is beautiful, isn't it? And, you know, a really nice comprehensive booklet full of instructions. It even tells, you know, like fabric 1, cut a width of strip. Interestingly, this instruction, so make it, because obviously this is twin size, but it also gives you the fabric cutting details for a throw, a twin, a queen, and a king. So this is, the kit is for the twin size, but if you then wanted to use this again to make a throw, or you wanted to make a king size quilt, it's got all of that in there. So you are getting more than one pattern, because it increases the size of it. That's a really nice idea. And it also gives you all the different cutting instructions to for all the different sizes as well. Ah, you see, look, because there's the throw. You just have 6 of them. Then the twin, which is this one, you have 12. Queen, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20. And king. So you've got all of those different sizes. The kit will, you can make the twin size, but the instructions, you've got 4 different sizes there. I think that's quite a good idea. Because sometimes, I mean, in fact, if you wanted to make the smaller size, you could, and you just have some fabric left over. Right, let me just put that back in. Loads of you putting this in your basket. Do get checked out. And don't forget, special offer on that one. And also it's available on split pay as well. I think that's the last time we'll see that one. Loads and loads of you got that in your baskets and are getting checked out on it. Okay. Yes, I can see that one. Let me just put that on top of them. Right. Now, we had Jane Austen Day. I must have been in the day before because I saw the quilt. Yeah, Jane Austen Day. You don't want to be in the centre of Bath on that day, I can tell you. Honestly, it's, oh, do you know, because I live in Bath, obviously, it's like worse than when the students come back, because I live up by the university. Chaos. Absolute chaos. And you know what they do is they get the students coming back, they have Bath playing home, rugby, and then they'll have Jane Austen week. You just have to stay indoors. Don't mix all of those. Yeah, and then everyone in Bath dresses up as Jane Austen. It's madness, men and women. Anyway, this is, so we had the big Jane Austen quilt. Oh, that was gorgeous. Wasn't that beautiful? Did they sell all of those? But they did. The big one, it was beautiful, Riley Blake. However, Lynn designed the mini Jane Austen coverlet quilt using the collection of these Jane Austen fabrics. So this is 61 inches square. Now, these are fabrics, I think I'm right, that are inspired from the coverlet that Jane Austen had in her house. And Lynn has designed this to be a smaller and simpler version of the Jane Austen coverlet. No templates, no trick angles, and no fussy cutting. It's strip pieced using traditional piecing methods. So Riley Blake took fabrics based on the coverlet that was in Jane Austen's house, and they made this kit that we had on last week. But this is the mini one, but it's still 61 inches square, using those same fabrics. So look at the fabrics. They're lovely. You can see, can't you, that these are real. If you think that this was in her house and they've used the fabric designs based on it, then we're talking like English fabrics from a long time ago. Aren't they lovely though? They've got a real traditional feel to them. I love that one with the little part gates. Beautiful. So if you want to recreate a little bit of Jane Austen coverlet for yourself, and then you've got these background fabrics as well. It's beautiful, isn't it? Obviously, this is in a different colourway to this, but you still got I've got the red colourway here, and that's the blue colourway, but it's still the same design. Only $59.99 for that. If you're a Jane Austen lover, you know someone who is. This is based on the Jane Austen quilt, which was found in her house. How gorgeous is that? Bargain. Right, we've only got 4 of those left. $59.99. The Jane Austen inspired fabric based on the quilt. The coverlet, they called it a coverlet, I think. I think a coverlet is a quilt that's not quilted. I think that's the difference. Anyway, it's a traditional thing. It was a coverlet, not a quilt. I think a coverlet is a quilt that's not quilted. It's just fabric. 4 of those left. And it's using very simple techniques of strip piecing as well, which is quite good. So do get checked out on that. Have I got time for anything else? Yes, and I love these. I really like both of these. So these are beautiful in their simplicity. The design is so simple and so perfect. Oh, some got more my glasses on. I thought the right way. Right, we'll start with the blue one. Now, what I think is amazing of this is that it's gingham, but made from Liberty fabric. So you've got 3 shades of blue. You've got this tiny ditzy floral, that lovely peacock feather, and then the navy with the white flowers, and you've got white fabric and instructions, and it makes this gingham quilt. So just what's really clever about it is just using a light, medium and a dark fabric, and then you make the quilt. But it's got all of that Liberty fabric in it. It's also got the iconic peacock feather. These are all Liberty lawn of the prints, which is amazing, isn't it? The finished size of this is 58 inches square, $149.99. Liberty quilt for $149.99. Yes, please. I think it's beautiful. It's very simple to construct. The binding is included, but you will have a beautiful, and I love the fact it gives that real illusion gingham. And then, but it's just using the 3 shades of Liberty. So now that's it in the slate, which is the blue colours. Just before we go, we've also got it in the red. So there's the red one. And again, look, you've got those 3 shades. You've got, Betsy in red. No, that's Betsy. I can't remember what that one's called. But these are 3 iconic ones. So you've got the pink, the sort of the mid, and then the dark. And isn't that beautiful? And those 3 prints are Liberty lawn. So if you want a Liberty lawn patchwork quilt in gingham, I just think it's really clever. £149. Oh, split pay as well, £49.66. Not bad, 3 equal payments if you want one of those. Limited in stock of those. Love that one, gorgeous. Feel like it's a picnic quilt. Right, so tomorrow on Sewing Street, it's Christmas. The lovely John Scott's going to be here. We've got 3 days of Christmas. And it's starting tomorrow. So 8 o'clock, it's all about Christmas fabrics. Beautiful, lovely, love a Christmas fabric. 9 o'clock, oh, I'll be back. Yes, I suddenly remembered. I'll be back with Here comes the Christmas hat. So this was something that we talked about last year, that wouldn't it be cool? You know, you always wear those paper hats at Christmas and they always look ridiculous and they rip and they fall off. How about making a bucket hat and a Christmas design? So I set Amy the challenge. We've got a Christmas pudding hat. We've got one with Father Christmas on. We've got one with Christmas trees and Christmas jumpers. And I'm going to be on here to show you them. Also, they're available in children to adult sizes. 10 o'clock, wonderful Kerry Lord from Toff will be in. I'll be back at 11 o'clock, bringing back some of our sold-out Christmas kit designs. And at 12 o'clock, we'll be finishing off the day with more beautiful Toff Christmas. What a great Christmas day. So I will see you back here in the morning. Well, I'll be on at 9, but John Scott will be with you at 8 for the start of our 3-day Christmas special. See you back here tomorrow.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items